This story is the definition of be careful what you ask for. Because this guy saw this goth babe on the train and had that universal male thought, damn, I wish I had a hot goth girlfriend. And let me tell you, this became reality, but this poor blonde guy had no idea what he was getting himself into. Good part is that bro is scoring goals. If he's on the field, he's playing. Bad part is that in the game he's playing, this girl is smurfing. Way too many leagues above him in terms of skills in all areas. Could you survive a trap like that? Many can't, but I would fall into this dangerous trap every single time. Holy, let's get it. This story begins at the train tracks. There we meet our main character, a college student named Lee Yo-won. He keeps staring at a certain purple-haired girl, Shin Hyeon, though he doesn't know her name yet. She tells him later. Lee says he sees this girl at the station all the time, always around this hour. He runs into her often, and she's always dressed a little differently. By now it's normal for both of them to catch the midnight train. Meeting here has become a routine. A few minutes pass and he still doesn't say a word to her. Looking at the instrument she carries, he wonders if she studies music or plays in a band. She quickly notices him staring. Their eyes meet. He got so lost in thought that he kept looking. Even if they keep showing up at the same place, he tells himself it's just coincidence, not fate. Since he can't focus on reading, he decides to listen to some music. Maybe his favorite song, Dark Planet, by Loom Afternoon. As soon as it starts, he gets pulled in. The intro is amazing, and the first verse is just as good. Even though it's a great song, barely anyone knows it. He wishes he had someone to talk about it with. Then something feels off. The volume is way too low. Maybe his Bluetooth earbuds are broken. So he starts turning the volume all the way up. That's when Shin Hyeon stops him. Caught off guard, he asks what's wrong. She tells him to lower his phone's volume because she can hear everything from her seat. He instantly realizes his earbuds weren't connected at all even though he just bought them. Since she heard the song, she asks if he likes it. Turns out she likes Long Afternoon too. Hearing that, Lee gets excited. This girl likes the same band he does. That's huge for him. He's a big fan, so finding someone with the same taste feels unreal. She feels the same way. The music is really good, but sadly the singer is independent and doesn't have many fans. She knows that too. Maybe the artist just doesn't fit current trends because they barely promote themselves or post much on social media. Lee agrees. If the singer ever held a concert, clips would spread everywhere. But none of that happens. The account mostly posts drawings of the original character Wookiee on Instagram. If the singer shared daily life posts or showed their face, they'd probably gain more fans. Hyeon asks if he really thinks the singer should show their face. He says not really. As a fan, he's just curious and would like to know what the singer is like in person. But he's fine either way. It's nice that the singer focuses on making music instead of chasing attention. Then Shin Hyeon points out that they've run into each other here a lot, right? Nervous. Lee says he's not sure. He tries to act like he hadn't noticed her before, or she'll know he's been staring. The train pulls into the station, and she says she has seen him before because he's always looking at her. Isn't that right? Her words hit like bullets to his chest. No way. She knew he'd been watching her this whole time, and that they always rode the same train. The next day, he panics at home. His 39-year-old boss, Oju, asks what happened. Did their business get a bad review or something? Lee asks her for advice. What if the girl thinks he's a stalker or a pervert? At first, Oju has no idea what he means. A few minutes later, she gets it and tells him it's no big deal. It just means the girl noticed him too. Lee says he's worried he scared her. If she thinks he's a creep, she might stop using that station. Oju tells him that if she felt that way, she would have left a long time ago. If he's that worried, he should talk to her properly next time. Then he'll know how she really feels. Who knows, maybe it could even turn into romance. For him, that sounds like too much. Oju asks why not. They've seen each other plenty of times, so it wouldn't be strange. He admits she has a point, but those aren't the feelings he has. He's not even in a place to think about being liked by someone. Graduation is next year, he's job hunting, and he needs money for rent. He's just curious about her because he sees her so often. He wants to ask why she gets home so late, and what she does. Oju says that's usually how romance starts. Lee insists that's not it. He'd be happy if they could just be friends, someone he can talk to about music and other things. Oju repeats herself, that's still how relationships begin. He denies it again, but Oju cuts him off. They've talked enough, and it's time to work. There's an order to finish, so they work until midnight. After they're done, Lee wonders if she'll take the last train like usual. If he sees her tonight, he'll apologize for staring and clear things up so she doesn't think he's weird. He also wants to really talk with her about Long Afternoon. Still, forcing a conversation feels awkward. He doesn't want a misunderstanding, but he doesn't want to avoid her either. So for now, he plans to walk past without saying anything. Then she suddenly asks him if he's just going to stand there waiting for the train. It still hasn't arrived yet. He says no, though he hopes she gets what he means. But then she tells him that's not true. There's space beside her and he can sit there if he wants, just until the last train comes. He thinks about it for a moment. He remembers that long ago, a girl once did something similar to get close to him. That memory leaves a bad feeling, but that was in the past. This is now. He'll only sit for a bit, then leave when the train comes. As long as he keeps some distance, it should be fine. She asks if he always gets home late, since she often sees him taking the train at this hour. Lee explains that he works the night shift at a cafe. His boss lets him leave early sometimes, but work can run late. That gets her interested in his part-time job. She asks if he goes to college, and he says yes, he's in his 4th year. She says he must be busy with job applications. Studying and working late can't be easy. Then he asks if she also works late every day. Hae-chan says no, she just likes talking to guys with unusual taste before going home. Lee is startled by the phrase, unusual taste. She adds that people with unique hardcore preferences come by before heading home. He starts wondering if she means something shady. With a small smile, she says she's talking about music. She works at a studio with rehearsal and recording rooms. A lot of bands and office workers book it late at night. Since she manages the studio, she often works late and sometimes stays up all night. Once Lee realizes she meant a music studio, he feels relieved. She teases him, asking if he had something strange in mind, and he quickly says no. Haewon keeps pushing, asking if he only got weird ideas because she said hardcore, even though she meant the music genre. He denies it again. She's clearly teasing him now, and he can tell she's having fun with it. Then he asks how he found Lung Afternoon. From the way he lives busy with school and work, he doesn't seem like someone with much time to hunt for new music. Lee thinks back to when he first found the band. He had a terrible flu and was stuck in bed. Since he lives alone, no one was there to care for him, and the silence made him feel lonely. He played some random music to feel better, and that's when he discovered Dark Planet by Lung Afternoon. At first, he just liked the melody, but the more he listened, the more he fell for the whole song, especially the lyrics, with lines like "Let It Be." That line really stayed with him. Then he asks which Lung Afternoon song she likes most. Even if the singer doesn't have many songs, he figures she must have a favorite. She says she likes Dark Planet too, and that flow is also good. Hearing that, he says flow is amazing, especially when the rhythm changes after the chorus. He says the singer is brilliant with electronic instruments, and she agrees. The train arrives at the station. They've talked longer than they expected. He starts thinking about what he said earlier about Let It Be. If the singer ever heard praise like that, they'd probably be happy. That thought makes him blush. He wants to keep talking with her. Not as a date, just because it feels good to share something they both love. So he introduces himself to her as Lee. Then he asks for her name. She introduces herself as Haewon. Now that he knows it, she tells him he better say hi next time they meet, or she'll ignore him forever. He says he hopes to see her again soon. Later that night, at Haewon's apartment, she finishes getting ready. After her shower, he sits on the bed. Her mind goes back to the boy from the train. A while ago while riding home, she noticed a man in a green jacket had dropped his wallet. If it stayed there, someone could steal it. Right then, Lee picked it up and slipped it back into the man's pocket, then sat down again. He could have just left it nearby, but he made sure it was safe. If things went wrong, people could have mistaken him for a pickpocket. It was careless, but it also showed how kind he is. He helps first and thinks later. She already knew Lee was nice, but she didn't expect him to be a Long Afternoon fan, especially not such a serious one. That makes her stop and think. Would he still like the band if he knew she was Long Afternoon, or would he turn out like those girls who hurt her before? That wound runs deep, and she still can't forget it. Just thinking about it leaves her scared and angry. She's drifting back to memories she doesn't want, and it annoys her. Still, people who love her songs love them because they're music. That doesn't mean they'll like her. She doesn't have to tell anyone she's the singer. As long as the profile mascot Yuki gets all the attention, that's fine. As long as she can keep being herself and making music, she's okay. The next day, we're at Haeyeon's music studio. She's drawing a new version of her character to post on Instagram. When some guys finish their session in the music room, Haeyeon asks if they cleared everything out. They say yes. The guitarist also wants to book the same time next week, and on top of that, he asked for her number or Instagram because he's wanted to message her. After a short pause, she politely turns him down. The guy ends up looking embarrassed. After that, she says it's time to clean up. She heads into the music room and starts vacuuming the floor. Her uncle shows up then. He had band practice today. His name is Hyun Sung, and he manages the studio while also working as a sound engineer. Then he asks why she rejected the guy who wanted her number. Haeyeon tells him to stop watching her like that. Hyun Sung says he wasn't spying, he just happened to see it. But back to the point, why say no? Didn't she think the guy was cute? She says she hates talking on the phone. With texts or calls, she can't read someone's face. More than that, she doesn't like that guy's band style. But there's something important he needs to tell her. The 10 p.m. recording booking got canceled so she can finish cleaning and go home. He'll handle the rest. It's only 8 at night, so that's great. She can work on new songs at home. Before she leaves, her uncle gives her a gift. It's Valentine's Day. Being thoughtful, he picked it up on the way and tells her to eat it with coffee while she writes songs. People were going crazy over this candy, not long ago. Haeyeon asks her uncle for one more favor. She wants to play guitar a little before leaving, and he's fine with that. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Lee tells his boss he's heading out. She tells him to get home safe, and jokes about his romantic trip back. He quickly denies anything like that. He gets to the train platform and sits down. He meant to raise his grades during break, but he's still struggling. Then Haeyeon shows up. The two greet each other, but Lee notices something. She's carrying a gift. Haeyeon says she got it for Valentine's Day. In short, someone gave her a present. She's pretty and stylish, so Lee figures she must have lots of great people around her and probably gets gifts all the time. Of course, he tells himself not to care. They barely know each other. She notices he's studying really hard, so she offers him the sweet, saying sugar helps when you need to think. He asks why she's giving it away. Wasn't it from someone else? Heian says she doesn't like sweets. If she takes it home, she'll just throw it out, so she'd rather he have it. Even then, he hesitates. Taking a gift from another guy feels wrong to him. Hearing that, she says it was from her uncle. What exactly was he imagining? Did he think some other guy gave it to her? Now she's clearly annoyed, and Lee finally gets the misunderstanding. He changes the subject, accepts the gift, and asks if they're chocolates. She says she hasn't tried them yet, so she doesn't know. But they're handmade candy, and she heard they're popular right now. She wants him to eat them during study breaks, since no one can think well without sugar. Lee says he's never had handmade candy before and tells Heian to try one too. Since her uncle gave it to her, she should at least taste one. Otherwise, she'll have nothing to tell him tomorrow, and he might feel bad, so she asks him to give her one. Then she opens her mouth. He awkwardly asks if she wants him to feed her. She says yes. She was tuning her guitar, and her hands are greasy. She'd rather not use them, so he should just place it on her tongue and let her handle the rest. He says she could just take it home, but she tells him to put it in her mouth already. With no way out, he does. She leans in and takes the candy. The second it goes in, she nearly chokes. It's way too sweet. She tells Lee to try one too and see for himself. After tasting it, he agrees. It really is too sweet. Even she says it gave her a headache. It definitely needs coffee or bitter tea with it. Otherwise, the flavor is too much. She's right. It really is overpowering. He asks if she wants another, but one was more than enough. The next day, Lee is still asleep in his apartment. Then his alarm goes off. It feels like he only slept for 30 minutes, but morning's already here. He wonders what he'll eat today, then remembers the candy Heian gave him. Maybe he can try some. He eats just one, and it's so sweet it shocks his sleepy brain awake. It works pretty well. Now his day can start right. Then his phone gets a notification. Long Afternoon just posted on Instagram. Later that night, Lee is back serving customers at work full of energy. His boss notices and asks if something good happened. He says his favorite artist posted on Instagram. Finally, after years, based on the way things are going, a new song might come soon. He keeps wondering what kind of song it'll be this time, and the thought alone gets him excited. Once she hears that, his boss says she thought it was something romantic. Lee doesn't get what she means, so she says she figured he'd made progress with the girl from the train. He denies it right away. It's not like she likes him or anything. Still, his boss says if they keep running into each other, he should try getting closer. He insists nothing like that will happen, and he hasn't even seen her the last few days. But when he thinks about it, they actually have gotten a little closer lately. Now they know each other's names, and she even gave him candy on Valentine's Day. That makes his boss light up, and she demands the whole story. She wants every detail. Lee says all they did was exchange names, but his boss is already making the story bigger in her head. What happened after that? Did he ask her out to thank her, or at least invite her for a drink? He says no, which leaves his boss disappointed. That's boring. If he'd gone further, it could have been her fun story for tonight. Lee says his personal life is not material for her stories. She says fine, then maybe she'll tell one of hers instead, but he doesn't want to hear it. Just then, someone calls out an order for a cappuccino and asks if it can be to go. Lee takes the order, and the man sits down. He feels like he's seen him somewhere before, and wonders where. His boss asks what's wrong. He says that customer looks familiar. She tells him that's Hyun Sung, a 28-year-old indie singer-songwriter. Lee is shocked. What's someone that famous doing here? His boss says he's actually a regular and has been coming for a while. She didn't know who he was at first either. Another customer told her. Now he understands why the face seemed familiar. One of the hottest musicians around comes to this cafe all the time. That's amazing. After that, Hyun Sung gets into his car and checks his phone. He's interested in Long Afternoon. The songs are impressive, the style is unique, and he likes the mysterious image. He's thinking about sending a direct message to set up a meeting and maybe work together. Elsewhere, Lee finishes his shift. He's hoping to run into Heian again, so they can talk about all the clues hidden in Long Afternoon's new post. Talking about something he loves feels amazing. But when he reaches the platform, she isn't in her usual seat. He hasn't seen her since Valentine's Day, so she's probably busy. Maybe her work hours changed. Or maybe she's avoiding him because of how he reacted to her gift. Then again, maybe he just got his hopes up for nothing. Just then, Heian asks why he looks so disappointed. He's shocked to see her there. It had been a while. He thought she wouldn't show up today either. He asks if that's why he seemed so let down. Was he upset because he couldn't see her? He admits that maybe he was. Still, something feels different today. Maybe it's because he asks if she's drunk. She says yes. She stopped by a bar alone before coming to the tracks. She just finished something she'd been working on, so she wanted a small celebration. He thinks that's great, and asks what she was working on. Hyun says it's a secret. That catches him off guard. Her smile is even cuter like this. Drunk, she is charming. She looks really beautiful, but this isn't the time to get lost in that. He pulls himself together and changes the subject. He asks if she saw Long Afternoon's new post. He wants to say more, but the train is already arriving. It came too fast, he didn't even get through half of what he wanted to say. Now they'll have to save the rest for another time. He doesn't know what to do. He really wanted to talk with her, and if he waits too long, the excitement will fade and he won't have anything left to say. So he has to ask now. He asks Heian if she wants to get a drink with him tonight. The invitation comes out pretty suddenly, especially since it's already late. After a second, he realizes his words could sound wrong, like he's some creep asking random women out on the street. He quickly apologizes to Heian, but she accepts. For some reason, she doesn't want their talk to end here either, so they decide to have a drink and spend a little more time together. They get on the train and sit side by side. Whenever the subway shakes, his shoulder bumps into hers. He's getting way too excited. Maybe it's been too long since he had drinks with someone. Heian asks where he lives, and Lee says near Namdong Station, so she suggests they drink around there. He asks how she'll get home afterward. She says she'll take a taxi. She's an adult, she can handle herself. Lee was already thinking he'd pay her cab fare later, but she says not to bother. Since he'll end up paying for the drinks, if she really gets wasted, he'll have to look after her. Then she adds that when she gets drunk, she ends up sleeping naked. That makes him tense up, but it turns out she's just joking. They get off the train. She asks if this is his neighborhood, and he says yes. His apartment is 5 minutes from the station. They plan to drink nearby. He knows a pretty good place. She leaves it up to him, but when they get there, it's closed. He hasn't been there in a long time. He says he'll find another place for them, but since he doesn't go out drinking much, he doesn't know many bars around here. He really doesn't want to ruin this little outing. Haiti notices, and an idea comes to her. Since it's so late, the only place they can really go to drink is Lee's apartment. No way. That can't happen. And yet they end up at his place. At least it's pretty clean. He cleaned his room last week. If he hadn't, she would have seen a total mess. Then she asks him something. Does Lee have a girlfriend? He asks why she wants to know. She says it would be careless to cause a misunderstanding in his home. She doesn't want to look like his affair. Lee tells her he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's single. Perfect. Then they can drink without a problem. He asks Hayward if she's seeing someone. She says she is. His name is Liam, a foreign guy with a sharp tongue who's good at singing and fighting. He says then maybe it's wrong for them to drink here, but she tells him she was just kidding. Liam is the lead singer of Oasis. She thought Lee knew enough music to get the joke. When she sees he didn't, she apologizes, which startles him. He was honestly worried he might hurt someone's feelings by accident, so they make a toast. Tonight, nobody's getting hurt. Lee asks again if she really doesn't have a boyfriend. She says no, she doesn't. After a few cans, he starts telling Habian about all the clues in his favorite singer's latest post. From his guess, Loonwood Afternoon's new song should come out in April, and it might use a ukulele or maybe a guitar, but he knows that wasn't actually the meaning of the image. Lee is bursting with excitement. He asks if she's excited too, and she says yes. She already finished recording the song, though she wasn't planning to release it in April. Now she wonders if she should hurry and sign the distribution deal. Then he changes the topic and says Hyan's voice sounds like Long Afternoons. It's a little husky, like it has a soft fog over it, and the tone feels similar too. Of course, he says Long Afternoon's voice sounds fresher. Hyan says he really does love Long Afternoon. She didn't expect to hear this much about it tonight. Lee asks if he bored her, but she says she's having fun. It's better than awkward feelings and serious talk, so he can keep going. Then she sits on the bed and says she'll just lie down while listening. Lee says if she lies down, she'll fall asleep before hearing him out. Hyan says that's fine, she'll listen until she drifts off. Then she asks him if she can sleep over at his place. He pauses for a moment and asks if she's serious. She asks if that's a problem. Lee tells her not to joke like that with him. She moves closer and says it depends on him. If he wants her to stay, she will. That only makes him more nervous. After thinking for a moment, he says she can stay, because he still wants to keep talking with her. She likes that answer. Then she starts unbuttoning her pants. Lee asks why she's taking them off. She says she's only loosening them. After drinking beer, she doesn't want her stomach to feel bloated. He gets it, but says changing clothes would make more sense. He offers her some clean workout clothes. She's already out of beer. That was the last can she had. If she wants more, Lee says he can go buy some. She agrees. So while he heads to the store, she'll change. He asks if she needs anything else, like a toothbrush. She says she already has one in her bag, but there is one thing she wants him to buy. She's on her period, and didn't bring what she needed. She'll pay him back later. At the store, he tries to choose some pads for Heian. He's never bought them before, so he has no idea which one to get. In the end, he figures he'll just buy one and be done with it. Then among the products, he spots some condoms. Maybe that's what Heian meant for him to buy. No, he's definitely losing it. He can't pretend the thought of sleeping with her never crossed his mind. He is attractive and kind, and that's exactly why he needs to stay calm. He can't ruin things by rushing. He doesn't want to get rejected like last time when his feelings got too strong. Just seeing him on the last train already makes him happy. Still, if Hazy made the first move tonight, maybe he'd buy them. He wouldn't have a reason to say no. Just imagining that leaves him unable to stand up. He goes back to his apartment. When he enters the room, he realizes Haejin has fallen asleep. She looks completely relaxed. Well, he asks her to wake up for a second so he can cover her with a blanket before she catches cold. Instead, she grabs him by the neck. Lee tells her to wait a second, but she laughs and says he's really handsome. Totally her type. That makes him even more nervous. Then she falls asleep. She was half asleep the whole time. He covers her with the blanket. He almost falls on top of her, and her breath is so close to his face that he nearly loses control. Somehow he holds back, so he sleeps on the couch. If she had hugged him, he wouldn't have been able to pull away. Even drunk, his feelings for her are too strong to ignore. The next morning, Lee wakes up. His head hurts, and he wonders where Haeun is. Maybe she's in the bathroom. Then he notices something. He left him a note. Since he was sleeping so deeply, she didn't wake him and left early. She'll use what he bought another time. She also says she'll pay him back later. She even cleaned up the beer cans from last night. But the bag Lee brought from the store didn't just have beer. He also bought condoms. He doesn't even remember grabbing them. Still, that night he probably thought he might need them, so he bought them. If something happened, he wanted to be ready. Now that he thinks about it, he regrets it. Haeun must have seen them. Now she'll think he's a creep, like he only wanted a one-night fling with her. That night, Lee goes back to the train tracks. He runs into him. She sees him and smiles, greeting him first. There's something they need to talk about. Lee sits down, unsure what to do. He wants to make up some excuse to escape this awkward mess. He imagines telling her the condoms were for school homework, some sex ed report for high school students, or maybe that he grabbed them by accident while buying vitamins. He knows none of that will work. Lying would be pathetic and cheap. It's better to be honest about what he was thinking. He's about to tell her, but she stops him. She wants to say something first. Lee agrees. She's been thinking about this for a while, and she says she plans to keep some distance from him. He asks why. She says she feels oddly comfortable around him, especially after last time. She knows she was drunk, but maybe that's why when she was younger, she used to hang out with her uncle's bandmates and talk about music for hours. Because of that, she thinks she got too careless with him. Without noticing, she crossed the line, so for now she needs some space. Lee asks if this is because of the condoms he bought that day. She laughs at that. No, she says, that didn't really upset her. Given the mood that night, things like that can happen at parties. She just didn't expect him to even think about a one-night stand. Lee apologizes. He never meant to hook up after drinking, and she says she gets that. Still, that isn't the main issue. There's something else. He asks what she means. Haeun tells him that she was just awful. What does she mean? That night, everything she did was too much. Walking into his place just because she wanted to drink, then asking for clothes like it was nothing, and taking the bed while he had to sleep on the couch. To her, every little thing was rude and annoying. Now he gets it. She was so excited and drunk that she didn't notice then. But when she woke up, she felt terrible. That's why she left without saying goodbye, and she apologizes for that too. Lee is surprised. To him, Haejin always seemed cool and confident, like she never cared what anyone thought. So seeing her embarrassed, regretful, and saying sorry over something like this feels completely unexpected. That side of her is kind of cute. He tries not to laugh, but she still insists on keeping some distance because of how badly she acted. If she stays close to him, it might happen again. She might even stop coming to this station for a while. For Lee, that's not okay. He steps closer. She asks why it matters so much. He says Loong Afternoon will release a new song soon. He wants to talk about it with her more than anyone. She warns that if she stays near him, she might do something dumb again. Maybe something even worse. But Lee says that's fine. He can handle it. He'll deal with all of Haeun's wild teasing jokes. So he asks her not to pull away from him. The next train is about to arrive. She says fine, next time she'll buy the snacks. When she comes back home, they'll drink together again. That sounds good. Then she adds, he should keep what he bought last time until then. They might need it soon. Lee freezes, wondering if she means the condoms from before. She quickly says she means the beer, obviously, and tells him not to get weird ideas. Haeun gets back to her apartment. She takes off her jacket. It's a relief that Lee wasn't upset. She had worried he might hate her. Instead, he accepted her as she is and forgave her. But the memories of that night, maybe the two of them really could have done something like that. Maybe she's only imagining it, but just thinking about it makes her blush. It's silly to dwell on that. Right now, she needs to finish the melody she came up with in the practice room. Then she gets a direct message on her phone. She wonders if it's really an official account. The person who messaged her is Haeun Sung. He wants to suggest a collaboration. The next day, she's playing guitar with her favorite pick. After she finishes, she starts thinking about Haeun Sung's message again. A collaboration does sound fun. Then someone knocks on the door. It's Haeun Sung's uncle. He asks if she's done practicing. She says she's almost finished. He asks if she wants some extra spicy tteokbokki. He says yes, and they start eating together. Even then, she keeps wondering if she should work with Haeun Sung or not. Her uncle asks what's on her mind. She tells him what happened yesterday. He says this collaboration could be a huge chance for her, but she admits she's not sure about accepting. Her uncle asks if the singer made any unreasonable demands. She says no, it's just that if they collaborate, she'll end up getting attention. She's worried people will recognize her face. Her uncle wants to encourage her to keep going with rock, but because of the pain she went through when she was young, the scars are still there. He doesn't know if she's still hurting, but he hopes she can move past it soon and find her own path. She's truly talented. Why not meet him and talk first? That's better than overthinking it every second. That way she'll know what choice makes the most sense. Even if they don't end up collaborating, they could still get closer through the meeting. And it might help promote the music studio too. Later, after work, she keeps thinking about it. She sees an ad and wonders how celebrities manage to handle all that pressure. How much courage does it take to live like that? When she gets to the station, she finds Lee smiling. He asks what she's doing. She says she's getting ready for a job program and needs to practice her expression. A natural smile makes a good impression. She wants to check the brochure, and she's surprised by how much attention interviews take. Lee says that's only the beginning. There are lots of other things he has to prepare, and it's such a pain. Then Heyman asks to try something. She'll be the interviewer, and Lee has to keep eye contact. She can ask anything, and if he looks away, he's out. Even if it sounds serious. It's her first time seeing him make a face like that. He really seems to be trying his best, giving it everything to move forward. She imagines Lee in a suit with his hair slicked back, and the thought alone excites her. He asks if she isn't going to ask a question. After thinking for a moment, she asks when his last kiss was. What kind of question is that? Haerin claims questions like that can matter in interviews, but Lee says this feels more like a game. She says he's disqualified, then jokes that she'll report the company to the Ministry of Employment. After the mock interview, he gives him something important. It's his good luck charm, her electric guitar pick. If he carries it, he won't mess up, because it holds the energy she puts into practice. With it, his interview will go well. Lee thanks her. That makes her happy. Meanwhile, at Hyunsung's music studio, he gets a message. When he checks it, it's from Loon Afternoon. They'll do an interview before starting the collaboration. The next day, Haein arrives at the building where she's supposed to meet Hyunsung. He greets her and introduces himself as the singer Hyunsung. He says it must have been hard to find the place, but she says Google Maps got her there right away. Hyunsung asks why she came alone. He thought she'd bring her band. She explains the others only help with recording and arrangements. So she's basically a solo singer, while her friends have their own things going on elsewhere. Hyunsung understands. He asks her to follow him so they can talk more comfortably. Then he asks her name. She introduces herself as Hyein. He can call her whatever he wants. Since the meeting room is being renovated, they'll talk in his studio. She asks if the building belongs to him. Hyunsung says no, he only rents a few offices, but maybe later, after more albums, he'll buy the whole building. She seems surprised, but only a little. Her reaction is so normal that he expected more interest. Maybe she just doesn't believe he'll actually release those albums and buy the place. She won't be easy to impress. Then again, Haejin is probably just tired, so that's why she's acting like this. They reach the studio. He asks if she wants something to drink. She says she'd rather talk about the collaboration. She wants to get straight to it. First, she needs to check the contract. While reading it, she says she has one concern. Will she have to perform live or do promo with her face revealed? He says not necessarily. If she wants, she can stay an anonymous artist. But he wants to make one thing clear. The reason he wants this collaboration isn't just money or popularity. He wants people to recognize Hyen's talent. After that, she listens to the demo Hyunsung prepared. She remembers what he said and wonders, is that just part of the deal, or was he actually being thoughtful? Then Hyunsung plays the demo. Hyen listens to the track and immediately dislikes it. She tells him to stop. She's supposed to be the vocalist, right? He says yes, and that's exactly why she has a problem. If it's a collaboration, the sound should mix both their styles. She tells him to move aside. Then she ties up her hair. She starts removing some tracks. Hyunsung says she can just mute them. There's no need to delete anything. Hyunsung doesn't care and keeps going. Hyunsung spent almost 3 nights in a row gathering those tracks. But to her, his music lacks depth. People don't just enjoy his songs, they also like his image. She can't give up her own style. This has to be a mix of his sound and rock. Heinrich refuses to throw away her identity. Hyunsung finds her interesting. Really interesting. A great song might come from this. Then he asks Heinrich if she wants a beer. She says yes. Tonight they'll fix the song. Meanwhile, Lee is studying. The assignment is giving him trouble. He decides to take a break, stretching a little while, thinking about his next exam. Then he checks his phone and notices a new notification. At the same time, Haepian practices her verse. Someone calls her name. It's Lee. He wants to have a music hangout with her. Long Afternoon has a new release coming soon. She asks what he means by a music hangout with her. Long Afternoon has a new release coming soon. She asks what he means by a music hangout. He says they'll just share their thoughts on the song, like watching a movie together and talking about it. She's never heard of that before. Back in high school, she once did something similar with a friend. They listened while talking about both the singer's side and the commentator's view. Lee says he wants them to meet and enjoy the music together. It comes out on April 28th. That day, they'll listen at her place and have a few drinks for fun. She asks if what he really wants is just to drink with her. He says no, he really just wants to listen to the music together. He wanted to listen with her, though honestly he also just wanted to spend time with her. That made Haepian smile, so she said she'd check her schedule. April 28th, she already had a recording session for the collaboration. She'd probably be stuck at the studio late that day, so it might not work. Still, she said she'd try to move things around if she could. Lee told her not to worry. It was just a sudden idea, and she didn't need to force it. But then he looked so disappointed, like a sad puppy. Haepian admitted it would be hard to push the schedule back, so maybe another time. They could grab a drink instead, just as friends. After his exams were over, Lee agreed. A few days later, the exams ended, and he was done. He still had homework due next week, and his friends invited him to a party that evening. He turned them down, saying he'd be busy late. Besides, the new Long Afternoon song dropped today. Whether Hapian came or not, he still planned to enjoy it. The song came out at 4 in the afternoon, but he decided to wait and hear it quietly at home after work. So he got to work, finished up, and headed home to his room. He sat down, then realized he was hungry. Dinner came first. He ordered fried chicken for delivery. While it was on the way, he took a shower and thought about Hapian. For some reason, he felt lonely. Then the doorbell rang. Probably the chicken. He rushed out of the bathroom, opened the door, and found Hapian there instead. Shocked, he asked why she was here. She glanced down at him and said she came for their music listening session. Lee thought she wasn't coming. Hapian said she hurried over so she wouldn't be too late. He told her to come in, but before that, she asked why he was standing there in just his underwear. Lee finally noticed, then quickly asked her to wait a second. He put his pants on. She had shown up at his house without warning, and Hapian asked to borrow some clothes like last time, but first she wanted to shower before they drank. Lee said yes. As she showered, he cleaned off the table. He hadn't expected Hapian to remember his address. That meant she could drop by any time now. Maybe he really needed to keep his room clean every day, just in case. Then Hapian asked for a towel. He said he'd bring one right away. Lee found a towel and handed it over. That alone made him nervous. He had to calm down, just think about something else, clear his head, and survive this. When Haejin came out, she said the clothes he gave her were too big. They might fall off at any second. Then she teased him. Did he like seeing her wear stuff like this? Lee played along and said he just didn't have anything else. Still, he ended up finding another piece of clothing for Haejin. His shoulders were pretty broad after all. He asked how she managed to finish work so early today, and we jumped back a few minutes. He had been recording, and when she finished, she told the producer that chorus was enough. She'd wrap up this verse and record the mix source separately. After that, they only needed to check the result. Haim Ki-hoon, Afternoon's drummer, said it was his first time seeing Haejin in such a rush. Duan, the band's bassist, said he knew exactly what she was doing. She'd handle it just fine. She finished recording and her part was done. Hein Shung congratulated her. They planned a party after, but Hein Shung congratulated her. They planned a party after, but Hein Shung congratulated her. They planned a party after, but Hein Shung congratulated her. She had something important to do so they could celebrate without her. Then she left the studio. The others guessed she must have gotten a boyfriend. That was the whole story. After recording, she had some extra time. Interesting. Now it was finally time to hear the new song, and she had brought a whiskey her uncle had just given her. They drank together and little by little got tipsy. Then it was time for the music. The song was called Blue Lotus. They put on their headphones and hit play. As they listened, Haejin thought about how many times she'd already heard this track during recording and mixing. It should have felt dull, but hearing it quietly brought everything back. All the thoughts from when she made it, the parts she wanted to fix, the instruments she wanted to use, whether the lyrics came out right. So many pieces of her heart lived inside this song. Just knowing someone out there was hearing her music filled her with excitement, and she wondered how Lee would react. Maybe he'd love it, or maybe he wouldn't fully get it. Either way was fine, but she still hoped he liked it. Then she looked over and saw him crying. Confused, she nudged him back to himself and asked what he was thinking. Lee said the song was amazing, and the lyrics pulled him deep into his thoughts. It felt so personal that it made him cry. Then he asked Haejin what she thought. She said she liked the acoustic guitar more than that, the melody itself. At first she felt embarrassed talking about her own music with someone else, but now she just wanted to get drunk with Lee and keep talking and playing around. Her heart felt ready to burst. He didn't know what to do. Maybe it was the alcohol, or maybe the music, but for some reason he wanted to hug Haejin. Maybe that was how he really felt. Who knew? They laughed over a few stories and talked about Haemian's uncle's band. He had taught her music since she was little. Back then, she listened to modern songs. She didn't get them at first, but the more she listened, the more she loved them. The singers' voices amazed her. That was why she wanted to make music, so her voice could still be heard hundreds of years from now, maybe even by aliens someday, because she was sure aliens would invade Earth eventually. That made Lee laugh. Then he changed the subject and asked if she had any songs of her own, because he wanted to hear them too. A little nervous, she said not yet. She still hadn't written one she truly liked. Lee said that was a shame. He was sure her songs would be great. Instead, Haemian asked him to make a special cocktail, but he said he couldn't drink anymore. He already felt like he'd lived a whole night. The new song was great, and the talk had been fun too. He asked if he was sleepy. He said he was a little tired from studying earlier. Then, she lay down across his legs. She said she was only resting there for a bit so she could write in her star diary. Whenever she wrote down how she felt that day, she imagined a new star appearing in the sky. Lee asked what she'd write tonight. A little shy, she said she'd write that his thighs were soft like a pillow, and that she'd hug him like one while she slept. He said he'd do the same. Haemian asked if he meant it or was just joking. Then she asked if he was scared to be serious. He said he wasn't scared, he was just drunk. Maybe they should both go to sleep. But Lee said he wasn't that drunk. He really did want to hold her while they slept. Then he asked if she'd let him. Haemian asked if he had the courage to do it. If he wanted to try, she wouldn't stop him. At that, Lee lunged toward her, and they both fell to the floor. Haemian got a little nervous. He admitted he'd been holding back for a long time. He didn't want to treat her carelessly. He understood, and hugged him back. so they held each other that night. After a quiet moment, he asked if he was asleep. He was. Lee had fallen asleep while hugging her. He was probably exhausted from staying up late to study, so she lifted him up and put him on the bed. She took a drink and said he'd made her heart race, which only made it more disappointing that he passed out right after. Since they had agreed to sleep together, she hugged him as he slept. Lee smelled like fabric softener and it was driving her crazy. Even his skin smelled good, but she still hadn't told him she was Loom Afternoon. She still hadn't shown him all of herself. Here she was, hiding like a coward, watching his reaction and soaking in everything about him. She wasn't sure if it was right to do this. Maybe the one without the courage to hold the other wasn't Lee, but her, hiding who she really was. The next morning, he woke up with a headache. He had no idea how he ended up in bed. The last thing he remembered was talking with Hamian about her uncle's band. He couldn't remember the rest, but decided it didn't matter. Better to sleep more. She had probably gone home already. Then for some strange reason, the blanket beside him felt stiff. Maybe something was under it. And then Heian woke up. That nearly scared him to death. She asked if he slept well. Lee couldn't believe they had slept in the same bed. He could only hope he hadn't done anything crazy last night. A few minutes later, Heijin dried her hair. While Lee made ramen, he kept wondering if they had really slept together in the same bed, and whether he'd done something weird while drunk. Then he asked what was up. Heijin wanted to know his schedule for today, whether he'd be busy. He said he had work today, and after that he'd stay home to check some assignments. She said that was good because he could rest a little. He had looked really tired yesterday. He said he'd eat ramen before work since his shift started at 1. Then he offered to let her stay at his place until then. Heijin asked if he just wanted to spend more time with her. Lee said that wasn't it. He just thought it would be tiring for her to go home and then head back out again. But she said it was fine. She wanted to go home, relax, and change clothes. That didn't mean she disliked his place. It was just that her home was closer to the studio than his. Hearing that, he almost told her she could come by any time, but he stopped himself. Heijin couldn't just keep coming over for no reason, and he had nothing of hers here. Then he asked him something. Do you work out? She says she only works out at home on her days off. Sometimes she goes jogging in the morning, and she used to be on a track team. Hearing that, she says she figured as much. Lee asks why she wanted to know, and she admits it was because of how his body felt. She would know since she hugged him last night. She thought he looked broad even in clothes, but when she held him, she realized he was really solid, with strong arms. Then she asks if he hugged her back. Doesn't he remember? Out of nowhere last night, he pulled her in and said he'd been holding himself back from doing that. Lee is stunned. He wants to believe she's joking, but Heijin says no. It really happened. Doesn't he remember? When he grabbed her, he held on so tight she thought she might not sleep at all that night. But then he passed out, so she just stayed beside him and slept too. He quickly apologizes. He must have been really drunk, but Heijin brushes it off and says she liked it too. She really did. It had been a long time since someone hugged her that tightly. At least she learned something new. People's bodies are firmer than they seem. She tells him not to overthink it. Everything was fine. For now, she'll wash the dishes. Later that day, while people jog through the park, Lee runs past at full speed. He's been studying so much lately that he barely worked out. He's probably out of shape now. Of course, he tells himself this is just for health, not because he wants to impress Heijin. Still, when he thinks about her, if she likes him being in shape, that does make this feel pretty good. He decides on one more lap, then plans to go home and do 1,000 push-ups. Meanwhile, at Heijin's job, she's drawing on her tablet. The character looks a bit like Lee. She thinks about posting it on Instagram later. Just then, the guitarist Ki-hun catches her off guard, teasing her for acting suspicious, like she's looking at something dirty on her tablet. She says she doesn't watch stuff like that, then asks why he's there. Ki-hun says his other team booked the place for 3 in the afternoon. Then he changes the subject and tells Hae-shin he got drunk with Hyun-sung last night, asking if they kept hanging out after she left. They drank until sunrise, had expensive drinks, and Hyun-sung paid. Ki-hyun says they got closer and even met each other's bands. Before they went home, they also had a short talk. Hyun-sung asked if he wanted to do a live clip for the collab. In other words, a live compilation video. Basically a music video shot with multiple cameras. That way Hae-shin's face could be hidden through editing or camera angles, and it could still be done live. Hyun-sung wanted to try it, but before deciding, he wanted Ki-hyun to check with him first. She says she expected that Hyun-sung clearly wants more than just music production. If she can find a little courage and keep making music, Lee might show a whole new expression on his face. For now, she'll think about it. Maybe she can do it without showing her face. Later on, we're back with him. His muscles hurt badly from working out. He really shouldn't have rushed back into training. Even so, it was a full day. He had breakfast with Hae-shin, exercised, and finished his assignment. He also listened to Long Afternoon's new song. Then he arrives at work and sees the other cafe employee. Lee expected to see his boss, so it feels strange that she's missing. Did she go out to buy something? He heads to the storage room and changes into his summer uniform. It's time to switch shifts. If the boss comes in, he'll tell her he arrived first. But his coworker tells him the boss can't work tonight. She called in sick about an hour ago. Lee asks what happened. She says it looked like a bad cold. The boss got chills after coming in. Then her fever shot up, so she went to the hospital. Hearing that, he decides to call her later. For now, it's time to work. It must have been rough handling things alone. That's why she stayed. It would be hard for Lee to manage by himself. Her name is Shinju, she's 23, works late shifts, and is a student on break. She's helping him just for today. She can handle customer deliveries while making drinks. Meanwhile, Lee calls his boss to check on her. She tells him it's nothing too serious. She's just getting IV fluids at the hospital because she overworked herself. It was probably made worse by drinking too much while watching a drama the night before. Then she asks if he can manage the shift or if she should call in extra help. Lee says Shinju already offered to stay and help him this afternoon. That means Shinju is working 2 shifts today. He even brought that up, but since she's a student on break and free during the day, she said it was fine. The boss says she'll pay overtime. She doesn't mind that, but if Shinju leaves after her shift, he will have to close the shop alone. Meanwhile, the boss will get some tests done and head home. Lee tells her to rest. He's just glad she's okay. After the call, Shinju asks what the boss said. He explains that Shinju can stay until night for overtime pay, and the boss also told them not to push themselves too hard. It'll be tough, but he hopes they can work well together today. The afternoons get busy, and handling it alone wouldn't be easy. At least Shinju can manage it. Luckily, she's outgoing and good with people, so she won't fumble at work. For now, he goes to take out the trash and handle a few orders. Before he leaves, though, she brings up something she heard. The boss told her Lee is in his 4th year of college, so he's older than she is. From now on, he can speak to her casually since she's 23. He keeps that in mind. Then he leaves her at the counter and takes out the trash. On the way, he thinks Shinju gets friendly fast. They've only worked together 1 day, and she's already telling him to speak casually. He also used to wonder how long things would last with someone, how often they'd meet, and how close they could get. He always went in circles, measuring the future of a relationship and keeping his distance. But back in the shop, Shinju calls out to Lee. They're in trouble. He asks what's wrong. Someone just placed a delivery order for 15 drinks and sandwiches. She needs his help. An order like that at this hour is unusual, and Shinju says every drink is different, which is driving her crazy. Lee decides to make the sandwiches while Shinju handles the drinks. So much has happened to him today, and somehow things get hardest at moments like this. Still, he's glad Shinju stayed. He worried about her since she'd only worked here for 2 months, but she seems capable and responsible, so he can trust her. Then Shinju tells him the blender isn't working. A few hours later, they finally finish. It was a really hard day, and business has been picking up as the days get longer. Before leaving, Shinju says she'll head out first. Lee tells her to be careful going home, but she says not to worry. She lives right across from the cafe. She says she'll see him tomorrow. He tells her good night. Then she leaves the shop. Meanwhile, Lee starts getting things ready to close, and as he works, he starts thinking. There's something he wants to know about her. How old is Heian? He never asked, and now he's curious. When he messages her, she says she's 39. That sounds way too high. He wants to treat it like a joke, but he doesn't know how to answer. Maybe she's lying. Right, of course she is. She has to be joking. Did he really think she might be 39? Lee says he was only shocked in case it was true. It's been a while since he felt that thrown off. So how old is she really? Is it a secret? She says it's not a secret, but suddenly asks why he's so curious. Is he trying to dig into her because she seems suspicious? He says no, it's nothing like that. Then why does he care? She doesn't know his age either. So does it really matter? After hearing that, Lee says it doesn't matter anymore. He just asked the wrong thing. She realizes that may have sounded a little harsh. She was only teasing him. So fine, she'll tell him. But first she wants one promise. From now on, when he says her name, he has to add Miss. So that's why she wouldn't say her age, just to make him call her that. He expected something more awkward. Heian says she likes being called Miss. It makes her feel like a grown woman, without sounding too formal or distant. Lee asks if this is some kind of roleplay, and she says it's not. She just likes hearing him call her Miss him. It's a little strange, but she likes it. So from now on, he'll call her that. It's not hard after all. Now then, how old is she really? Is she the same age as him? Haemin says she's 21. Lee, on the other hand, is 25. That sounds ridiculous. Isn't she already a professional? Shouldn't she have at least graduated college at 22? How can she be that young? She explains that she never went to college. She started working as soon as she became an adult. If he doesn't believe her, she can show him her ID. As for why she asked earlier if he was still in college, it's because she started working right away, so she was curious. She's still young enough to make whiskey bombs too, something Haim learned from her uncle. The next train arrives. Anyway, Lee just made her a promise. He'll keep calling her by name like he always has, except now he's expected to keep that promise and call her Miss him. Haemin talks and acts so mature that he thought she was older or at least his age. Instead, she turns out to be pretty sharp. The next day at the cafe, the boss complains that coming back after a day off makes her feel even more tired. Lee asks why she doesn't just take more time off, but she says that would cost her money. He jokes that she'll die still worrying about cash. She shrugs, money scares her more than death. Then she suddenly asks what he thinks about Heian. She's only been here 2 months, but he admits she's really good at the job. She's cheerful, great with customers, and very caring. Her only weak spot is that she still hasn't memorized every recipe. The boss says that's understandable since she hired her in a rush. Even so, she's glad Lee is here. He's the only part-timer at the cafe she truly trusts. That praise catches him off guard and makes him blush. Then changing the subject, she asks if he's busy on his next day off. He says he doesn't have much planned, so she suggests they go eat some meat. Lee asks why so suddenly, and she says it's her way of thanking him after everything she put him through yesterday. He jokes that cash would be a better thank you. She fires back that she already paid him, and when he says more money is always better, she calls him an ungrateful bastard. Still, she wants them to grab drinks too, though he says she could just grill meat at home. She refuses. She wants a real restaurant because eating meat alone at home and washing the dishes after is just depressing. That's why she wants them to go together. Then she asks if he's in. Lee thinks it over. Since he does have some free time, he starts asking what day works, then notices she's staring somewhere else. He asks what's wrong. She tells him to watch the counter for a second. At one of the tables, Hyun-sung is listening to the song he made with Haein. He thinks the studio engineer's mixed version feels more complete overall, but his own mix has charm too. It's rougher, yet each instrument stands out, and the retro feel of Long Afternoon really comes through. He loves both versions, so choosing is hard. He decides he'll go back to the studio and compare them again on his monitors. Then he hears a camera sound. Someone has been secretly taking pictures of him. He says this isn't the first time, but it's embarrassing in a place like this. It keeps happening, and it's getting worse. He'd rather people just ask for a photo, or maybe they don't even want one. Either way, he doesn't want to cause trouble for the cafe. So the boss steps in and stops the guy taking pictures of Hyun-sung. She tells him he's not allowed to film other customers. Hyun-sung notices what she's doing. The guy in the cap denies it, saying Hyun-sung is on TV and famous anyway. The boss doesn't care. Famous or not, everyone here is a customer, and she tells him to stop. The guy snaps back that he's a customer too, so how can a cafe worker talk to him like that? But the boss knows he still hasn't even ordered. She normally lets people sit for a while before ordering, but she can't stand watching someone bother other customers. So he can either order a drink or leave. Intimidated, the guy threatens to ruin the place online, chase them across social media, and drive them out of business. She just tells him good luck and says goodbye. Hyun-sung apologizes, feeling bad for causing trouble. The boss tells him not to worry. There's always some noise at the cafe. It comes with the job. She just hopes Hyun-sung comes back again, because she knows he likes their cappuccino. He smiles and says yes. It's the best cappuccino he's ever had. After finishing his drink, he heads out. That whole thing was annoying. Being famous really looks exhausting. Lee praises his boss for handling it perfectly. She kept a regular customer and kicked out the problem. She says it's not that simple. If he only stands around watching, that's the fastest way to make work miserable. Then she asks again if he's coming for meat. She wants beef this time. He sighs, then agrees. He says they should go together, and he's already looking forward to it. They decide to meet after 7. The next day, Lee waits around while looking at his phone. He notes that summer internship season is coming, and he still hasn't visited any companies. Maybe he can wait a little longer. Thinking about it now, he realizes he may be overthinking. It's not that urgent. He shouldn't put so much pressure on himself. The job hunt is still going as planned, and if he just keeps at it, it should pay off. So for now, he decides to listen to Long Afternoon. He really likes the new song, and it helps him relax. But when he opens the app, he notices something. Long Afternoon's album cover is sitting around the top 40 on Spotify's indie recommendations. That's how he sees it. But then he spots his boss, and she isn't alone. Shinjo came with her. He didn't know Shinjo would be coming too. The boss says Shinjo worked hard that day as well, so she deserves some meat. Shinjo greets Lee and he greets her back. Now it's time for their meat party. Today's goal is to eat a whole load of beef. It's been a while, so they're not leaving until they're full. Shinjo grabs Lee by the arm and tells him to come on already. She hasn't had beef in a long time either. He goes along with it, though he has no idea why she suddenly grabbed his arm. It feels a little strange. Still, today is supposed to be about beef and nothing else. Then the scene shifts, showing Shinjo working on music. She keeps testing ideas for her next track, but for some reason nothing sounds right. Maybe the rhythm is off, or maybe she's just hungry. Beef sounds pretty good. Now we're at the meat restaurant, where beef is cooking right at their table. The boss says it tastes amazing. When you're worn out, nothing beats juicy beef. She tells Lee and Shinjo to eat fast before it's gone, but she doesn't need to. They're already digging in. Then she asks the server for another bottle of soju. He reminds her she just had a bad hangover, so isn't more alcohol a bit much? She says it's fine and quotes the old idea, fight poison with poison. He can only ask if that saying is even real. He tells her to drink in moderation since no one's around to take care of her. She says that's why she invited him. Then Lee flatly says he has no plans to babysit her. Shinjo watches them with a suspicious look. She's noticed the two of them are really close, so she asks the boss if they knew each other before this. The answer is no. They've just worked together for a while, and that's why they get along so well. Sometimes they eat out like this too. Since both of them live alone, the boss often invited him out on their days off, so neither of them had to spend the time alone. That surprises Shinjo. Then she asks the obvious question. Are they dating or something? He has no idea why she'd think that. They just eat together. Shinjo says it still sounds suspicious. When a man and a woman go out alone to eat, that's exactly what couples do. He insists it doesn't have to mean romance. The boss jokes that she did try flirting with him, but this idiot played hard to get and made it annoying. He tells her to stop making things up, and she gives him a teasing apology. While eating, Shinjo keeps staring at him. Then she asks if he lives alone, and since he doesn't seem to have a girlfriend, maybe Lee answers that yes, he lives alone and no, he doesn't have a girlfriend. But the boss cuts in and asks if there is someone he likes. Curious. Now Shinjo asks who it is. Is it someone she knows? Maybe it's Juyong from the morning shift. He says he doesn't even know the people from the morning shift. The person his boss means is just someone he runs into often. They haven't even exchanged numbers, so it's hard to call it romantic. Still, when he thinks about it, if someone asked what kind of relationship they have, he'd probably say it's someone he wants to keep talking to. Shinjo studies him quietly. Then she notices his glass is empty and asks if he wants another round. Lee says yes. The boss jumps in, saying her glass is empty too, and complains that they're leaving her out. She tells them to pour faster. Tonight they're drinking to the end. Shinjo likes that plan, but Lee definitely does not want to drink himself to death. Meanwhile, at Hyen's music studio, she's lying on the floor playing around with some music. She says this isn't the kind of music she wanted. The song feels too predictable, so she wonders if the pre-chorus should change. Just then, her uncle walks into the studio and asks her what she wants for dinner today. Seeing her on the floor, he asks why she's lying in the practice room. Is she rehearsing or trying to be Jimi Hendrix? Hyacinth says no, she's not performing anything, she's just stuck because the song won't come together. Her uncle finds that strange. It's been a while since she had writer's block. Usually songs come to her easily. He says it happens sometimes. You can't always work the same way, and this time she doesn't know why, but she wanted to write this song more seriously. That's why it's taking longer. So her uncle suggests going out to eat so she can clear her head. Haepin asks what about the music studio. Her uncle says the guys practicing there are his friends, so if he tells them he's stepping out, they'll handle it. It's better to eat now, and maybe she can meet some new people. Who knows? She might get an idea for the song. He agrees. They'll decide what to eat on the way. She's fine with that. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the boss says she feels lonely. Lee asks what's wrong. She was the one who wanted beef, and now she's complaining. The boss says the problem is that once she gets home, she'll be alone again. Sometimes she wonders if divorcing was a mistake. He gets upset hearing that again. They promise not to talk like that. She apologizes. Then she says maybe they should do a second round at a whiskey bar. She'll pay. He says he has class tomorrow, so he's done for the night. Shinjo says she ate too much too. The boss calls them boring. She was going to treat them to expensive liquor. Still fine, she'll go alone. Lee asks if she's really going to drink by herself. She says it's okay. She knows the owner of the bar, so they should both get home safely. He worries she might pass out again. If she feels sick, maybe he should come get her. Shinjo gives him a suspicious look. Then she grabs Lee's arm. She asks where he wants to go. There's a draft beer place nearby that she likes. Does he want one drink there? He reminds her she just said she was full. Shinjo says that was because if she stayed with him a little longer, that was enough for her. Still, with no pressure, she asks for just one drink before they head home. Lee hesitates. Honestly, he's tired. Shinjo notices something is off. She asks if he's thinking about that person. He said he has something with. In the end, it's only something. Not a confession, not a real relationship. If he takes it too seriously, he'll only hurt himself. Maybe that person is just playing with him. Lee doesn't like that way of thinking. But even if she's right, and that person is just playing around, he still wants to be serious. When he likes someone, he'd rather be honest. Even if he gets rejected, heartbroken, and ends up crying alone, he still wants to be direct. So he decides he'll only drink with Shinjo during work gatherings. He apologizes for turning her down. For some reason that makes her happy. She tells him he really is a good guy, so he shouldn't feel bad. She truly just wanted to be friends. They can drink together another time, when the boss is there. Lee understands, but why is she still holding his arm? Shinjo says it's just a habit. She even does it with the boss. He says it still feels a little awkward. Shinjo tells him it's only a little affection. She seems completely drunk now. No wonder people say dealing with drunk people is harder. As Lee keeps walking, he locks eyes with Haemi, who is crossing the street with her uncle. The problem is he has never met his uncle, so he has no idea who the man beside her is. And he doesn't know who the woman beside him is either. A big misunderstanding is starting. She crosses the street, leaving him confused. He never expected to run into Heirin outside like this, but more than that, who was the person holding onto his shoulder? He is wondering who the woman holding Lee's arm was. She wonders if that was his girlfriend, while he wonders if that man was her boyfriend. But before that happened, we need a quick flashback. Before they crossed the street, he told her uncle her phone map showed a good restaurant nearby. He warned her not to stare at her phone while walking. So she told him to hold on to her while she guided him, and her uncle called her silly. Meanwhile, the boss was already having a few drinks at the bar. She says when people act too formal with her, it makes her feel old, but everyone has their own way. After that run-in, we get a wave of purple. For some reason, Lee seems like he's drowning in a purple sea. He yells for help at the top of his lungs because he doesn't know how to swim. but no one hears him and the waves just keep pulling him away. Then we learn it's only the smoothie Lee was making. He keeps stirring it around, lost in thought, turning the straw for way too long. His boss snaps at him for spacing out and tells him to make 2 plum drinks for customer 13. He says they're not ready yet. She asks what the hell he's doing. Did he become a drink sharpener or something? Why is he taking so long? He apologizes and says he'll do it now. The boss says forget it, she'll handle it. For now, he should take out the trash and get some air. If he's still acting like this when he comes back, she'll punch him in the stomach. Lee apologizes and says he gets it. He steps outside the shop carrying 2 bags of trash. He's been distracted all day. He was supposed to write an autobiography, but he couldn't get out a single line. Then he remembers Heirin and that guy looking so close, almost like they were hugging. If they were acting like that, then they must be really close. For some reason that thought makes him upset. He doesn't know what's going on. She told him she wasn't dating anyone. Was he the only one taking this seriously? Had she been pretending the whole time? Then did all the time they spent together mean nothing to her? In his anger, he kicks the trash and gets even more annoyed thinking Heirin might have been playing with him. Then he calms down and fixes the bags. Just thinking that guy could be her boyfriend already hurts more than he can handle. Even though she said it was fine if they just kept meeting and talking, now he wants to be the only one for her. Elsewhere at Hyunsoon's music studio, Haein listens to the song she and Hyunsoon made, but she's clearly distracted. Hyunsoon suggests remixing it. His engineer stayed up all night working from her version. In a dull voice, she says okay. Hyunsoon says he also made a test version and asks if she wants to hear it. He tried to make the long afternoon part stand out more. He just says he can do whatever he wants. He doesn't need her telling him what to do. Haim-sung notices she's distracted. He asks for her attention. She can't keep acting like this. No matter how she feels, she still has to do her job right. Maybe this is just a hobby to her, but this song is teamwork. The band, the engineers, and everyone on the project have put in long hours. If they do this halfway and it all falls apart, the blame will land on him, so he needs her to stay serious to the end. Haein takes his words seriously and apologizes. She admits she was being cold. Kim Hyosung is glad she was honest. At least, he says that was the producer side of him talking. But now he wants to ask something personal. Did something happen? She's been looking down all day. Haein answers quietly that it's nothing, but when she remembers Lee with that short-haired girl, she can't stop thinking about it. Just the thought of it irritates her. She stands up and runs a hand through her hair. It's just so annoying. Then Haein says she really doesn't understand people. Confused, Kim Hyosung asks what she means. She says people act nice to your face, like harmless little puppies, but behind the scenes they're totally different. She wants to believe that person wouldn't lie to her. She knows she may not have the right to say that, but she can't help it. She knows that and it still bothers her. Kim Hyosung says he doesn't know the full story, but whenever you get to know someone, don't dive in too deep. Other people's minds are like the bottom of a river. You never really know what they're thinking. Even if you want to know how deep it goes, you can't fully know. And if you jump in expecting deep water and it's shallower than you thought, you're the one who gets hurt. So have some trust, but keep your expectations low. Too much expectation only twists how you see the other person. Haein knows he's right. No matter how much she hopes, people won't act the way she wants. And that scares her. That's why she hides behind Wakan, her online cartoon persona. But Lee has been spending time with her this whole time, or was he only after something shallow? Who knows? Maybe he doesn't see it that way. Still, it bothers her to think it might mean nothing. She's furious and wants to dump out everything she's been holding in. More than anything, she wants to see his stupid face again. Later, they meet by the train tracks. Lee arrives at the station and finds Singhai waiting there. That alone feels unusual. She's standing instead of sitting on the bench like always. Maybe this is really the end. Is she avoiding the topic because she has a boyfriend? But whatever, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to bother her, and after tonight they may never meet again. Even so, he walks over to her without thinking. He needs to talk to Singhai. She asks what he wants to say. Lee tells her he knows she has a boyfriend. Kim Hyosung quickly reminds him she already said she doesn't. He says he saw her with a man the other day. Wasn't that her boyfriend? After thinking back, she says it might have been her uncle. Lee doesn't buy it. How could her uncle be that young? He asks if she really expects him to believe such an obvious lie. Then Kim Hyosung fires back. She saw him with his girlfriend too, walking arm in arm with another girl. He remembers and explains that girl was just his part-time co-worker. Kim Hyosung's kind of anti-fraying. She mocks him, asking if he walks around linked to every girl he knows, like some rock band singer. He says the co-worker grabbed his arm first. As for that date, it wasn't a date at all, just a work dinner. Henlai points out that being alone with a girl sure looks like one, so he explains there were 3 people at first, including his boss, but she left early. The two keep arguing back and forth. Finally, he's had enough. If she won't believe him, what's the point? Talking more will just waste time. So that's what Singhai thinks? That this is all a waste of time? Just then, the next train starts to arrive. Singhai says that's not what she meant. Talking to him isn't a waste of time. If that's true, then she wants him to spend one night with her. Just the two of them. He'll prove he's someone she can trust. He wants to show her who he really is. Confused, Singhai asks what he means by showing his real self. Meanwhile, boss Haein is out buying drinks and can't decide what to get. 2 cans of beer? Maybe 4? or maybe bottled beer instead. She keeps going back and forth. She wants to drink while watching a new romance drama, and just imagining it makes her zone out. In the end, she picks just one can, then stops to think. No, better not drink tonight. She already drank yesterday, and lately her hangovers last longer. Even her stomach feels off. Getting older is sad. Even if you have money, you can't always enjoy what you want. Then someone suddenly calls out to her. It's Lee, with Shinhai beside him. He raises a hand to greet his boss. Both of them look out of breath. She asks what he's doing here. Did he miss the last train and come back? He says no. He came because he needs to confirm something. First, he introduces Helen to Shinhai and explains she owns the cafe where he works part-time. Shinhai shyly greets her. He is glad to meet her, and Shinhai is nothing like she expected. So this is the girl he always runs into on the train. She's not the type Hamian imagined, but she is cute. No wonder Lee likes her. He brings up the dinner they had last night with him and Hyun Sung. He confirms it. They all had dinner together and she treated them to meet. He asks her to explain about Hyun Sung that night. He wants his boss to confirm that he and Hyun Sung are only co-workers who happen to eat together. He finally understands why he brought Shinhai here. She confirms it. They're just co-workers. In fact, that was the only time they really talked. They see each other almost every day, but only for about 10 minutes during shift changes, since one works nights and the other works days. Now Shinhai gets it. To make it simple, Haein tells her Lee and Hyun Sung aren't in a relationship. She wants Shinhai to understand that, but Shinhai says she saw them linked arm in arm. He knows what she means. Shinhai-sung is just very friendly and clingy. She even wraps her arms around him when they're alone. She did the same with Lee when he walked her home and he told her not to. It's probably just a habit. Maybe she grew up in a very affectionate family. He can only hope Shinhai believes them. He's told her the truth. Shinhai looks him straight in the eyes and says she'll believe him. He finally relaxes. Things got pretty tense there. Haein asks if they want a ride. At this hour, the buses and subway are done, so neither of them can get home easily. She offers to drive them. He thinks that sounds great, but Shinhai says she can't. She and him need to go somewhere else. The two of them have to go together. Now it's her turn to prove the truth. He sort of understands. Shinhai apologizes to him for taking up her time, but he says it's fine. Then Shinhai asks Lee to come with her, and he agrees. The two say goodbye to him, so everything worked out. But now that he thinks about it, one beer tonight still sounds too good to skip. Elsewhere, someone is playing a Dragons and Knights game and losing badly. Shinhai's uncle can't figure out why it's so hard. He has the strongest partner character in the game, yet still can't even use the powers right. In the end, he just can't clear it. Then the doorbell rings. It's strange for someone to come this late at night, so he goes to check. He finds Shinhai there and asks who the guy beside her is and why they both came. Shinhai says she needs him to answer one thing. She wants him to confirm that she's really his niece. Her uncle has no idea what she's talking about. Then he learns the guy next to her thought he was her boyfriend. The whole thing is so sudden, and he can't imagine how that misunderstanding even happened. It's embarrassing. Shinhai says he's way too much older than her to be her boyfriend. Her uncle argues he's not that old. She says she meant older, not old, but that doesn't help much. The two start bickering. Lee thinks back to that day. It's obvious these two are close. Now he knows Shinhai was telling the truth, and that puts him at ease. It also makes him feel a little embarrassed for getting it wrong. Then the uncle asks who Lee even is and why he made such a dumb mistake. Is Shinhai his girlfriend? He quickly says no. He just wondered why. Shinhai scolds her uncle for talking nonsense and tells him to go back inside and get some sleep. This conversation is over. He agrees, but asks how they plan to get home, since everything is already shut down. Shinhai says they'll figure something out, maybe a taxi or maybe they'll walk. But at this hour, taxis cost extra, and walking all the way home isn't realistic. Her uncle thinks for a moment, then tells them to wait there. He'll get them a car. Shinhai knows he doesn't own one. He plans to borrow one, though it's late. Still, he knows a few people in the neighborhood. He says he'll go ask for a car and tells them to come down when he calls. Shinhai tries to stop him, but he rushes off, saying he wants to rest soon. Shinhai apologizes for how stubborn her uncle is, but Lee is just thankful he wants to help. He doesn't know what to say. The more he thinks about it, the more this feels like his fault. He shouldn't have dragged Shinhai all the way here. He's been running around with her and causing trouble. Even though he isn't her boyfriend, he feels pathetic. Then Shinhai calls to him and says the night air is a little cold. He agrees it's still spring after all. Maybe this is the moment to make up. Like always, they can talk about something fun again. Shinhai wants to sit somewhere warm next to Lee and chat about silly things. She holds out her hand, asking him to take it and make peace. He hesitates for a second. Jinhai asks what he's doing. Doesn't he want to hold her hand? Isn't he going to make up with her? Lee says that's not it. He just spaced out. Of course he wants to make up with her. He apologizes for the misunderstanding and says he should have been the one to fix this, not Jinhai. Clearing things up, fixing their bond, and changing the mood for the better. That should have been his job. Jinhai apologizes too for doubting him. Then she changes the subject. His hands are bigger than they look. He says they seem normal to him, but Jinhai disagrees. His hand feels much bigger than hers. So they press their palms together to compare, and sure enough, Jinhai's hands are tiny. She says it's not that her hands are small, it's that he is bigger than her. He is amazed and wonders how she even plays guitar with such small hands. That makes her laugh. What do you mean, Cedric C? What kind of piano are you talking about? She explains that guitar and piano work differently. On guitar, an octave is easier on small hands, and on piano, she usually only reaches from C to E. He thinks she's joking, but Heian insists she's serious and says she'll prove it later. He still finds that hard to believe. He says he used to play piano too when he was younger. As he talks, she quietly watches him. Then she suggests they go inside and wait there for her uncle. They can sit down and talk like usual until it's time to leave. Lee agrees. He also asks what her uncle does. Haylene says he runs the studio where she works. He wonders if that makes it a family business, but she says she just works there. The two head into the room. It's a pretty cozy place. He tells Lee to rest on the beanbag while she looks for something to drink. He says okay. While she searches for drinks, he looks around the room. He notices a band poster and an instrument, which reminds him that Hay once said her uncle used to be in a band. He settles into the beanbag. He also spots a game console, something he's always wanted. Thinking back, she talked about her uncle a lot, so she probably came here often to hang out. That makes Lee wonder what she was like as a kid. Meanwhile, she checks the fridge and finds a bunch of leftover takeout. He figures she must have been even cuter when she was younger, maybe really popular too. Now he wants to see her school photos. Hyphen comes back with a can and hands it to him. She says it took a while to find, but it's only warm apple juice. Even so, Lee thanks her. Then she suddenly sits right beside him. He asks why she's so close. Hyphen says there's no choice. There's only one beanbag. So he starts to move away to give her more room, but he tells him to stay still. She says it's more comfortable if they lean on each other, and the beanbag is old now. The padding isn't as good as it used to be. So Lee shifts back beside her like she asked. That leaves them pressed very close together. She asks if this feels better, and he admits it does. Heijin explains that because the beanbag is old, she can't balance well on it alone. Whenever she comes here to hang out, she usually sits like this. He gets it. Still, once again, he feels like she's leading him along. It's the middle of the night, and she brought him here because of what happened with him. He feels like he should do something, not just to ease the awkwardness, but maybe to bring them a little closer. Heimian asks why he's looking at her like that. Lee says it's nothing. He was just thinking that she seems really close to her uncle. Earlier, they looked more like friends than family. She says that's true. They really are close, and her uncle took care of her when she was little. She says she has an older brother, but the age gap was big, and he was always busy studying. Her parents worked a lot too, so she spent plenty of time alone. Back then, her uncle would visit and play guitar for her. She says he was really handsome then, but now he looks like a total old man. He tells her uncle still looks good. She disagrees. He stays up all night playing games, and now his eyes are full of wrinkles. He says that's not so bad. Then another thought hits him. There's something he wants to ask. He heard her uncle call her by a cute nickname. Hire says that's normal, and asks why he wants to know. He admits he wants to call her by a cute name too. Since they're close, that should be okay, right? He isn't sure. She says she likes the way they talk now, but Lee doesn't. He complains that they always do what Heian likes, and this time he wants to do what he likes. He can't figure out why he's acting like this all of a sudden. He looks like a sulking puppy and way too cute doing it. So she finally gives in. He can call her that, but only 10 times, no more. Lee lights up and agrees right away. Then he starts calling her hey over and over. Hey, hey, hey. He says it so many times it clearly goes past 10. She asks what he's doing since he already went over the limit. He admits he wasn't counting at all. He just wanted to tease her. Then he asks if she really doesn't want to hear him call her that. Hyun says it didn't bother her. It just made her a little embarrassed. Since that's how it is, now it's her turn. She starts calling him by name again and again. She even sings it. And hearing it like that makes him blush. Lee asks why she keeps going when she's already said it more than 10 times. Hyun says she only wanted to do the same thing he did. Or did he not want to hear it? That leaves him speechless. He quickly says that's not it. But now she should understand how he made her feel. It's embarrassing. Lee can't understand himself. All she did was say his name. So why is he reacting like this? His heart is pounding hard. He never thought something this small would hit him so much. Haerin goes quiet for a moment. She remembers something Hyuna-sung once told her. When you meet people, don't get too deeply involved too fast. A person's mind is like the bottom of a river. Even if you want to know how deep it is, you can't really tell. And if you jump in and it's shallower than you thought, you're the one who gets hurt. So it's safer to know people with lower expectations. If you expect too much, you start seeing them wrong. She's been hurt before, and she doesn't want that again. But somehow, just for tonight, she wants to take a step forward. So Haenan tells Lee she has something to say. The truth is, someone betrayed her once. That only leaves him more confused. What does she mean by betrayal? To understand that, we have to look at Haenan's past. In her memory, she is playing guitar while someone records her. The girl behind the camera calls her name and tells her to look over. She asks who she is supposed to be talking to, and the girl jokes that she can call her whatever she wants. They're filming right now. He asks if they're really recording already. She hasn't even done her makeup, and it's kind of embarrassing. The girl says it's fine because he looks pretty without it too, then tells her to hurry and do something. since they're posting the video to TikTok again. Hearing that, he says it's been a while since they uploaded anything, so they should start now. The girl behind the camera tells her to sing something people actually like, not that weird foreign song, only he knows. He sounds disappointed since she thought she could sing anything. Still, she agrees to sing what her friend wants. The girl laughs and asks for a song people will know, while another friend says he looks really cute, a song everyone knows. He thinks for a moment, then agrees. The girl says okay, she's recording now. He starts playing her guitar and sings to the camera. Her three friends listen while she performs. Back in middle school, this was something Haein truly enjoyed doing with them. But now we return to the present. Lee asks, so you mean you were betrayed by your friends? He says it happened in middle school. From the moment she started there, she made a few close friends, but she still doesn't know how to explain it. What happened is hard to put into words. It seems she still doesn't fully have the courage to say it all. She worries Lee might not like what he hears, but he tells her she doesn't have to share every detail. She can talk only about what she's able to say tonight. He'll hear the rest whenever she's ready. There's no rush. Even so, she still wants to tell him. At first, they were good friends, the first ones she made at school. Back then, Haein was already playing guitar too. Because she studied music, they all seemed to support her. He believed those girls really cared about her dream. She thought they stayed by her side because they loved hearing her songs. But later she learned the truth. None of it was real. Those girls did something that still hurts her even now. She heard everything herself. That's how she found out the truth. They reposted her video online and added cruel comments with it. She still doesn't know why, but they had only pretended to be helpful and kind to her face. They smiled, said nice things, and then talked trash behind her back, saying the guitar looked ugly, the song sucked, and she'd probably end up taking off her clothes and dancing next. Every word was meant to tear her down. Worst of all, most of it came from the girls she called friends. They laughed while looking down on her. They called her full of herself just for making music, and acted like her talent meant nothing. They said her life would end in failure. That kind of betrayal hits hard. After hearing it, she started getting dragged down by dark thoughts. What do the people close to me really think? Do they see me as a failure? Are they laughing at me? Thoughts like that make her panic. Sometimes she's even scared to say she's long afternoon. Lee clearly heard how much pain that left behind in Haein. He can't just sit there and do nothing. He takes her hand and thanks her. Even after all that, she still found the courage to tell him first. He thanks him for opening up about something so personal. Then he admits he's been enjoying their time together lately, talking about long afternoon and music with her. Once again, he thanks her for being brave enough to say it. This is how he truly feels about Hadrin. She has no words. Instead, she thinks about Lee, what kind of person he is. He's really kind. He's open about how he feels. And when he speaks, it comes from the heart. He's also willing to listen. The Lee she sees now is someone she can trust. He even cares deeply about his band. That makes her laugh a little. He doesn't even need to say anything. His face gives everything away. His face? She says yes. She can read it all from his expressions. Feelings show on people's faces, so she figured if he ever lied, she'd catch it right away. Lee never thought that was true. He always believed he had a poker face. Haven asks what he means, and he tries to joke it off. But he says he's serious. Even his boss says he looks cold with customers. He asks if that's not just because he doesn't want to work. He never saw it that way. Then he suggests a test. Lee asks what kind of test, and suddenly she grabs his arm. She asks how he feels right now and says she can tell just by looking at his face. For him, this comes out of nowhere. Haeblon moves even closer, trying to read what he's thinking. He gets flustered and asks her to wait a second. This is getting dangerous. She's way too close and he can feel her through his arm. He asks why he's turning away. If he does that, she can't do the test. She tells him to look at her for a second. Then something catches his eye, and he looks down. Haeblon notices too. Wait, is that? She turns bright red when she realizes Lee is hard. Then she suddenly says her uncle should be downstairs by now, and she'll go check and call him. He has no idea why she reacted like that. Still, one thing is certain. Lee really is an honest person. What is that supposed to mean? What did she mean by very honest? Then it hits him. He looks down at his crotch. So that's what Haemian meant. Now he's screwed. He forgot he was wearing loose pants. Now he gets why he freaked out. He waits outside. She only hugged him for a few seconds, and it ended like this. She's shocked for more than one reason. Her uncle drives them in his car. Lee still can't forget what happened at the house, and Haein can't forget what she saw either. Her uncle asks why they're so quiet. Did they fight again? She says no, it's just... Then she asks whose car this is. Her uncle says he borrowed it from Dongchul, a bar owner who stays up late. He asks if he used to play bass, and her uncle says yes. He adds that this car would be great for carrying gear. They should borrow it in summer for the rock festival. If not, they can rent it and pay Dongchul. Her uncle asks him if he knows Afterglow, and he says he does. Then he asks if he has any summer plans. He says no, not yet. So her uncle invites him to the rock festival. He asks what kind of festival it is, and Han says it's just a rock festival. Musicians from different countries gather and play for 2 days and nights. You can camp there, drink, hang out, and have fun. Her uncle is going as staff, and he is going with him to enjoy it. If Lee wants to come, she wants him to tell her. Her uncle says they should warm up with a kasabi song, but Haein wants to start with the Korean band Simikagel. They were there last year, and her uncle is tired of them. He says she's heard Kasabi enough times too, and wants Grand Sunset instead. He agrees. Thinking about summer, he figures he probably won't have much free time because he'll be getting ready for work. Still, he wants to make it to that rock festival, even if it's just to spend time with her. The next morning, we're at the cafe. Lee walks in and tells his boss he's here to take over the shift. Boss Yuju welcomes him. She asks if he got home safely, and apparently she already told Shinreo about it too. He awkwardly says yes. For some reason, he can already tell this will be annoying. He goes into the staff room to change, then comes back to his spot. Boss Yuju hands him a soda to try. Lee hesitates and asks why she's giving it to him before break. She says it's a new recipe and wants his opinion on the taste. But she also wants the full story. What happened after that night? Since she helped him, she says she deserves to know at least that much. Nervously, he says they made up normally, and that was it. Shinreo was hoping for more. People don't make up that easily. There had to be arguing, maybe some romantic tension too, right? Lee asks why Shinreo hasn't gone home yet, but she's staying because she wants to hear the story too. Annoyed, he tells her to go home. This has nothing to do with her. Shinreo just laughs and says she already heard everything. Putting that aside, he tells Shinreo not to go around hugging just anyone anymore. People could get the wrong idea for no reason, and he wants her to remember that. She goes quiet for a second. He asks if she heard him. She answers, "Yes, sir, I understand perfectly." Her tone annoys him. Then she remembers something she needs to say. Before her shift ended, she got an order but didn't finish it. After apologizing, she asks if he can handle it for her just this once. Lee is caught off guard. How can she say that now? Shinreo quickly apologizes and leaves, saying she'll see him tomorrow. So he decides to just make the drink and be done with it. He calls customer number 21 and says the 4 drinks are ready. He apologizes for the wait and gives the customer extra cookies as a courtesy. The girl thanks him. Lee feels relieved. It all went smoothly, and he almost ended up with a complaint. Then the girl at the counter calls out to her friend Arna to hand over the drink. The moment he hears that name, he looks over. He wants to check if he heard right. And yes, it really is her. The white-haired girl is the one he used to like. He hasn't seen her in a long time. Boss Yuju asks what's wrong. Did those girls say something bad about him? Lee says no. He just thought he heard the name of someone he knew, so he looked over. Yuju gets it. She says she's going to the bathroom, and when she comes back, she wants to hear more. He says okay, and stays where he is. Thinking about it now, it doesn't matter whether Arna is older or not. He isn't attached to her. He just felt a little happy hearing a familiar name. That's all. The memories came back, and he turned his head without thinking. She means nothing to him, or at least that's what he tells himself. A customer suddenly calls him over to order, snapping him back, and Lee helps them right away. A few days pass. Now we're by the train tracks. He lets out a tired sigh. He had final exams again today. On the way home, he needs to stop by the night market and buy food, since there's nothing for breakfast tomorrow. Then another thought pops up. He's too tired to deal with it now. He'll think about it later at the market. For now, he just needs rest. Maybe he feels this worn out because he's been so busy lately, or maybe he's nervous about getting ready for his job interview. Either way, he feels drained. Then we see a dream. Lee is with Arna, the white-haired girl. Our main guy asks why she ran off from the freshman welcome party. She disappeared halfway through, and everyone was looking for her. She says she just doesn't like loud places. Talking about pointless stuff annoys her too. He says she still has to make friends in her major, and they already exchange numbers. Arna asks why, and he says otherwise she'll keep being alone and eating alone too. If that's how it is, then maybe Lee should stay by her side. The offer catches him off guard, but she seems completely serious. Then she asks if he wants a cigarette. He stares at it for a moment and it looks like he's about to take it. But Haein suddenly wakes him up by calling his name. Startled, Lee asks if he heard wrong. He answers like that because he was still half asleep. He asks if he was sleeping. He says yes, I guess so. He only meant to close his eyes and rest for a bit. He had that dream again. For some reason, old memories keep coming back. For some reason, being next to Shinhai makes him feel awkward. It's not her fault, it's his own. Now fully awake, Lee greets Shinhai and asks if she wants to see something fun. It's a foreign music app he uses. A while ago, Long Afternoon showed up on the home screen as one of the top 40 indie songs. Shinhai is shocked. Is this real? He says yes. Long Afternoon got added to a playlist that recommends indie music from overseas. He even took a screenshot in case it vanished. People are finally noticing Long Afternoon, and he hopes it keeps going. While he talks, Shanhee just watches him with a smile. Lee asks what's wrong. Did he drool or something? She says no. She was just enjoying the look on his face. According to Shanhee, he looks happiest when the topic is Long Afternoon. He questions that, but admits their songs really are good. Changing the subject, Shanhee asks if he always carries his phone. He says yes, then asks why. She tells him that people who live alone should even take their phone to the bathroom if something happens. They could get stuck with no way to call for help. That freaks Lee out a little, but he says he gets it and won't forget. Still, why bring that up out of nowhere? Did she hear about some accident somewhere? Just then, the next train was about to arrive. Now we head to his house. He comes out of the bathroom after a shower. He feels refreshed. Now he has to sort the things he bought. For once, he's actually stocking the fridge. Some of it needs to go in the freezer. Then he wonders if Shinhai might come visit again. If she does, maybe they can drink together one more time. He thinks about it for a moment and suddenly something clicks. Earlier, Shinhai asked if he had his phone with him. That means she was trying to get his number so they could exchange contacts. Lee feels like a total idiot. How did he miss something that obvious? Next time they meet, he'll definitely ask for her number. But when he checks his phone, he notices something strange. He can't believe what he's seeing. Is this a long afternoon Instagram live? Why so suddenly? This has never happened before. And this stream hasn't even properly started yet. For now, that's all we know. We'll see the rest in the next part. Before that, let's go back a few hours before Shinhai reached the train tracks. In a practice room, Shinhai was playing guitar with her band, 2 guitarists and a drummer. The drummer is Ju Jung, 20 years old, a practical music major, and the drummer of Long Afternoon. The song was so intense it left Shinhai sweating. She poured all her feelings into it. When they finish, she tells the others practice is over and says they should keep that same feeling for the new recording. Ju Jung asks when they'll meet Hyun Sung. Ju Hwan says they'll rehearse at the studio the day before filming since the song is tough, and Ju Jung agrees. Ju Hwan tells Shinhai he'll leave his pedalboard behind. Then Ju Hwan calls out to Shinhai, and she asks what's up. He wants to know why she suddenly decided to do a live show. When Long Afternoon was formed, hadn't they agreed not to do live performances? Ju Chuan says he doesn't care whether the band performs live or not, as long as everyone's schedules work out, but he still wants to know why. She answers that the reason is something that started a few days earlier, at Hyun Sung's studio. There, Shinhai and Hyun Sung were listening to the song they made together. Shinhai loved how it sounded. She was amazed. The way each part came together made her genuinely happy. It was unlike anything she'd heard before and she really liked it. Hyun Sung laughs. He already knew she would. He explains that the mixing and mastering were done at a different studio because his usual setup, built for his main genre, had limits. So he asked a rock-focused studio to use a Long Afternoon track as the reference, and they finished it in a day. Shinhai is stunned, but now she understands the song sounds exactly how she imagined. She asks when it will be released. Hyun Sung says late June or early July as soon as the album cover is ready. When Shinhai asks who's doing the cover, Hyun Sung says a digital artist from their label will draw it, and Wookie will be included too. Seeing that he likes the idea, he gets to the point. Why not do a live broadcast together? She asks if he means the live clip shoot they talked about before. He says yes. He's been thinking about a few concepts for the video. Then he shows Shinhai in a clip so she can see the idea. It's from an Icelandic band called Rose of Victory. During a concert, a fabric curtain hangs in front of the stage and video is projected onto it for the opening. She knows them, they're her favorite band. Kyungsang laughs, he figured as much since they're post-rock. His idea is for her to perform behind a curtain like that so only her silhouette shows and not her face. That's the basic concept, just a backlit shadow against the curtain. She thinks it over for a moment. Wouldn't something like this cost more than a normal live clip? She also wants to know why he's doing so much, especially since this isn't even his regular album. His answer is simple. He wants to invest more because the song turned out well, and he believes fans will love it. When you perform, he says, you can feel the fans, their faces, their tears, the honest emotions of people who truly love the music. Being inside that moment, then stepping out of it as the emotion rises, makes you humble. You start thinking about their hopes for what comes next, and how you don't want to let them down. So he's just trying to give it his all. He admits it sounds a little cheesy, but music only matters if someone is there to hear it. Of course, he also hopes the song sells well. Shinhei points out that profit matters too. Anyway, if she's going to do it, she has to decide before the end of the week. She says she understands. She realizes Hyun Sung actually cares a lot about his fans. She had thought he was the type who only focused on music and never used social media. After hearing him say fans would like it, she thinks of Lee. But what does that mean? Even though she's never performed live before, she feels like she kind of understands what it means to be loved by a fan. That's when she makes up her mind and tells Hyun Sung she'll do it. She agrees to film the live video. Still, she wants to add her own idea to the concept he suggested. She asks if that's okay. Hyun Sung says of course, and that he'll set a date and text her. Shinhei agrees, and that brings us back to the present. He had explained all of this to Ji-won, so Hyun Sung was the one who convinced her. She says yes, seeing how hard he was working on the concept made her want to try too. So that's how it all happened. Shinhei doesn't catch what he said and asks him to repeat it, but Ji-won brushes it off and says he was just talking to himself. Then he asks if she'll really be okay. This will be her first concert. Even without a crowd, he's sure she'll be nervous with the whole filming staff watching. If she keeps messing up, she could become a burden. So she needs to prepare mentally too. After that, Shinhei heads toward the train tracks. She never imagined this would be her first concert. Back in middle school, she only bragged about her skills from a distance. Now she wonders what to do. At the next practice, should she ask her uncle to stand right in front of her? While walking, she finds Lee asleep. Why is he sleeping in a place like this? Should she leave him there until the train comes? Of course not. He could catch a cold, so she has to wake him up. She taps him on the back to wake him, bringing us to the same scene as before. She asks if he fell asleep, and he says yeah. more or less. He just closed his eyes for a minute to rest. She finds that a little funny. Since Lee is job hunting, life is probably hard for him. She's never looked for a job herself, so she can't be sure, but she hopes she can help somehow. Long afternoon is the only thing that connects her to him right now. Then she suddenly gets an idea and asks if he usually carries his phone. He says yes, but asks why. She tells him that people who live alone should carry it everywhere, even to the bathroom if something goes wrong. They could end up trapped. Hearing that, Lee says that's pretty scary. So she tells him not to forget and to always keep it with him. And with that, we return to the present. There aren't many people in the live, which makes sense. Most of the viewers seem to be overseas, maybe because it's midnight. Still, this is Long Afternoon's first live performance ever. That alone makes it amazing. He can't believe he almost missed it. For now, the stream only shows the outside view. Now, we cut back to Shinhei in her room. Even though the house is soundproof, she still has to sing softly at night. She'll just use the ukulele to keep the pitch. Mr. Legion is probably watching the live, but she doesn't know his account ID, so she can't check. Still, she's almost sure he's there. She knows he's listening. This is Luna Afternoon's first real concert. The song sounds beautiful. It feels like the two of them are in the same room, sharing music they both love. The city night feels bright and quiet at the same time. Around the neighborhood, everyone is winding down, watching TV or doing their own thing. In Shinhei's room, she keeps strumming her ukulele. The song goes like this. Beyond the empty sky of the day, a black star like you remains. You're like a lonely breath among the stars, and one of those black stars is you. Your path may not inspire others, but I always move because of you. The seasons race on with sunlight and inertia. Even so, the deep memories I found must still be there. I keep watching you again and again. We line up our pull toward each other, moving past the speed of light. We shared a thrilling resonance because all of this keeps repeating, and both of us are here. We're here because it repeats. Legion thinks the song is amazing. It feels like Shinhei poured her deepest feelings into it. The stream ends with a simple thanks for watching. Legion can't believe that was it. Just one song? Way too short. He wanted to hear Blue Kite too. Then it hits him. He should have recorded it. The replay isn't up yet, so he can't watch it again. That seriously sucks. But why did she suddenly do a concert at this hour? Was it some kind of clue? Or was she just bored? He really has no idea. Still, it was really good. He's so glad he caught it live. It feels like one of the best moments of his life. Just like he expected, Luna Afternoon works perfectly as a live act. Even with only a ukulele and no band, it was enough. And it wasn't AI either. That made him unbelievably happy. Did Heian see the stream too? He just hopes she didn't miss it. Then they'd have even more to talk about, and it'd be a shame to enjoy this alone. Meanwhile, back at the house, lying on her bed, she has no idea what to do. She feels dead tired. The song's pitch and rhythm felt strange to her. It all seemed like a mess. Singing in front of strangers is embarrassing, and she's shaking like crazy. Other musicians must have gone through this too. Maybe they all felt this way at first. She was so nervous, and her voice didn't come out right. She couldn't sing the way she wanted. She just hopes everyone who watched has a good memory of it. And she really hopes it was a good first live for Legion too. The next night, at the train tracks, Legion arrives in a great mood, humming a song to himself. He wonders if he'll see Shinhei today. If they do meet, they'll probably end up having a full-on fan talk after so long. And this time, he definitely needs to get her contact info. Then they can talk at home about Luna Afternoon and other music, just like always. Suddenly, Shinhei sneaks up behind him like a ghost. Legion jumps and asks how long she was there. She says since the station entrance. She asks if he slept well. He looked really worn out when she saw him at the station before. Thinking about last night, Legion asks if she happened to watch Luna Afternoon's live. Pretending not to know, Shinhei says she didn't even realize Luna Afternoon had streamed. Legion tells her there was a live performance of Dark Planet on Instagram at 2 a.m. She says that's amazing and guesses she missed it because she went to bed early. He says that's too bad. She asks how the live was. Was it good? With a teasing smile, Legion thinks back on it. Then he tells Shinhei it was weird. That's not the answer she expected. The sound quality wasn't great since it was just a phone mic, and the singing volume was too low. He tears up a little, thinking she gets why he found it strange, but he quickly adds that it was also really good. It felt like getting a random late-night call from a friend who suddenly starts singing. It was warm and personal, and because it was nighttime, Luna Afternoon sang carefully, so it didn't feel overly polished. He liked it more because it sounded heartfelt. That's why the rough audio didn't bother him. He still felt like he was at a real live show. He just hopes Luna Afternoon does another one someday. He really wants that to happen. Hearing that, Shinhei blushes a little. She says she hopes so too. Then Legion remembers something else he wanted to say. Why don't they exchange contact info? That way they can update each other about Luna Afternoon, especially if another Instagram live happens. They could also talk about other music. Shinhei hesitates. She could give him her number, but first she wants to know, would they call or text? That part makes her a little nervous. Legion asks why. Does she have a fear of phones? She says she feels uneasy when she can't see the other person's face, so she only uses her phone for work or to talk to her parents. Bad memories from the past come back to her. She remembers people talking behind her back, all because she couldn't see who they really were. It feels even worse through text. Legion notices how tense she is, so he suggests something simple. What if they just say goodnight? Hyen asks what he means. Legion explains that he always worries about her. Since they meet so late, he never knows if she got home safe. He says that would be fine. She's curious about whether Legion gets home safely too. Later in Hyen's neighborhood, inside her apartment, she drinks a glass of water. Next week, the live recording of the song she worked on with Hyun-sung will be done. For now, she needs to focus on Loon Afternoon again. She's also piled up a lot of new songs. She checks the phone that was charging. Maybe Legion already sent a message. He should have gotten home before her. She lies on the bed and opens her messages. Looks like one really did come. Legion asks if she got home safe and even sends a picture of himself to show that he made it home too. She wonders why he suddenly sent a selfie, so she texts back asking why he sent a picture of his face. Legion reminds her that she said she gets anxious when she can't see the other person's face. Hyen can't believe he took that so seriously. She starts laughing out loud, so that's why he sent a selfie. It's so funny. She never meant he had to send a photo every time he got home, but she also likes how seriously Legion took her words. The problem is she really doesn't know how to take selfies. Meanwhile, at Legion's apartment, he checks his phone to see if she replied. Hyen sends him a picture of herself and says she has a face too. She tells Legion to sleep well. The moment he sees the photo, he thinks she looks beautiful, really beautiful, and he can't hide how excited he feels. He tells Hyen goodnight too, then saves her photo to his gallery. The next day, she walks along with her phone in hand and stares at Legion's picture for a moment. No matter how many times she looks, she still thinks she's terrible at selfies. With her shaky hands, she can't even take a decent picture. Legion, on the other hand, is good at it. Next time they meet, she wants him to teach her, and then she'll send him a better photo. Suddenly, Ki-hun appears behind her and startles her. Shin-hae-in quickly covers her phone. Ki-hun asks why she always gets shocked when she sees him. She says it's because he always tries to sneak up on her. Ki-hun says he wasn't trying to. Anyway, they need to go in. The equipment should already be set up. Shin-hae agrees, and Ki-hun asks why she brought such a heavy bag. Did she pack clothes for filming? She says, yeah, more or less, that's what's inside. Legion's friends start wondering if Shin-hae's will be okay during filming. They head into the production set. Hae-jing is talking with one of the directors about a few important things. Shin-hae greets Hae-jing and he notices she's arrived. He tells her to set up her instrument and wait, since they're doing a sound check right now. Next to him is director Jo In-na, who's preparing today's stage. She's 28, a media artist, runs her own independent creative group, and represents C-Punk Letty. He greets In-na and says she looks forward to working with her. In-na bows back. His guitar case is bent almost 90 degrees, it must be heavy. Hyun-sung tells him to make a good impression because In-na is a real genius in multimedia art. Hearing that, In-na tells him to stop talking nonsense, unless he's just trying to get a discount on her fee. Then she tells him there's one last thing to confirm before filming starts. Loon Afternoon said showing faces in the video is absolutely not allowed, right? He says yes, that's the whole concept. So she asks In-na not to show her face. In-na gets it and says she'll mark that as a strict no-go. Still, she thinks it's a shame. You shouldn't judge an artist by looks, but honestly, Hae-in has a face like a painting. In-na says she'd look amazing on camera. Even the silhouette setup should work well, and she used a similar style in a past project. Still, since this is a live shoot, it's too bad they can't show her directly. Then he asks if she can use this today. In-na asks to see it and says anything is fine as long as it doesn't reflect too much light. But the moment she sees what Hapyeon brought, she goes speechless. It's a cap covered with dried leaves and 2 branches. Kin-han asks what that is and if she made it herself. She says she worked on it little by little. She added flower petals to the cap. Since the song is called Ecosystem, she wanted it to feel like nature itself was singing. And I still can't believe this is real. Kyohan admits the idea is good, but the cap looks rough. Kyohan knows that too. She may be good at drawing, but props like this should be made by pros. Even so, she brought it because she made it herself. In-na tells him they'll test it. Even if the accessory looks a little weak, it might not matter, since only the silhouette will show. She turns on the lights and tells Hae-in to stand behind the curtain. He says okay. Hyun-sung asks In-na if she really thinks that accessory will work in the shoot. In-na says, no, it looks like a kid's party hat. But since he asks, she'll at least watch it once. And that's not all. She says there's something charming about an artist trying something new. It's bold and catches your eye. Of course, if it fails, then it's just like a butterfly flapping its wings in a typhoon. She tells Hyun-sung to monitor it first and give feedback if needed. He agrees. Hae-in gets ready and starts playing guitar behind the curtain. The sound of the song is stunning. The emotion Hae-in pours into it leaves everyone amazed. No one can look away. They're all focused on his guitar playing. The song goes, we both keep breathing. Roots spread even through cracks beneath the sunlight. Through 1,000 winters and summers, the story you and I write forever. We shine like rough waves, you and I must be from another world. The melody is beautiful, and Yuna is left speechless. She's never seen anything like this before. Yoon-sung feels happy when he notices Yuna likes the music. He thinks the song is solid and asks what she thinks. Yuna says it's not bad since it's only a silhouette. Then she says she's going out for a smoke and he can handle the sound check. It's clear Yuna isn't being honest. Outside the studio, Yuna sits down. While taking a hit from her vape, she stares at her phone, excited. She can't believe the band is called Long Afternoon. On their Instagram, there are only a few photos, but she already likes what they post. She just wants Hain to release a first album soon. Not putting one out feels cruel to fans, and she can't hold back her excitement. It's been a long time since she felt this way, like being pulled in by an artist she just discovered. It feels like being back in high school when she first watched a movie that hit her hard. Even without money, even when it's hard, this is what art is about, the thrill of making something new and meeting talented artists. Meanwhile, at the cafe where Lee works, he's eating during his break. He checks his phone and keeps looking at Hadron's photo. She's really pretty. He even thinks she's good at taking pictures. Maybe because her face is so small. He already knew she was attractive, but seeing her in photos lets him stare a little longer. He wishes he had a million pictures like this. Boss Oju tells Lee his break is over. She's handling a package order, so she asks him to watch the register. He tells her to take her time. He just hopes to see Hain again and get more pictures from her. A customer comes up, and Lee asks what he wants. The boy asks for a chocolate cake. He asks if he wants a drink too. The customer says yes, so he says he'll call him with a buzzer when it's ready. Another customer steps up and he asks for the order, but the second he sees who it is, he freezes. Arna says this feels nostalgic. The last time she came here, she was a little unsure. Lee doesn't know what to say or why she's here. He still remembers that time they talked and she handed him her cigarette, passing on her habits to him. Lee asks Arna why she's here. We'll find that out in the next part. After Arna walks into the cafe, he asks why she's here. Didn't she work at a company near the station? Arna says she transferred. Now her company is across from the Mixo building. She asks how long he's worked here, whether he's in his 3rd or 4th year of college, and when he went back to class. Lee dodges it all and tells her to just order. He's not supposed to chat with customers at work. Arna says he's pretty cold, especially after not seeing each other for so long. She admits she came today just to see his face, but since he insists, she asks what tastes best here. She wants his recommendation. Lee gets annoyed because he knows she's messing with him. Still, he says the best item is the cranberry yogurt. Arna points out that it's also the most expensive thing in the shop, asking if he's some kind of businessman. He just wants her to pick something already. He still has drinks to make for other customers, so she orders a hot chocolate. He should still remember what her favorite drink is. She says her taste is like an elementary school kid's, so she wants it extra sweet. Lee answers flatly that he doesn't really remember. He clearly has no interest in being friendly with her. Arna tells him to stop joking. She knows he remembers everything. He says no, he really doesn't. It's been years. They only went to school together a long time ago, so he forgot it all. But he did remember her company used to be near the station, which means he hasn't forgotten her completely. Looks like Lee slipped up earlier. Arna knows she hurt him before, but she's still disappointed he's treating her this coldly. Back then, they were both young. A lot of time has passed now, at least after all the fun they used to have together. She wants him to greet her properly once. Otherwise, she says she might really cry. Lee avoids the subject again and says her hot chocolate is ready. He thanks her for the purchase and hopes she enjoys it. At least that makes her smile. She laughs and asks about his expression if he's really that mad. He says of course, and reminds her again that he can't chat with customers while working. So if she's done looking at his face, she should leave already. Other customers are watching, and the owner is right behind them, so he tells her to stop bothering him. Arna laughs quietly and says that excuse is pretty weak. Lee asks what she said. Arna brushes it off and says the hot chocolate is delicious. She says she'll come back another time to drink the hot chocolate he makes. He only hopes she doesn't come back again. Arna says she hopes to see him soon and leaves. Her sudden appearance really shook him. Why did she show up so suddenly? He thought he would never see her again. That snowy day was when everything happened and they split apart. After being left behind, nothing between them was ever the same. But that's all in the past. Honestly, it's annoying to keep thinking about it. He just hopes 200 delivery orders come in fast so he can stop thinking. If he keeps busy, he won't have room for anything else. After work, midnight comes. Now he's by the train tracks. Lee looks completely worn out. People say words can come true, and he never thought that after saying that, orders really would start pouring in. He was so busy he thought he'd die, and there was no time to think about anything. Maybe it's festival season, so there were lots of group orders. When he gets home, he plans to shower fast, sleep, wake up early, and do his assignments. Suddenly, he hears a camera sound. Hadron has arrived at the station and is taking pictures of Lee with her phone. He asks what she's doing and why she suddenly took his photo. He says she just took a picture of him because he had a certain vibe. She shows him the photo, and he says she's allowed to take pictures. Then Hadron remembers something and asks Lee to hand over his phone. He doesn't mind but asks why. He tells him to just give it to her for a second. She wants to show him something. He tells her not to worry. He'll pretend he never saw the sexy women saved in Lee Jun's photo album. She immediately says he doesn't keep stuff like that in his photo album, so Shiny can look if she wants. Lee Jun quickly apologizes, which pretty much proves he really does have something dirty in his gallery. Sheen Hadron laughs, then changes the phone's camera settings a bit. Once she's done, she tells Lee Jun to look at the camera. With the rear camera set to gesture shot, it will snap the picture by itself. The two of them take a photo together. It comes out well, and Lee Jun agrees it looks pretty good. From now on, when he sends her night photos, he should do it like this, so they turn out better. She doesn't want another picture like last time. That one looked weird. Lee Jun asks if he really looked that strange. She says yes, very strange. If his face is too close to the edge, the lens warps it and makes him look like a steamed bun. The front camera is also worse than the rear one. Lee Jun gets it now. Good photos have rules behind them. Then if he takes a picture like this and sends it, will Shinna save it on her phone? She says yes. She'll keep it in her phone's memory. Then she asks if Lee Jun didn't save the photo she sent him. He hesitates, then admits he did save it. That makes her happy. So in the end, Lee Jun really did have a sexy girl photo in his gallery. He has no idea why she says that. When she gets to her apartment, Lee Jun sends Shin Hae-jin the photo and tells her he got home. She sends one back and says this one is a good photo. He asks if that means the last one really made him look like a steamed bun. She laughs and tells him goodnight. Lying in bed, Lee Jun smiles when he reads her message. He thinks she's really cute. He should save this photo too. At first, he only sent pictures to reassure Shin Hae-jin, but now it's actually kind of fun. Looking back at photos they took together might become a nice memory. Then he checks his gallery and notices he still has an old photo with Arna. He thought he had backed everything up and deleted it all back then, but a few were left in another folder. He pauses and remembers how Arna looked when he saw her at the cafe. Seeing her there today really shocked him, but that wasn't all. He hated it too. The moment he saw her face, every fun memory with her came rushing back. A past he wanted buried pushed into the present, mixing cigarette smoke with sweet hot chocolate. He wants a drink to forget it all, then deletes the photo with Arna. A younger Lo Jun introduces himself. His dream is to be an astronaut or an architect like his father, and his favorite snack is what his mom makes. Then we see him at 13. He's living with his father now and dreams of becoming a pro basketball player, but after trying, he thinks he lacks talent since he's only 170 centimeters tall. Next is his 15-year-old self, a second-year middle schooler who doesn't say a word. Then comes 18-year-old Lo Jun. His goal is to get into a university near the capital, and he's working hard for it. Asked about his dream, he says he just wants a good company job and lots of money. Raising him alone must have been hard for his father, so he wants to become independent soon and let him rest. Then he asks the cameraman to cut that part, or his father will worry and probably tell him to stay by his side. What we've been watching is a film about Lo Jun's life. He ended up falling asleep in the middle of it. Arna walks over and wakes him. The movie is over. Lo Jun says he stayed up all night doing homework, so he dozed off for a bit. Then he asks if the movie was good. Arna says it was really fun. She checks the time and tells him they've already missed their major class. Hearing that, he asks what they should do. Arna holds out her hand. It's obvious what they're going to do. They'll run and try not to be late. Stage lights shine on both of them as Arna tells Lo Jun about a movie that took 12 years to finish because the child actors were filmed until they grew up. Lo Jun is stunned. It sounds crazy, and Arna says it was a movie about one boy's life. Her own life feels boring too, but she wishes that to some people it could be just a movie. For Lo Jun though, being beside Arna already feels like being in one. She tells him to look over there. The bald assistant is walking around picking his nose again. Lo Jun laughs, that guy always does that. Then Arna points out the professor's car covered in bird droppings. Maybe the bird got mad after seeing the exam. The two of them keep running around, having fun. In the middle of it, Lo Jun notices a restaurant table in a place like this. Arna says it's perfect, and asks if he wants to eat first. Lo Jun says it looks expensive, but she tells him not to worry. His Nuna is paying. The first dish is something he can't even guess the flavor of, yet it's absurdly expensive. He's never eaten anything like it. Next comes a collection of her favorite movies. The dinosaur one surprises him, but Arna chose it because she likes the scene where people die. That sounds pretty harsh. The last course is cigarettes and cold medicine, and to Lo Jun it tastes a little bitter. Dressed like a chef, Arna asks if he liked the meal. He says yes. He has no idea what it was, but it was delicious. When he was little, his father was always busy, so all he did was study. Thanks to Arna, he gets to see a new world. Hearing that makes Arna happy. Now it's time to pay the bill. Is he really supposed to do the math? When he checks the receipt, he finds a message. If he forgets everything and acts like none of this happened, the meal is free. Then the lights suddenly go out, and Arna disappears. Confused, Lo Jun wonders why everything went dark so fast, and where did Arna go? He starts shouting for her through the city. He wants her to answer. Why did she leave him? Why did she leave him alone? He knows he has no one now. Then a light fills the street, and Shin Hae-jin appears, holding a balloon shaped like a cartoon character. Lo Jun stares. What is that? An alien? Or is it he? And what's with those snail-like antennas? She asks if he's just going to stand there. He asks her to carry the receipt. She refuses, and Arna's voice tells him to take her hand, quickly, because this world is about to disappear. But it was only a dream. He had fallen asleep while studying. What kind of dream was that? It was so weird. If he's going to dream, he'd rather dream lottery numbers. Chapter 26. A person who likes new experiences. After finishing his shift at the cafe, he tells his boss he's heading out. But before he leaves, she tells him to take this. She tosses him a bag with a few things inside. He asks what it is. His boss says the whiskey bar owner gave them alcohol chocolates. She says he should share them with Shinhaen. They're expensive, so they're being handed out to the staff. Maybe if he and him eat them, they'll feel brave enough to do something naughty tonight. Lejun tells her not to be ridiculous. He arrives by the train tracks. It's been a long time since he had alcohol chocolate. The last time was when he was a kid, in his father's room. While walking, he spots Shinhaen sitting there and calls out to her. He asks what she was listening to. She says it's just a playlist she made when she was bored. He jokes that she sounds like DJ Her, and she says it's something like that. Since they're both here, he asks if she wants to try this alcohol chocolate. She didn't even know that existed. Is it chocolate that tastes like alcohol? Lejun asks if she's never had it. Then he remembers she doesn't care much for chocolate. She already told him she doesn't like sweets, so she probably won't like this either. It's pretty sweet. Still, Shinhaen doesn't want to see that look on his face, so she takes one from his hand and eats it. The taste is strange, and she can almost smell the alcohol. Lejun says it really does have alcohol in it, about 1%, so if she eats one more, will she get drunk? He says it's not that strong. It's more like a snack for drinking. Then it's perfect to give someone you want to drink with, right? Or is she wrong? Lejun gets a little nervous and asks if she wants another. Shinhaen teases him. What's gotten into him? Is he being bold now? Still, she thanks him. She hardly ever eats sweets, so she never knew something like this existed, and she thanks him for being bold. Lejun laughs, glad she liked it. Then he notices she's drinking coffee. Is that okay this late at night? If she keeps drinking coffee, she won't sleep. Lejun says he has an assignment due the day after tomorrow, and since he has no classes tomorrow, he plans to stay up tonight and finish it. The next train is about to arrive. Shinhaen tells him not to push himself too hard. Lejun says this happens all the time, so he's used to it. When he gets home, he starts finishing his assignment on his laptop. Soon, he lets out a huge yawn. It's almost 5 a.m., and his eyes keep shutting. He can't give up now. He decides to take a short nap to fight the sleep, since he's almost done. But when he checks Instagram, today's playlist from Lung Afternoon is already up. They hadn't posted one in a while, so seeing it back today surprises him. The list is full of great hidden gems. He puts it on while finishing his work, but can he really get the assignment done once the music starts? Then we move into our protagonist's dream. What did she mean when she said the world was ending? Where were they supposed to go? Shinhae thinks for a moment and suggests Liverpool, home of the Beatles, or Manchester. Lee points out both are in the UK. It seems she's just a big fan of British music. Truth is, she doesn't care where they go, because anywhere with him would feel like a whole new world. There it would be just the two of them, with no one around to interrupt. Our protagonist wakes up from that very strange dream. His face is bright red. He had that dream again, and it's not the first time. Those damn dreams won't let him sleep in peace, and he blames the liquor chocolate for all of it. At this point, it's pretty obvious what Lee used the toilet paper for. See you in the next part. The next day at the cafe, Arna walks in. Boss Yu greets her, and he gets annoyed. He told her not to come, but she showed up anyway. Arna orders a hot chocolate and a slice of cake. Yu asks if that's all. Arna says yes. She'll drink it here, then leave. Yu tells her they'll call her when it's ready. Then she asks Lee to make the hot chocolate. As he prepares it, he wonders why Arna came back again. It's starting to get on his nerves. Still, part of him thinks maybe she came because of him, but he pushes that thought away. If he keeps thinking about it, he'll go in circles. He calls for customer number 11. Her hot chocolate and cake are ready, and he hopes she enjoys them. When Arna takes her tray, she asks him something. What time do you close? Lee tells her the cafe stays open until 11:30, and drink orders stop at 11. After getting her answer, Arna walks away. For a second, he thought she'd pretend to know him, but she said nothing else. Did she really just come for hot chocolate? The next day, Arna comes back, and Yu welcomes her again. She's here again. This time, Arna orders hot chocolate and an egg tart. Yu asks if she wants anything extra. Arna says, of course. Lee wonders why she came back again, but tells himself maybe she just happened to stop by. The next day, Arna shows up at the cafe again. At this point, she's basically a regular. This time, she wants hot chocolate with cheesecake. Then she asks Yu if they have a stamp card or something like that. Yu says they do. 10 stamps get you a free Americano. Arna asks if it has to be an Americano, and Yu explains she can swap it for another drink by paying the price difference. So Arna asks for a stamp card. Yu agrees. She finds Arna a little interesting. Most people don't care about stamp cards anymore and prefer apps now. Lee says it's just her style. Arna likes collecting memories from everywhere. She prefers real keepsakes over digital ones. She also likes movies and mostly buys them on Blu-ray on purpose. Yu asks if he knows her. Lee explains Arna was his Nuna in college. She graduated before him, back when he was preparing for entrance exams, but that's all in the past now. Yu gets curious, so he's pretending not to know her. She understands he's working and can't really chat with customers, but still, isn't that a bit harsh? He says it's fine. They were never that close anyway. He really has nothing to talk about with her. Then he tells the customer to enjoy her food. Even so, Lee clearly remembers what Arna likes. Our protagonist is not very good at lying. He said they weren't close, yet he still remembers everything Arna likes. Yu doesn't want to pry. Everyone has a past, and not all of it is easy to talk about. Still, it's more fun to watch a story unfold than just hear about it. From the look of it, this is turning into another youth drama. When 11 p.m. comes, Lee tells his boss he's heading out first. Yu thanks him for his hard work and tells him to get home safe. As he walks through the streets, he thinks about how he already sent in his summer internship application. Now he just has to wait for finals and get ready to look for a full-time job. He's swamped. He only has a few classes, but the assignments keep piling up. Then he wonders again why his Nuna keeps showing up at the cafe. It's driving him crazy. Her presence only makes things feel weirder, but he can't kick her out. He's only a part-time worker. When he reaches the train platform, he finds Ginny asleep on the bench, her head slowly tipping side to side. He's never seen her this sleepy. Is she especially tired today? Ginny opens her eyes and notices Mr. Lee is there. He asks if she's worn out today. Ginny opens her eyes and notices Mr. Lee is there. He asks if she's worn out today. She says she forgot she had a recording schedule this morning, so she worked all night. She also does part-time work writing songs and a bunch of other things, so she's exhausted. He tells her to lean back and get some sleep until the train comes. He'll wake her when it arrives. Really? Then Shinhai suddenly leans against Lee's chest. She asks him to hold her by the shoulder so she won't sway. He had meant for her to rest against the wall, but she took it a different way, so he puts a hand on her shoulder and lets her rest against his chest. Her shoulders are so thin and her hair smells really nice. It feels almost too nice. In the middle of all the stress of daily life, he treasures this short moment with Shinhai. He wants to run away with her and forget everything. No work, no school, nothing else. He just wants to spend all day with Shinhai. A moment later, Shinhai wakes up. Lee asks why she got up. She looks him right in the eyes and he wonders what's wrong. Smiling, she says his nose is touching the back of her head and tickling her. Flustered, he apologizes. Then she teases him, asking if he wants to know what shampoo she uses. He says no, this is fine. He gets off the train at the final stop. He's completely worn out. Once he gets home, he plans to take a shower and go straight to bed. But first, he remembers he has to send Xinxi a photo so she knows he got home safe. Tonight, he decides to take it outside instead of at home, since indoor pictures are getting boring. Right then, his phone suddenly rings. The number is unknown. Did his dad change his number? Either way, he answers. A woman on the other end sounds surprised he still hasn't changed his number. He recognizes her voice right away. It's Arna. She barely says anything, but he knows it's her at once. So now is she done pretending they don't know each other? Lee doesn't know how to answer. He asks why she's calling from this number. Did she change phones? Arna asks if that really shocks him. She changed her number a long time ago, or did he not know? It's been a long time since they talked, so why did she call? Arna says she was just about to sleep, then suddenly thought of Lee and called him. Didn't he think about her even once? He, knowing she's just playing with him, starts to hang up, but Arna quickly asks him not to. She asks why he's being so cold. Even at the cafe, he wouldn't talk to her. Acting like that is a bit much. He knows she has a point, but what really matters is why she keeps coming to the cafe and what she wants from him. Arna says she wants nothing. She just stops by often because it's near her job. And it's not like she gets off work late every day. She can do the rest of her work there. Besides, is there some special reason she shouldn't come? Lee can feel her pulling him back into the conversation. Still, he won't get dragged in so easily. He tells Arna it just feels awkward. He hates running into people he knows while he's working. It makes him feel watched. Arna brushes back her hair, thinking about how to answer. After a short silence, she suddenly asks Lee if he's in love with someone. The question catches him off guard. Seeing him go quiet, Arna takes that as a yes. He has always been easy to read, and to Arna, that's kind of funny. Anyway, if that's the case, he doesn't need to worry. She isn't expecting anything from him. When she sees him, she doesn't finish the thought. Instead, she changes the subject and asks if he remembers that 24-hour cafe they used to go to. They used to stay up all night there sometimes, doing assignments, drinking, and waiting for the first train. He stayed with her when she didn't want to go home. Keeping calm, Lee tells Arna he doesn't remember. Did they ever really do that? Arna says she remembers all of it. The jazz playing in that cafe. Even the filthy bathrooms. To her, those were the best times she ever had. She asks if he really forgot, then brings up how they went to see a Bong Chang-soo movie after that. That was after the lecture, and she remembers the movie being pretty naughty. Lee finally admits he does remember everything she mentioned, but those memories don't mean anything special to him now. To him, they're just old stories. No matter how much Arna talks about them, nothing will change. Arna says she gets it. She's done bringing up the past and won't call him this early again. As for the cafe, she says she isn't using it as an excuse. She really just likes that place. Lee tells her to do whatever she wants. He doesn't own the cafe, so he can't stop her. Besides, if he finds a full-time job, he'll be the first one gone. He says he's hanging up, but Arna quickly asks him to wait. He asks what she wants now. Arna says she only wanted to tell him she's moving out of her parents' house. That's all. Her new place is just 2 subway stops from work, so if Lee ever gets bored, he can visit. She asks what he thinks, but his face says enough. Why would he ever go there? He can't understand Arna at all. Calling him before dawn, talking about old memories. Does she still think he's hung up on her? He starts wondering if he should block Arna's new number. Still, he doesn't decide right away. If he blocks her and cuts her off completely, things could get messy. If she keeps coming to the cafe because it's near work or school, he'll just keep his distance. If he ignores her long enough, she'll get tired of it. Arna has never been patient. Then his phone buzzes with a new message. He checks it and brightens up when he sees it's from Shinhai. She asks if he's home yet and sends a picture of herself. She's wearing a skincare face mask, and Lee wonders what it's supposed to be, a bear or a raccoon. It looks silly, and that only makes her more charming. She's just so cute. He needs to take a better picture and send one back soon. For now, he feels like things are fine as they are. Their memories keep growing, and so do the small moments between them. When the time comes, each of them will find their place. He's sure of that until she complains that his photo is too dark. Looks like they'll have to take another one. Laughing, Lee tells her okay. The next day at the train platform, Shinhai is looking over notes in her notebook when he shows up and greets her. She says he's working hard today, and he says the same to her. Curious, he asks what she was reading. Shinhai says it's just a book of poetry. She reads it to get ideas for her songs. Not often though, only when she has time, and then she reads slowly. If she finds a poem she likes, she copies it down. Lee asks to see it, and Shinhai hands it over without hesitation. He notices she marked all her favorite lines, so she really does like poetry. He asks if she usually reads paper books like this. Shinhai says not really. She mostly reads ebooks or borrows from the library. If she really likes something, then she buys a paperback. It feels nice to own it. Lee jokes that she must have around 100 poetry books at home. Shinhai says no, only 4 or 5. She's not Michael Jack, so why would she need that many? Still, if she had the money, she'd do it once. Gather all her favorite records, instruments, and books in one place. Wouldn't it make her happy to be surrounded by a million things she loves? He laughs and says that sounds dangerous. If all that stuff crushed her, wouldn't that be ridiculous? But Shinhee doesn't seem like she's joking. She says she wouldn't mind. That's better than losing something you love. Those words bring back painful memories for Lee. After a brief pause, he asks Shinhee if she'd like to have dinner with him. They could go on his day off. What does she think? Shinhee considers it, then smiles a little and says yes. She adds that the menu can be whatever Lee usually likes. Excited, he says that's fine. Just then, the next train arrives. The next day at the cafe, Lee hums while making drinks, clearly in a good mood. Even boss Oyu notices and asks if his favorite musician posted something online. He says no, not yet. He just has a day off coming up and that feels nice. Oyu remembers that's right. She's been busy promoting new items, so it slipped her mind. Then she asks if he has plans that day. If not, does he want to grab some drinks with her? Lee says he actually has a date that day. A date. Oyu wonders if he's just avoiding her after last time, but he insists it's real. He says he has no reason to avoid her, and Oyu admits she did wonder about that, so that settles it. She's been stressed for a while and really wanted a drink. Then what about Heian? She's off that day too. Oyu says she already asked, but he is busy studying in the evening or something. So maybe Oyu will go alone to the whiskey bar and talk with Mr. Dongchul. But there isn't much left to talk about anymore. All her friends are married. She says that like she's apologizing for staying up so late over it. For some reason, Lee feels bad for her. He says he'll take a break while he throws out the trash, and Oyu tells him okay. Once he gets behind the shop, he thinks Oyu seems unusually lonely these days. Maybe it's because spring is here. As he looks for the trash bin, he runs into Arna. She's smoking, and it looks like she was waiting for him. Lee immediately gets wary and tells her she can't smoke there because the trash could catch fire. Arna apologizes and puts the cigarette out. He tosses the trash without making much of her being there. But when he's about to head back inside, Arna steps in front of him. Lee asks what she's doing and tells her not to block his way. He's working. Arna says he can go through if he hates her that much. He has no idea what she's talking about. He wasn't even joking with her. Then Arna suddenly grabs him by the hair from behind. Caught off guard and annoyed, Lee asks what she's doing. Has she lost her mind? Arna asks if he really hates her that much. He still can't tell where she's going with this. She admits what she did was wrong and knows she hurt him. But does he hate her so much that he can't even greet her normally? What does she have to do for him to forgive her and be friends again? She says she'll do anything he wants. If he wants to slap her, he can. Or is there something else he wants? Lee doesn't get why she's acting like this now. It's been so long since they stopped talking, and now she wants things between them to go back to how they were before. Arna says she doesn't know. She wonders why herself. That vague answer only makes him angry. She's dragging him into her mess again, just playing with him. He tells her to stop it. He doesn't have time for her games. Arna says sorry, but adds that he's being rude. She wouldn't do this if he'd at least say hello. Lee reminds her he already told her he's working right now. Still, she says he should at least greet her next time, okay? He snaps back that he's busy. As he heads back into the shop, he wonders what the hell is wrong with her. Sometimes she really feels like a stalker. Even so, it's not easy to push away someone who used to be so close. What he truly hates is how she pushed him away that day. That wound still hasn't healed. The whole thing weighs on him, and he doesn't know what to think anymore. Right now, he can't wait to see Shanghai. He just wants to talk about music and joke around with her. He doesn't want to think about anything else. He just wants to be with her. Then boss Oyu calls him back. His break is over. Meanwhile, Shanghai is with the others, watching her music video. The three of them in the studio go over the finished edit together. Eneritus asks Shinhai what she thinks. Only the credits are left, so if she wants anything changed, now's the time. Shinhai says it looks good as it is. If that's the case, Eneritus will finish it and send it over. Then Eneritus again how Shinhai feels about it, mentioning she edited the long afternoon scene so her face doesn't show. Shinhai says that's fine. The video is really good. Ina nods and says she'll wrap it up that way. Using the credits, Shinhai sent. Privately, she's happy to hear the praise. Hitsune asks if Inu didn't have something to tell Shinhai. That reminds her she still hadn't brought it up. So she asks Shinhai if she'd like to look at this. It's for an indie artist team she runs called Osing. The flyer lists the artists in the group. It's not huge, but lots of different creators work together there. That includes indie filmmakers, animators, 3D artists, and more. Recently, someone recommended Long Afternoon, and after everyone listened and talked about her, they started thinking, what if they made a music video for one of Long Afternoon's songs? Haterian asks if a music video like that wouldn't be expensive. Ina says not at all, though it might be a little experimental and artsy. She's putting together her own video based on Long Afternoon's music, a collab between indie artists. When it comes out, the team gets promoted, and Long Afternoon gets to promote her music too. These days, you can make something like a short film even without a big production. And honestly, Long Afternoon's music is amazing. She got carried away and finally blurted out what she'd been holding in. Anyway, she can check the brochure and reach out if she's interested. Just keep one thing quiet. They're doing this for free, and if people find out, freeloaders will come running. Hazian says she'll think about it. So that wraps up today's meeting. Hyung-sung thanks her for coming so early and asks if she's heading to work now. She says yes. Then he changes the subject and asks if she is busy tonight. If she's free, maybe they could have dinner. He says there are a few things he wants to talk to her about and asks what she thinks. Hydrogoran quickly says no, she can't. She already has plans today and doesn't want to cancel. They can do it another time, and she leaves. That stings for Hydrogoran-sung. He thought he might casually flirt with her today. Inda calls him a jerk and asks if he was trying to hit on her favorite girl. Then she tells him to get lost. His mind is filthy. Hyung-sung fires back that there's nothing wrong with a man flirting with a woman. And that's not even what this is. It's just that he wants to bring Long Afternoon onto his music label. He figured she'd be interested in his producing skills, especially since not many people have English translations. Maybe the two of them could even grab a drink. Lee gets to the meeting spot after changing clothes. It's 6:10 p.m., so he's still early. He left sooner than expected for no real reason. Since it's a place they both know, there was no need to rush, and he wonders if he should have stayed at the library a little longer before coming out. Will she be okay? What if her head still hurts? He scratches his hair, thinking. He's a little nervous. Lee sees Heijin all the time, so he thought it wouldn't matter, since they've been living together. But now that it's an actual date and they're meeting up, it feels totally different. He even worries about his nose hair sticking out. He asks what he's doing. Lee jumps when he sees her. Then he asks if she got off early. She says her uncle told her to watch the studio until 9, so she had some free time and got out earlier than expected. She steps closer to him. Then she tells him not to worry. His nose hair looks fine. That makes him blush. Now it's time to go. She's really hungry. So where are they eating tonight? Someplace only Lee knows, or just a normal dinner. He asks if she can handle spicy food. That's because the first stop is a spicy food place. One dish there is famous for being insanely hot. Lee explains the restaurant is known for its great jampong, and part of the fun is testing yourself with different spice levels. Hadrian asks him if he handles spicy food well. He says, not really, just a little. If she isn't good with spice, she can get the basic level. Out of the 4 levels, he's managed up to level 3. He looks surprised. He must really like spicy food. Then she calls the server. She orders a level 6 spicy dish. Level 6? The menu is only supposed to go up to 4. Hasten explains there are actually 8 secret levels for serious spice fans. Last time she came, she tried level 7 and thought she was going to die from how hot it was. Still, she says it's really spicy, so Lee can get the mild one if he wants. So she already knew this place, and today she'll keep it light with level 6. If she's getting level 6, then he will too. He asks if he's serious. He doesn't have to push himself, but since they came together, he wants them to eat the same thing. That way it feels more like they're sharing the meal. That makes Heian happy. So they order 2 level 6 spicy jampong with spicy honey. A few minutes later, the server brings both dishes and tells them to enjoy. Lee stares at the food and wonders how anyone is supposed to enjoy something this hot. Can this even count as food? Heimei-an asks if he'll be okay. He says yes. How spicy can it really be? Once it gets past a certain point, he figures all spicy food should feel the same. But after the first bite, his mouth feels like it's on fire. He asks if it's too much. It doesn't look like he can handle the noodles. Lee insists he'll keep eating. He says it's delicious once you get used to the heat. After they finish the noodles, they leave the restaurant. But Lee looks terrible. Hainin asks if he's okay. He claims he is, but then says his lip feels split, his back is stiff, and his hands and feet are numb from the acid, so no, he's not okay. She reminds him that's why she told him not to force it. He couldn't even finish his food. When he asks about her, she says she's a spicy food maniac, so he lost to her, and she tells him not to compete over something like that. He curses himself. He picked that place to have a fun, easy talk, but instead they barely talked at all, and he just kept saying spicy. It was a total mess. Haemin asks if he needs to go home now. Lee says no, he has nothing to do today. So he asks if they can go somewhere to rest. She says she knows a good place where they can relax comfortably. He asks her to show him, and she agrees. Rest a little? Where are they going? Maybe someplace like a motel, though probably not. Then again, who knows? A lot of things are possible. Even Lee starts imagining things. But that can't really be it. Instead, they head to a bar where small band singers are performing. The person who just finished singing was from a band called Beggars and Sinners. So when she said they would rest, she meant a live music bar. Haken says yes, on weekdays they have open mic nights. You just pay for a drink and watch the show for free. She tells him to sit first while she grabs a beer. Lee calls himself an idiot. He feels a little embarrassed for imagining nonsense. Thinking they'd suddenly go to a motel really was dumb. Still, he had no idea a place like this was so close to the university. He passed by here almost every day and never noticed. Hayden hands him a bottle of beer and asks if he's okay inside. He says yes, though he is worried about how he'll feel tomorrow morning. She tells him to just not die. Someone else steps onto the stage and introduces herself as part of Bittersweet Butterfly. She says this is only the second performance of her life, so she might forget the lyrics or lose the beat. Still, she hopes everyone will smile and enjoy the music. The first song is called Like Before. The two of them listen to her sing while they drink their beer. Lee notices the sticky tables, the cheap orange lights, the rough speakers, and the quiet crowd. An indie concert like this feels totally new to him. Hyeon has lived in a world he knows nothing about. Whenever he's with her, he gets curious. Quietly, he calls out to him. He tells her this place is amazing. Then he takes another sip of beer without saying anything else. She leans in and answers in a soft voice too. She really likes it here as well. The mood suddenly feels tense. What Hyeon said could almost sound like it meant something more. Then the singer moves on to the next song. It's the well-known It Doesn't Freeze by Black Skirt. That suddenly triggers a memory for Lee. Arna asking if he thought she had been playing with him, saying he only wanted her when it suited him. They spent a lot of time together and liked the same things, but that didn't mean she had to love him. Love isn't the same as sympathy. Back in the present, the song says that love may change over time, but what she needs is someone who waits, someone whose love stays the same. Lee realizes that sharing time and taste with someone doesn't mean they'll love you back. Sympathy and love are different. Still, just for today, he wishes that kind of love were real. The girl on stage finishes her song. She thanks the crowd for listening, asks them to follow her on Instagram, and come to the next show. Haemin tells him to get up so they can go. To him it feels too soon. There's still one more act left. She points out it's almost 9, and she has to get back to the music studio. Unless he wants to stay, he says no. If she's leaving, he'll go with her. They leave the bar together. Lee says the place was really nice. He never knew somewhere like that existed when he was in college. Haemin says that on weekends famous bands sometimes play there. They also have rock DJ parties that go until dawn, mixing in other genres too, so next time they hang out for fun, they should stay out really late. She asks what he thinks. He says that sounds great. A convenience store catches her eye. She asks Lee if he wants to get ice cream. He says sure, but asks if it won't make her too late. He says they'll eat fast and not waste much time, so he offers to buy it and asks what she wants. She says anything is fine and leaves it up to him. He goes into the store, he buys her a refreshing lemon ice cream, and she thanks him. They sit outside the store and eat together. Then Lee asks if the music studio has a lot of bookings today. She says yes, it's packed until the very end. These days lots of band clubs come in because it's university festival season, so she's been pretty busy. Hearing that, he says his university will have a festival soon too. It was supposed to happen in early May, but it got pushed back. That makes Shin Haemin remember. He goes to Hage University. She says that because some students from there practice at her music studio. He asks if they're any good, and she tells him club bands aren't judged that hard. Music is supposed to be fun. They keep eating their ice cream, and then he starts thinking about something. He asks her why she decided to come eat with him. She doesn't get why he's asking, since he was the one who suggested they go out. Lee says it just caught him off guard. She had never asked him to eat out, make plans, and meet up alone like this before. Shin Haemin kind of gets what he means. Still, she can't believe he'd say that after everything they've already done, drinking together at the music festival and all the rest. He starts to answer, but he quickly apologizes, saying he was talking nonsense. He already knows what they've shared. There's nothing left to confirm. He just still can't quite believe it. He's sitting beside someone bright and fearless, someone who'd risk everything for what she loves. To him, she's amazing. She never gives up on her dreams and likes the same things he does. That's why being next to her keeps making him wonder, when all he really needs is her. Yes. Shin Haemin says the ice cream is really good. It's her first one today. She adds that she and Lee seem to like similar foods. She likes spicy food too. He says he's sure that's true. Then he slowly leans toward her, and suddenly, he kisses her. What surprises him most is that she doesn't pull away. She accepts it without any sign of dislike. After that, they sit in silence for a moment. Their first kiss feels cool and soft, with a hint of lemon. Shin Haemin stands and asks if he's done. The reservation team will be at the studio soon, and she has to get ready. Lee understands, so they head out right away. They walk together, but the silence is awkward. Shin Hyen is moving faster than before. Because of that, he can't tell what she's thinking. Still, this reckless guy, Lee, acts on impulse whenever his feelings take over. He knows he's behaving in a way that could make people hate him. Shin Hyen then asks if they're going different ways. He says yes. If that's the case, she says goodbye and tells him she has to go this way. He understands. He says he had fun today. But before she leaves about what happened earlier, Shin Hyen steps closer to Lee. Then she presses her fist against his stomach and says next time, they'll talk about it properly. With that, she leaves and Lee tells her good luck. To him, that sounds like there really will be a next time. Another time they meet, maybe even a date. That thought makes him both excited and shocked. Honestly, for him, things went well. Later at the music studio, Shin Hyen sits down, but she's clearly uncomfortable. Her whole face is red. She had given Lee some time because it looked like he had something to say. She never thought she'd let her guard down without noticing. Now she can't think straight because of that bastard. He's seriously driving her crazy, and it still feels like something is bubbling up inside her. Then the first team arrives to book the studio. They're from H University and want room C. Shin Hyen tells them to let her know if they need extra microphones or cables. She can't let anyone see her face like this. She needs to put on a mask. If someone saw her expression right now, they'd know it was serious. She tries drawing on her tablet, but she can't focus. She just wants to hurry home. She wants to wash up and change clothes. Right now, she feels so uneasy that she can't get anything done. She doesn't even understand what's happening to her. That bastard Lee is so annoying. Meanwhile, he is lying on his bed, still remembering the kiss, cold, soft, and lemon-flavored. He'll probably never forget it. Tonight, even the moon feels unusually bright. For the first time, he feels what real consent is like. Meanwhile, at the whiskey bar, Hyun-sung and Hoju run into each other by chance, but both pretend not to know the other. Hyun-sung wonders if it would annoy her if he acted familiar, while Hoju thinks his regular customer probably wouldn't like that either. At the cafe, Lee hums a Mill Moonsalt song from his favorite band. Jinjo asks if something good happened. Why is he so cheerful and singing after coming to work? He says maybe something good did happen, or maybe it's just the nice weather. Jinjo gets suspicious. Then she asks why he hasn't gone home yet. Jinjo says the boss asked him to watch the place for 5 minutes while she goes to buy milk. Then she remembers something else. How are things going with the girl he told her about before? Lee says, more or less okay. Jinjo tells him that if it doesn't work out, he can tell her. She'll buy him a drink to cheer him up. Not sure what she means, he asks why it has to be her. Jinjo shoots back that it's obvious she's interested in him. He asks if she means that girl likes him. Jinjo says, of course I'm interested in you, but that doesn't mean I like you. She just wants to talk more so he doesn't need to feel awkward. Lee says that's not the point. Why is she interested in him when they've barely talked? Jinjo says even if he's not interested, asking so directly still stings a little. But it's nothing huge, so there's no reason to hide it. At first he caught her eye because he was so tall. Then while she was studying, she saw him quietly picking up tissues that had fallen on the floor and thought, what a responsible person. That made her want to talk to him. Lee asks if that's all. Jinjo says yes, then asks why he's making such a big deal out of it. Is it that weird? He doesn't know what to say. Then a customer comes up to order. In his head, Lee thinks it isn't weird. He's just surprised because he wasn't much different. The reason he got interested in Haein was simple. They kept seeing each other on the last train. After what happened before, he thought Jinjo took feelings lightly. But maybe she's just honest when she speaks. Jinjo asks why he's staring. He says it's nothing, just that he thinks she can meet someone good. In his opinion, she's a good person too. Jinjo says that's pretty harsh. She didn't even buy him a drink today, so he should stop putting up so many walls. Still, she says he shouldn't let his guard down. Even if things seem fine with the girl he likes now, who knows if they'll really end up together? And what if she rejects him badly? Lee asks if that's all she has to say. Then the boss tells Jinjo she can go home now. She says she just hopes he gets rejected. That really annoys him. Still, he hasn't gotten any reply from Haein yet. Maybe she doesn't like texting or phone calls. If he still can't meet her today, then tonight he'll at least send a little goodnight message. Meanwhile, the whole team is celebrating the collaboration. Jinjo says everyone worked hard, and today the white-haired guy is paying, so they can drink as much as they want. She asks if the release date for the collab has been set. The answer is June 27th. A video teaser will drop on the 20th, so she can post the news on Instagram too. Jinjo knows June 27th is still far away, so it feels like a weak excuse to meet up. Then she remembers the album cover is done and asks if they want to see it. This is the new cover. Jinjo says it looks amazing and really matches her drawing style. She says it looks great too. It captures Wookin's features really well. Seeing Wookin drawn by someone else feels kind of new. Out of curiosity, Jinjo asks what Hyunjo has been up to lately. Is he working? He says yes, he has a lot of demo tracks piled up, so he plans to choose one and finish it, probably recording it next week. She says he sounds busy. He says he just finished a collab and only wants to rest. Kyuhan tells him not to lie. Hyunjo has been busy lately with events like the University Festival. His cover is blown. He wanted to act like a lazy musician. The truth is, he's swamped with small concerts, company work, and even producing a drama soundtrack. On top of that, he's launching his own record label. Hearing that, Jinjo asks if he's finally doing the thing he mentioned before. Hyunjo says, of course. For now, it'll be his personal label, and he's still thinking about which artist to sign. Kihon jokes that he should use his band, Idiot. Hyunjo says they already belong to Watermelon Sounds, and since they're a solid team, he wants to look for something new and interesting. That way, starting this company will feel worth it. Then Jinjo Won calls Hyunjo over. He asks if he wants to step out for a smoke. Hyunjo agrees. Kihon wants to come too, but Jihoon says no. If he comes, he'll ruin the mood. The two head outside. Hyunjo asks why he's acting like that. Does he not like the label? Jihoon says he hasn't even said anything yet. Hyunjo already knows he doesn't smoke, so he clearly brought him out here on purpose to cut off the talk about signing Shin Hae-in. Jihoon says he's not against it. He just has one request. He wants Hyunjo to give him one shot on a big stage, a stage with a huge crowd, like a festival or a solo concert. Just one chance. As part of the team or whatever works, she just needs something to aim for. Right now, she looks down on herself and settles for being an unknown musician. But if she gets on a big stage a few times, she'll start wanting more. She wants to become an artist loved by lots of people. So from what Jihoon is saying, he thinks highly of Shin Hae-in too. Jihoon says of course, otherwise he never would have joined the music project. Even so, he's happy just being part of Seonghwa Hyunjo's band. Hyunjo is an amazing musician too. He's already heard the songs he wants to record. Once Hyunjo hears them, he'll understand. This band has a great groove. That's why he asks him to open the door and give Shin Hae-in a chance to dream bigger. Hyunjo says he'll try, but in the end, it still depends on her. The only person who can open that door and step out is the one who locked it. Even on the way to catch the last train, Shin Hae-in keeps wondering what she should do. That kiss was nice, but she has no idea what to say about the band. After going back inside, she keeps drinking with her friends. Soon she and Gi-hun start arguing. He says Strictly has better technique, and their styles are so varied that they keep getting better. Havern fires back that Jimi Hendrix inspired Steve Jobs, so Jimmy must be the better guitarist. They keep going back and forth while everyone else stays quiet. It almost looks like a real fight. Shouldn't someone stop them? Jejwon says, no need. This is just their usual drunk music battle over which kind of gear is best. Then he turns to Yoo-jong and asks why she isn't drinking. She says she's bad with alcohol. Now he gets it, but warns her they'll probably meet often and have meals together from now on. Havern suddenly remembers something she wanted to say. She asks what time it is. It feels like she's been here a while. Havern Sung checks his phone and asks if she's worried about the last train. She shouldn't be. He'll send everyone home by taxi. If she wants, she can even drink all night. By now, Havern Sung is totally drunk too. Havern says no, that's not it. She met someone, and that person might be waiting for her. Ji-hun gets mad right away. Does she have a boyfriend? Last time they talked, she said she wouldn't get one. He corrects him. She never said that. She only said she didn't want him setting her up. He asks why she keeps rejecting his offers. She says it's because Ji-hun only introduces weird people. He argues he picked them because they seemed like her type. But what does that have to do with someone cosplaying Seth? Seriously weird. And the last guy he introduced had that half-dark look. Besides, the guy she mentioned still isn't her boyfriend. She's still thinking about it. Havern Sung asks what there is to think about. Is the guy trouble or just a bad person? Havern Sung says no. He's kind, a good person, and easy to talk to. So if there's a problem, it's probably her. Gi-hun jokes that the problem is his hidden violent side. She asks what's supposed to be violent about her, and he teases that maybe she wants to date two people at once. She shuts that down immediately. She's never even thought of that. The real problem is that she's this guy's favorite singer. Haegun Sung listens closely. But what's the issue? Plenty of musicians date their fans. Haegun admits the guy doesn't know she's the singer. She's hiding it on purpose. But how could he not know? Wouldn't he realize it just from her voice? Jae-hun says maybe it sounds similar, but if she keeps denying it, he can't prove anything. From his side, he'd just think it's a voice that sounds alike. Hae-hun Sung still doesn't see the problem. She can just honestly tell him she's his favorite singer. Havern, still unsure, says she doesn't want to. Hae-hun Sung asks why. She says it's for a very selfish reason. She loves how honest he is when he talks about the singer in her band. If something's good, he says it's good. If it's weird, he says it's weird. He's the first person she's met who talks about the band with that much passion. Seeing that gives her strength to write better songs. But if he learns she's the singer, he won't talk so freely anymore. Just her being there would make him hold back. If she asked about an album, he'd probably say he liked it, but it wouldn't be as honest as before. And if he ever stops liking her songs, he might just smile and say nothing. That's what she's afraid of. That's why she doesn't want to tell him she's the singer of his favorite band. She doesn't know how she can date him like this. It feels like she has to tell him the truth. Hyun-sung suddenly says no, she doesn't have to tell him. It may have sounded a little blunt, but in love, what matters is how you feel, right? If telling him makes you uneasy, then don't. You don't have to reveal everything when you're seeing someone. He says he knew someone too when he first came to Korea, and he didn't tell that person everything. Not about immigrating, not about his family, and not even why he came back to Korea. He liked that person, but there were weak spots he didn't want to show, and he doesn't think that's selfish. Keeping your flaws hidden can mean you really value that relationship. Of course, that doesn't mean you should hide your love life too. Keelan cuts in and says that would just make you a jerk. Anyway, she can choose for herself. Love isn't something you can sum up with one rule. And Shin Hyun keeps thinking. Hyun-sung holds out the bottle. She can think it over slowly. This isn't something she has to decide right away. And she doesn't need to meet that person tonight. Shin Hyun agrees. She says she'll take her time and think about it. Meanwhile, as Lee walks along, he checks his phone for a second. Turns out he passed the document screening at every company where he applied for an internship interview. Of course, it's too early to celebrate. That part is only the start. And none of these are full-time jobs. Still, what suit is he supposed to wear to the interview? Buying one is expensive. Should he rent one instead? Or get a cheap one? He'll need it for every interview anyway. Then again, today he might see Shin Hae-in. She said they should talk more after that kiss. There's a good chance she's upset. But now, it looks like they may not meet today either. He should call and make sure. It wouldn't be right to do something like that and then just wait around. He gets off the train to see whether Shin Hae-in has arrived, but there's no sign of her anywhere. Does that mean she's avoiding him? Should he take this as rejection? No, he can't jump to conclusions. If she can't meet today, he'll call her. He can always back off later once he hears a clear answer. Shin Hae-in isn't the type to hide her feelings like that, so she probably wouldn't reject him this way. But then he starts thinking again, what if this still ends the same way? What is he supposed to do then? Suddenly he calls out to him with her band. Lee slowly turns and looks straight at her. He lights up when he sees her after work, but Choi Hun suddenly blocks his path. Lee has no idea what's going on. Choi Hun asks if he's Shin Hyun-his boyfriend. Is he the same he who dared to hurt her? Completely confused, he asks what he means by hurting her. He's totally cornered. What is Gai Hun talking about? Gai Hun tells him Shin Hyun is like a little sister. He taught her guitar back in high school and has cared about her ever since. So no matter what happened, if Lee hurts her or makes her cry, he won't let it slide. He wants that understood. He says he gets it, though the smell of alcohol is overwhelming. Gai Hun is obviously drunk. Gai Hun says a weak answer isn't enough. He has to say it loud and clear. Yuchio grabs both his arms to stop him. Gai Hun yells at her to let go, but his friend snaps back that he's wasted and needs to stop acting like this. Lee still can't understand why this is happening. Gai Hun apologizes and asks if he got scared. Normally Gai Hun is fun and kind, but once he's drunk, he becomes a pain. He's actually super soft. He can't even punch one of those strength machines, and he always says he might hurt his wrist. Then Jai Won asks Shin Hyun if this is the guy she's been talking about. She says yes, that's him. Lee blushes a little. He had no idea she had been talking about him. Jai Won says that means they can leave now, right? He says yes and promises to pay them back for the ride later. Gai Hun has one favor to ask him. Can he take Shin Hyun home? She's way too drunk tonight. The request comes out of nowhere. They were going to take her themselves, but everyone lives far from his place, and they're all drunk too, so they're asking him because he trusts Lee a lot. They tell him to be careful on the way home. Then Gai Hun suggests they go get pork soup before heading back, since there's a 24-hour place open. Shin Hyun says goodbye to them. He asks if they're close friends. She says yes, they're all friends she met through music. The one with curly hair is Gai Hun. He's the guitar teacher who taught her, and he has a fun dance punk band called Idiotot. He's good with software and gives great advice. The blonde one is Gai Hun. He's a bassist, and she met him through Gai Hun. Then she asks him if he knows the band Sangomyeonja. Gai Hun plays in that band, and he is left stunned because they're really famous. Besides playing in that band, he sometimes DJs at clubs too. He does a little of everything. The guy in the cap is Ju Jung, the drummer. He's been practicing since high school, but they never talk much, so they're not that close. He asks, a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer, then why haven't you started a band yet? Hyun laughs and says, sure, we can make a funk trio like X Rain Day. He suddenly stumbles. She falls right into Lee's chest. Quickly she apologizes. He tells her it's fine and guesses the alcohol is hitting her hard. She admits it is. She had a few drinks after work. Without warning, Lee takes her hand. She clearly didn't expect that. He just wants to keep her from falling again. Still, it makes her happy, so he says he'll hold on tight all the way home. That way she won't trip in an unfamiliar place. Soon, the next train arrives. They get on together. Their hands stay linked. Lee feels nervous, but Hyun looks completely at ease. Then she lets out a big yawn. He asks if she's sleepy. She says no. It's just a yawn. She says she needs oxygen and can still keep having fun. Lee asks what she wants to do. Hae-in thinks for a second. What should we do? She suggests guessing a song from the first note. He says that gives her too much of an edge. Then she brings up listening to Beatles songs, which helps her even more. He stares at him, then asks why he looks so cute. Honestly, Lee wants to ask her the same thing. He shifts the way they're holding hands and laces their fingers together. Maybe it's just him, but tonight the subway feels strangely quiet. At last they leave the station. They've finally arrived. Lee lifts his hand a little, then asks where she has to go from here, and if it's far. Hae-in points ahead. If they pass that building, they'll be there. It's really close to the station. Since she often gets home late, she picked a place near the station on purpose. It's convenient. Even so, Lee tells her not to drink too much. The two of them reach her apartment. He says he'll leave her here, wait until she gets inside, then call a taxi home. Haein looks at him like, that's it? You're leaving? He explains he has class tomorrow and needs to get up early, so he should go home and sleep. Last time, he got carried away, and tonight he wants to stay in control. He tells him she drank 3 tequila shots in a row just so she could see him, and after hearing that he's still going to sleep, so he can come into her room, into Haein's place, or is that not allowed? She says he can come in properly this time, unlike when they went to Lee's place before. Those few words light a spark in him. If we charted their drunk emotions right now, the line would shoot way up. Haemin opens her apartment door. She walks in a little dizzy. She drops her bag and sits on the bed, then rubs her head from the buzz. She leans back, tired, then remembers Lee is still there. So she asks what he's doing and tells him to sit instead of just standing around. He says he was just looking outside. Then he asks if he can take a look around. She says sure, but there's not much to see, then offers him something to drink. Maybe there's still some beer in the fridge. She goes to check for beer, but there's nothing in the freezer. Lee accidentally notices Haemin's bra and freezes, then immediately scolds himself for staring. Looking around a bit more, he realizes the room feels very him, full of instruments and music gear. There's also a sweet smell, maybe from a diffuser. Haemin tells Lee to drink this. There's only 1 can of beer left, or maybe she should drink it for him. He quickly says no, that's not needed, then wonders if she means they should share it. She says no need, she's already had plenty tonight. Then she mentions the room is kind of small. It's a duplex, and all her stuff makes it feel cramped. Lee says it feels cozy. He likes it. There seems to be a lot of storage, but he wonders if it's really okay to play instruments here. Wouldn't the neighbors hear everything? Haemin says it's fine. The place is soundproof. The previous owner left it that way and told her to use it. So anything she does here is okay. Pretty amazing, right? He says it really is. Then he asks if her parents worry about him living alone. She says not really. Her family is pretty relaxed. And since she works at her uncle's studio, they figured he'd look after her. Lee remembers her uncle lives alone too, and wonders if he ever gets lonely. Haemin calls to him and says she's getting sleepy, so maybe they can talk while lying on the bed. He tells her to get comfortable. It's her home after all. But that's not enough for her. She wants both of them lying there together. After he finishes his drink, he should come over and lie down beside her. Lee looks at the beer can, then he chugs the whole thing. After that, he goes to Haemin's bed and lies down next to her. Lee says the bed is really big. Do you sleep wild or something? He says the previous owner left it there, and she thought it was fine, so she just changed the sheets. He asks if Haemin bought the blanket. She asks how he knew. What? Is he psychic? He points out it has the England flag on it, which feels totally like her style. Then she asks if she smells strongly like alcohol. He says only a little. She gets a bit embarrassed and wishes he were drunk too, but he tells her not to worry. Now that they're in this situation, she says there's something she has to ask him. Why did he kiss her that time? Lee, embarrassed, says it wasn't really a full kiss, just a peck. Haemin says that's the same thing. She still wants to know why. He can't just avoid answering. She wants the real reason, and they lock eyes. At last, Lee admits he wanted to push her to see if she would still stay. She wouldn't leave him, right? Hearing that, Haemin looks at him closely and says he's actually kind of awful. Now she wonders if she should make a move and see whether he runs or stays, so she starts teasing him boldly. Lee says he's not going anywhere. Clanton tells him not to sound so sure. She hasn't even started yet, and he is already getting flustered. He reaches for her arm to stop her, but she tells him not to touch her. Now it's her turn to mess with him, so he should stay still and let her do what she wants. Besides, she says she hasn't even done anything that serious yet. Lee thought Haein was calm, but now he sees she can really hold a grudge. She says, you didn't know. I'm pretty awful. I hide a lot, I'm scared of a lot too, and I hate losing. I'm greedy. I'm a miserable woman. While saying that, Haein keeps teasing Lee's stomach. She says his belly feels soft and asks if he's been busy lately. He says it's just the beer he drank. The rest is still firm. He says then they should check. She touches another part of his stomach, making him squirm a little. Haein asks if he's getting shy. He says no, it just tickles, though it also feels kind of nice. That makes him laugh. His expression looks cute to her. Lee finally reaches his limit. He moves over Haein to stop her. He tells her that's enough playing around. He wants to get serious, but she asks if he really thinks she's joking. Does he honestly believe that? She grabs his shirt and flips their position. Now Lee is the one pinned down. Again, she asks if he still thinks she isn't serious. Then she asks how long he can hold out. How long can he last? Lee awkwardly guesses maybe 15 or 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Then she realizes where his mind went and calls him out for it. That's not what she meant. She meant whether he'd still stay, even if she kept pushing him. It's a sudden question, and it hits Lee hard. Clanton admits she has a bad temper. If she wants something, she goes all in. But if she doesn't want to give something up, she never will. She says she's selfish, then asks again, is he really sure he won't run? He wonders why she thinks he would. He says people always want things, then get disappointed, betray you, and leave the one who stayed behind hurting. So to her, maybe he's just like everyone else. Lee asks then why she brought him into her room at all. She says that's a mean question. His face annoys her so much she wants to crush it. Suddenly Hacking grabs his shirt. Now she's really about to let him have it. She says enough. She said what she needed to say. Now he should get ready. Anyone would think this was finally the night Lee would truly take that next step. But sadly, Hacking gets up at the very last second. He asks what's wrong. She says she suddenly feels a little like she's going to throw up. She can't believe this is happening now, but she can't hold it back, so she rushes straight to the bathroom. She throws up while Lee can only listen from outside. He asks if Haddon is okay. When he goes to check, he finds her sitting on the floor. She apologizes for ruining the mood. She says mixing drinks made her nauseous. Lee tells her it's okay. Tonight, he just wanted to make sure she got home safe. Then he asks why Haddon drank so much in the first place. Did something bad happen? She says no. She drank because she felt really good and because it was fun. She's happy because he likes her band so much and because they've made memories together. That's why she feels as excited as the day she got her first guitar. So why does she still feel uneasy and scared deep down? Is she afraid that all this care and love might disappear one day too? Why can't she fully enjoy the happiness she wanted so badly? She wonders why herself. A few minutes later, they both lie back down on the bed. Shinhai apologizes. She brought him home only to make him do chores. Lil Jun tells her it's fine and says she should just sleep it off since she's dizzy. Alright then, she'll go to sleep. She tells him good night. Lil Jun admits he just didn't want to lose the girl he liked, so he chose to be honest and get closer to her. But maybe he did that just to avoid making things harder and rush to an answer by putting the choice on Shinhai. It was a careless confession. He only thought about making himself feel better. He needs to confess properly this time, so Shinhai won't feel unsure. A few hours later, while they're both asleep, Shinhai starts feeling uncomfortable. She slips a hand under the blanket and takes off her leggings. That makes her feel a lot better. Then she looks at Lejun and almost screams, startled. She forgot he was sleeping beside her. He's sleeping so deeply that he doesn't even notice her touching him. Shinhai still isn't ready to tell him she's his favorite singer. Not yet. Even if one day he ends up hating her, or she hates Lejun, his love for Wooking and the band will probably stay the same. Then a musical cartoon version of Shinhai moves through the city in Korea. She heads to Shinhai's apartment and stops by the window. Looking inside, she sees our protagonist asleep in the bed. He's resting peacefully until a woman's voice tells him to get up. Lejun jolts awake at the sound, and right then his alarm starts ringing. Seeing this isn't his home, he wonders where he is. Then he remembers he fell asleep at Shinhai's place last night, which catches him off guard. At least he didn't oversleep. If he leaves now, he can still make it to morning class on time. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise from the bathroom. Shinhai has just taken a shower and notices that he's already awake. Lejun asks if her hangover is any better. She says more or less, then grabs a bottle of water and asks if he wants some. He says just a glass is fine. While drinking her water, Shinhai asks why he took off his pants last night. They were hanging in the bathroom. Was her room that hot during the night? Lejun asks if she really doesn't remember. Remember what? Did something bad happen last night? Turns out that while she was half drunk, Lejun told her to lie down and rest, because that helps when your stomach feels bad. That was exactly how Shinhai felt then. She was already getting up to go to bed when all of a sudden she threw up right in front of Lejun, and worse than that, she threw up on his pants. Hearing all this, Shinhai lowers her head, ashamed of herself. That's why he put her to bed. Lejun cleaned the bathroom, washed his pants, and hung them up to dry. He's not trying to brag, he just doesn't want any misunderstanding. Shinhai bows her head and apologizes over and over. She feels like dying from embarrassment. She offers to pay for laundry or buy him new pants. Leldon tells her not to worry. He wasn't even planning to mention it, and the pants were old anyway. Instead, he asks her to bring them over since he has to leave now. Shinhai hands them to him. With her back turned, he starts changing, which makes him laugh like they're playing a game. She tells him to hurry or she'll turn around. As Leldon puts his pants on, he watches Shinhai closely and thinks, I need to confess better. After getting dressed, he tells Shinhai that if they ever have the same day off, maybe they could eat together. He can cook noodles at his place, and he wants to keep talking about what came up last night. She takes a moment to process that. Leldon can cook? Shinhai usually orders delivery. He says he's cooked now, and then, since he was a kid, is he any good? He says maybe not, but if it turns out bad, they can just eat outside. That works for Shinhai. Eating out costs more anyway, and she's curious to see him cook, so she'll try to match their days off. They treat it like a deal. After Leldon gathers his things, he tells Shinhai he'll see her next time. She thanks him for staying with her yesterday and says goodbye too. When he gets near the train tracks, he stops for a moment and turns bright red. He feels completely crazy. What was that about wanting to be serious with her already? Isn't that insane when he hasn't even confessed properly? He told himself he'd stay in control, but all he did was embarrass himself. He should have acted like a gentleman and simply walked her home. He just hopes she doesn't remember. That's what he wants, but sadly, Shinhai's memory starts coming back little by little. A few hours later, they're at the cafe. Leldon puts on his uniform. Looking in the mirror, he sees his hair is a mess. He dried it too fast after showering away from home, so now it's sticking out everywhere. Fixing it every day is annoying. Maybe he should cut it. Then he notices something else. There's a mark on his neck. Is it a bruise or a bug bite? Was that there before? At least it doesn't hurt. He figures he'll put ointment on it later. When he returns to work, Shinhai greets him, but suddenly notices something about him. She stares at him and Hyan asks what's wrong. Shinhai makes a disgusted face and asks if he really went around all day looking like that. If she means his hair, he says he was in a rush this morning. Is it really that messy? Shinhai says no, that's not it. She doesn't even know what to say. Clearly upset, she walks away. Loudon has no idea what just happened. Why did she suddenly react like that? Their boss also notices what Shinhai saw and asks Loudon if he went out with her last night. How did she know? The boss says his face gives it away. She tells him to hurry and put a bandage on his neck because there's a kiss mark there. Loudon hadn't even realized it. Turns out last night, while they were sleeping, Shinhai was marking her territory. Since he was sleeping hard, Loudon felt nothing. She had been kissing and biting his neck. The second he realizes it's a hickey, Loudon blushes hard. So he really didn't know. Looks like he's more innocent than he seems. Our protagonist shouts at full volume, asking Shinhai what the heck she did. After work, Lee Jun shows up with a serious look. Shinhai notices and asks what's with that face. Why so serious? Lee Jun points to what's bothering him. What's wrong with the bandage? Did he hurt his neck? Does she really not know? Shinhai honestly doesn't get it. He explains he had to cover a kiss mark and it's her fault. When did she even do that? Even with medicine, it'll take 3 days to fade. Why would she do this? 3 days? Looks like his skin is really sensitive. What annoys him most is how amused she seems. He asks her to be honest. Why didn't she tell him when she saw him that morning? He had no idea it was a hickey. He'd been walking around all day without covering it. She's shocked he really didn't know. She thought he'd already noticed. Doesn't he look in the mirror? Lee Jun says he does, but he didn't know it was a hickey. He thought it was just a small injury. Is he serious? Has he really never seen one before? Lee Jun honestly says yes, but so what? That explains everything. If he doesn't know what a hickey looks like, of course he wouldn't notice. It just looks like a small bruise. Now that she says that, it sounds like Shinhai knows a lot about hickeys. Has she seen a lot of them before? She says, well, she saw plenty back in middle school. That shocks Lee Jun. Then she says she even tried making them with a couple other people. That's way too bold. Back then she was just having fun, but when all her friends moved away, she felt a little sad. I see. So in middle school. First, Lee Jun needs to calm down. Everyone has a past. Sure, dating 3 people in middle school would be shocking, but still, maybe not impossible. Back then, he was just playing soccer, not doing stuff like that. Seeing his face, Shinhai bursts out laughing. Every time she looks at him, she thinks the same thing. His reactions are just too funny. Still, this is partly her fault for saying it so weirdly. She made it sound like she gave hickeys to 2 or 3 people in middle school. Shinhai explains it was only for fun on her girlfriend's forearms. One of them said she knew how hickeys were made, so they tried it at lunch just for laughs. As far as she remembers, there were 2 or 3 of them, so they were just friends. Did he really think she was dating 2 or 3 guys at once? Maybe yes, maybe no. Who knows? If she brings up hickeys like that, of course it's easy to misunderstand, so Lee Jun can't really be blamed. She just said his reaction was funny, but since she brought it up, does he want to try it on her too? In other words, make a hickey. The question catches him off guard. She says he can do it on her forearm. Just put his lips there and suck a little. Near her armpit would look better, but she's too shy, so the forearm will do. If he wants, he can try. Right there on Shinhai's arm in front of him. This is a chance he really shouldn't waste. What should have been a hickey turns into a bite with his teeth. She definitely wasn't expecting that. What the hell is he doing? Why did he bite her out of nowhere? He asks if that's not how it works. He thought that was how you make a hickey. She told him to suck, not bite. Oh, so that's it. Looks like he somehow forgot. Shinhai calls that out. He clearly did it on purpose. He shrugs and says it still counts to him. Anyway, she'd better stay alert because he might do it again anytime. Wait, that came out really wrong, and he doesn't notice at first. Once he thinks about it, he gets embarrassed. That's not what he meant. He just didn't want her to think he was totally clueless. Even if he doesn't seem like it, he's older than her. Yeah, she already knows that. Then she asks if he's going to give her a hickey or not, and he says yes. Just wait. Back home, Lee gets out of the bath after washing up with cold water to save on heating. He drinks some water, and before bed, he checks his phone first. By now, Shinhai should be home too. What picture did she send today? It's a photo of Shinhai with a hickey. Well, not a real one, just a kiss emoji. Honestly, it's great. She even added a sticker. He wants to save it to his gallery and label it. Then a notification pops up. His favorite artist made a new post. Finally, his favorite singer updated her Instagram. He'd been worried since she hadn't posted in a while. He can study the photo later. For now, he has to like the post first. Meanwhile, Shinhai gets a notification that late at night. She checks her phone and sees someone already liked her post. But who liked it the second she uploaded it at this hour? Could it be Lee? His Insta has no name or photos, so she can't tell. Then she remembers. He always liked every one of her posts. He even watched her live streams, and always left some sign he was there. She didn't need a hickey for that. She takes out her electric guitar and gets it ready to play. She wants to write a new song. As she plays, her little Wookiee cartoon version strums along too. Then she notices it's raining. The new chapter starts with 2 couples dancing to music, but it turns out Arna is just watching an old black and white movie. Honestly, it wasn't bad at all. After it ended, she watched the remake too. Good movies stay good even on a rewatch. Now she's thinking about seeing an animated one next. Does she need to know the earlier story first? The title is the strongest supporting character. What kind of name is that? After thinking it over, she decides to just watch it. That's why she likes camping out at the theater. For Arna, that means spending the whole day there and picking movies at random. After the movie ends, she heads out and lights a cigarette. The rain is coming down hard. Thinking back, the part where the film shifted from silent to sound was really interesting, and the ending with the music and tap dance matching the actor's breathing was amazing too. Still, this is only her second time seeing it, so why does so much feel unfamiliar? Maybe she missed it before, or maybe time erased the scenes she loved. The couple walks out after the movie saying it was really good. For some reason that makes Arna feel nostalgic. She remembers when Lee once asked what she thought of a movie. He had brought an umbrella to shield her from the rain and said the film was kind of fun. He always says everything is fun, but no, he said that because he really meant it. So then what scene did he like best? Lee said the last one. That sounds like he slept through the whole movie and only saw the ending, but he insists that's not it. Truth is, she liked the last scene too. It wrapped everything up perfectly, but that was only a memory. No one was standing beside her now. What is she doing getting stuck in the past like this? Like Lee said, saying these things now changes nothing. She didn't give him her heart, she pushed him away, and it was her own fault. Is it really going to rain all night? When she checks the time, she sees it's already very late. Looks like she won't be going home tonight. The next day, we're at the funeral hall. An older woman came to visit her daughter's grave, and she's surprised to see Arna there. Seeing her, Arna greets her as Jisoo's mother. It's been a while, and the woman says Arna looks so pretty she almost didn't recognize her. Arna apologizes for not calling, but Jisoo's mother says that's fine, she must be busy. Besides, she looks like a celebrity now. She notices a candy stuck near Jisoo's resting place. So Arna was the one leaving those candies every year. Arna admits that, more or less, yes. The woman says it's kind, but Arna shouldn't overdo it. It breaks the cemetery rules, and removing them is hard. Arna says Jisoo liked them, she used to eat them noisily in the reading room. But there's no one here to eat them now. Arna knows that. She just can't help herself. Then she asks Jisoo's mother if she wants to step out for a smoke. That sounds good, so they go. Outside, they each light a cigarette. The woman decides to be direct. Starting next year, she wants Arna to stop coming here. Arna asks why. Jisoo's mother plans to move her daughter's grave. It's getting too hard for her to come this far, and she'll also be moving to another area soon. Arna says she'll visit her at home instead, but the woman tells her not to. She'll be living with her new husband now. Then she admits she's joking. Still, she asks Arna not to come anymore. Just think of Jisoo once a year. Candy isn't meant to be stuck somewhere and thrown away. It's meant to be eaten. Arna shouldn't stay trapped in Jisoo's absence. The woman wants her to hold on to the happy memories instead. She's trying too, but every year those candies make her heartache. And one more thing, Arna should stop smoking. Why waste that pretty face? If she's going to smoke, she can wait until she's older like her. With that, she leaves, but thanks Arna for coming every year. Arna never knew the candies reminded her so sharply that Jisoo was gone. It seems the way she acts only hurts the people closest to her. A few hours later, we're at the cafe. Hae-han hands a blue lemonade to a customer. Another customer is next, and Lee says he'll take the order. Then he sees it's Arna and asks if she wants hot chocolate. She says yes, one hot chocolate to go. He tells her he'll call her when it's ready. She seems a little off today. Did she get fired from her company or something? He's not sure, so he keeps working. Arna tells him she recently watched that black and white movie they saw together a long time ago. She'd seen it before, but the second time she liked it even more and caught things she missed. The symbols, the staging. Most of all, it reminded her how much she loved that movie. A black and white movie? Oh, the one that shifts from silent film to sound? Arna says yes, and Hae-jin still remembers it. It was re-released recently, so she says he should go watch it sometime. It's better in a theater. But when would he even have time? He's busy getting ready to job hunt and doing part-time work. Still, apparently he has time to listen to her. That's because if he doesn't, she'll start arguing with him again. Fair point. So she says she'll come back next time, and Hae-jin tells her not to. Back home, Arna brushes her teeth, then lies down on her bed. Then she remembers. She should have smoked her last cigarette before brushing and before going to her room. But she forgot, and now she'd have to go all the way down to the smoking area on the first floor. She rented a room high up for the nice view, which now feels annoying. If she smokes, she'll have to brush again. But if she skips it, she'll probably wake up craving one. So she decides to go quickly, come back and sleep in peace. When she checks her bag, she finds the candy she had saved. It was Jisoo's favorite. What's so special about this candy? As she tastes it, she thinks again about the movie that was re-released. Everything in it was still good. The story, the acting, even the music. The candy tastes like grape. Nothing has changed. She only realized the movie had even more to love than she remembered. Maybe she should stop smoking. In this next chapter, we're at Sean Hae-in's uncle's music studio. He's cleaning up the studio and tells his niece he's done, so they can head home now. But he is busy working on music. Her uncle asks if she still isn't going home. She wants to sleep here tonight since she only has a little mixing left. He asks if it's an outside job with a deadline, but Shimimo says no, it's a new song she recorded a few days ago. The main structure is done, she just needs to fine-tune it. Her uncle listens to the tune she's making. So is she planning to work all night? Not really. She says it should only take a couple more hours, When inspiration hits, she likes to finish everything at once. He says he'll set up a folding bed for her in the room. He says that's fine. Then her uncle pulls out the folding bed and asks if she's getting ready to release another musical project. She says maybe. This time, she might put out an album with 4 or 5 songs. Shinahian says that for a band like hers which doesn't perform live, maybe it's better to keep releasing singles. Making an album takes a long break and that means less exposure. There'd be a quiet period before the songs come out. Her uncle admits that's true, but next month is a collab song so she'll have some room, right? She should use that time to work on the album and make it feel personal. Releasing singles often doesn't always help people notice you. That's fair. She does have a lot of demos piled up, including some experimental songs she's wanted to try. She says she'll think about it since she's still deciding on the release timing. Her uncle understands. If the music is being received well, there's no need to rush. Seeing how focused his niece is on this project, he turns off the lights and goes to rest too. It's been a long time since he slept here, but he can't leave his niece alone. Still, her songwriting keeps getting better. Before it felt like she was lost in her own world, but now that world spills out and seems to soak into whoever hears it. He doesn't know if she'll be a commercial success, but if she keeps growing like this, she'll become a great musician. Her uncle starts playing on his phone but ends up losing a match. As a musician, why can't he clear a rhythm game in time with the music? The game's probably broken. The next morning, we find Lee at the library. The interview prep questions aren't easy, and with stuff like this, word choice can totally change the impression you give, so he needs to prepare carefully. Then he hears music in the distance. That reminds him the festival starts today. No wonder the library was empty. Come to think of it, there was a festival banner up. He still has some time before work. Should he take a look around? Besides, this will be his last festival, so why not? The festival is packed with people having fun. Lee takes a festival flyer and thinks every year feels about the same, so it's not that exciting. His department is running a bar again, like always. While walking, he notices an ad. Idio is performing at the festival. That's the band of Heian's friend. If he didn't have work later, he'd go watch. Too bad, a few friends suddenly call out to him. It's the basketball club guys. Lee greets them and asks if festival prep went well. Without warning, they grab him from both sides and drag him to the court, where they make him put on a basketball jersey. They just need his help for 10 minutes. The guy in charge today got food poisoning, so they're short-handed and can't even leave to eat. He asks what exactly he's supposed to do, and his friend explains they're running a free-throw game for festival guests. Each person gets 5 shots, and whoever makes more wins. If the customers win, they get special festival coupons. If Lee helps, they'll buy him some food. He thinks they could just leave the booth and go eat. This is ridiculous. A couple wants to try the game, so he explains they just need to pay the entry fee. They look like freshmen at their first college festival, so as a senior, he's about to give them a memorable experience, just not a pleasant one. Inside, he's enjoying this way too much. He gets into position and lines up his shot. After sinking shot after shot, he wins by more than 1 point. Lee celebrates his win and starts laughing like a villain. This is way more fun than he expected. He calls for the next challenger. He's going to crush all of them. It looks like he is taking this very seriously. He keeps landing shots and wins again, leaving his opponents behind. It's been a while since he played, but his skills are still there. It reminds him of elementary school basketball. As expected, making shots feels great. Then someone asks if she can play too. Lee says sure, but first she has to pay the entry fee. Then he realizes he's talking to Shin Heian. He asks what she's doing here. She says she came to bring Gihin's music gear because he forgot it for today's performance. And while she's here, she wanted to see what his university festival is like. So he asks if she wants to walk around with him. He has time before work starts. She says she can't stay long because she left the studio with no one there. She'll have to leave right after dropping off the equipment. But then she suggests something. They'll have a free throw contest, and whoever loses has to buy the winner any food they want. Lee likes the idea. He was getting hungry anyway. Since she's playing, can she shoot from a little closer? He says that's fine, she can stand wherever she's comfortable. That much of a handicap means nothing, so he gets to shoot first. Haithian says she'll watch to make sure he doesn't step over the line. But if the ball bounces back, it could be dangerous. He just has to make it, right? Even so, she says it's still dangerous. He tells her he won't be responsible if she gets hurt. She tells him to just try. Maybe she's teasing him so he'll mess up his shot. If that's what she's doing, he can't let it slide. So he goes for the first shot. Meanwhile, Arna arrives at the festival. Something sweet gives her more energy. Then she wonders if Lee is still on campus. Back to our favorite pair, Hae-in gets ready to shoot at the basket. She throws with decent form and sends it cleanly through the hoop. She lights up after scoring, and Lee is honestly surprised. He really caught him off guard. He didn't think she knew anything about sports, but that shot was pretty good, clean and smooth. Still, she only made 1. The previous 3 didn't even hit the rim. 1 rebound even scared her enough to make her scream, and he was laughing like crazy. Hae-in gets embarrassed when he brings up that humiliating moment. He must be really happy he won. Still, she says she used to get good grades in PE back in high school, but her sports skills got rusty because she hadn't played in so long. When Hae-in makes faces like that, Lee finds her cute. Then his basketball club friends come back and tell him they bought food for them to eat. He's shocked by how much food is packed into the 2 bags. They say he's always busy, so this is the least they can do. Lee thanks them, though it feels like too much. Noticing he is there too, he asks if she wants to eat with him. She happily says sure. His friends look at him like he finally got a girlfriend, but he asks what their problem is. After that, the two sit down and eat from the bags. Then Hayden asks Lee if he used to be a university basketball player. He says no, he was just in the club. He joined to kill time between classes. So were there lots of girls who like sporty guys? He says no, the club was full of guys. Back when he joined, sports clubs weren't popular because people thought they didn't help with getting a job. He gets that, but it still seems like he really liked basketball. Then she asks if he used to make food during festivals too. Lee says yes during his first year. He worked at the department bar. Once someone suggested selling barbecue, so he spent 3 days and 2 nights by the fire and thought he was going to burn up. The person who had the idea should have been the one cooking. Hayden says it must have been hard but also kind of fun. They could roast all kinds of potatoes and eat them. At night, since it got cold, everyone huddled together to stay warm. So will he miss all this? She asks because graduation is getting really close for him. Lee says he probably will, but what can he do? He has to graduate. He can't stay in college forever when tuition costs so much. That's a very real answer. Hayden's phone rings, and she tells Lee she has to go. Soundcheck starts soon. She asks if he's heading to work now. He says he still has a little time. First he'll say goodbye to the club guys, then he'll head out. She tells him, okay. She hopes he enjoys the festival a bit more. They'll see each other next time. After Hayden leaves, Lee suddenly feels a knot in his stomach. His college life is really ending. Once he graduates, there'll be no more running from responsibility. For some reason, he doesn't want to graduate. Arna tells him not to. Then, not noticing she was there, Lee Young asks why she came. She says she just got off work and wanted to kill some time. Since she was passing by and the festival is coming up, she stopped by because it brought back old memories. She says that, but people with jobs have it good. They can go out and have fun whenever they want. Still, Arna says student life was better. Back then there were breaks, outings, and parties. Even so, Arna never joined those outings, so she shouldn't act like she has those memories. Then she gets serious and asks how his job prep is going. Lately, internships are hard to get. Lejung says he's doing fine so far, so she doesn't need to worry. That makes her happy. He's as smart as she is, so he'll probably be fine. Then she says that since they ran into each other, she wants to talk seriously. Talk seriously? Arna says she wants to apologize for hurting him. Lejung reacts like it's not a big deal. He already told her before it's in the past. He doesn't feel that way about her anymore, so she doesn't need to apologize. Arna knows it's late to say this. She knows apologizing now might just make her feel better. But this time, she wants to be honest about how she feels. Even if she says that, it still feels like Arna just wants to dump her feelings on him so she can feel relieved. That's cruel. Like always, even now, she still hasn't really thought about him. It's cruel. He feels like he should be the harsh one here, yet even now he can't do it. He wonders if he should pretend he's busy and leave. Still, it's better to settle this now. Just like Arna said, they need to clear things up. When she says she wants to sort out her feelings, she probably means ending whatever vague thing still exists between them. If he can just accept it and walk away, things will be easier. So he tells Arna it's fine. She can say whatever she wants, he'll listen. Then all right. She sets her cup aside and tells Lee Sheng she likes him. Yes, that's what she said. She likes him. Lei again first thinks it's some cruel joke, but Arna's eyes are completely serious. He's never seen that look before. Her confession is firm, filled with fear of losing him and a wish to hear the answer she wants. Then a short flashback begins. Lee Young is talking with his group about their project. While they chat, he notices Arna drifting away. She doesn't look interested at all, but he stops her and asks if she's going to eat. He and the others are heading out for food, and he asks if she wants to come too. She sharply says no. She doesn't like being around a lot of people. They can see each other later. Not satisfied with that answer, Lee Young suggests they eat together instead, saying she shouldn't have to eat alone. Arna asks why he keeps bothering her when she already said she'd eat by herself. He says he's not trying to annoy her, he's just worried. She always goes everywhere alone. Besides, they're on the same important project team. Even if they don't get along that well, they need to work together if they want it to go well. They'll be meeting often anyway, so from now on they'll eat together. If she agrees, they'll do that. Lee Young says that's fine with him. From now on they'll eat together, if she's okay with it. She says yes, if that's what he wants. Inside, Arna thinks this guy is really strange, and wonders what his deal is. Usually when you say weird stuff like that, people leave. So why did he stay? Then she asks if they should go to the nearby Japanese ramen place. He says sure. He's never tried Japanese ramen, so he's curious. If he's serious, then that's where they'll eat. Before going with Arna, Lee Young thinks this whole idea of the two of them eating together is kind of silly. After a few meals, they'll probably get tired of it. Then she'll make other friends and start going out with them instead. So being with her is probably only temporary. Back in the present, Lee Young asks Arna if she really has feelings for him and why she's saying it now. She takes back what she said before and tells him that if he wants to know when she's being honest, it's right now. He thinks for a moment and asks what the point is of telling him now, after all these years. Arna says she just wants to fix what she did wrong. It's like she's carrying a notebook full of mistakes, and now she wants to apologize for hurting him. If she says she's being honest now, then why did she reject him back then? Better yet, why did she lie? She says she was scared. Lee Young asks if she was scared of him. She laughs and says no, not like that. She was afraid of getting too close to him. Long ago, there was someone she trusted deeply. It was a friend who had been by her side since her teens, someone mature who had a big hold on her heart. Then one day that friend died in a car accident, just 2 days before their school trip. They had already planned to go shopping for what they needed, and then she was suddenly gone. It hurt, but for a while Arna managed to endure it. When she missed her, she cried and let it all out. But having no one left to lean on became unbearable. She barely remembers that time. Her mind was so broken she couldn't control herself. Her life turned into chaos. She stopped going to school for days and shut herself in at home. In the end, her family forced her out of that state. They did it for her sake, but back then she couldn't accept it. There's a saying that fish from the deep sea get burned by human body heat, right? That's how her family's warmth felt to her, like a fire that hurt. That's why she ran away from home. As time passed and she spent more time with Lejung, making memories with him, the fear of losing everything came back. It always reminded her of that friend. She knows what she did was wrong, but back then she was a coward. Lejung asks why she's saying this now. If she wants to run away, she can keep doing that. Arna remembers what Jisu's mother told her once. Candy isn't something you stick on and throw away. You chew it or swallow it. In the same way, she shouldn't cling to visiting her again and again. She should live her own life while keeping the happy memories. With that in mind, she tells Lejung she likes seeing him smile. That's why she wants to get used to it. More than that, she wants to get used to being with him. She apologizes for talking too much, but as she speaks, she realizes there's still so much more she wants to say. She asks him to think about it seriously. He doesn't have to answer right away. Now alone, the protagonist doesn't know what to think. Everything Arna said came out of nowhere. A student council announcement warns everyone that rain is expected at 5 o'clock and tells students to get each booth ready so nothing gets damaged. Meanwhile, Shin Hai hears thunder with Ki-hun. That's strange. The forecast didn't call for rain today. If it really starts raining, performing will be hard, and she had just finished tuning her guitar. Seeing that, Shin Hai says it's probably just a quick shower. Before leaving, she wishes him luck with the performance, but it looks like it might pour, so she'd better hurry back to the studio. She just hopes Lenjung doesn't get soaked on the way. Meanwhile, he walks along looking dazed, still trying to process what Arna told him. A few days pass. Lenjung is drinking coffee, and just when he starts enjoying the quiet, someone calls out to him. The person says he's working on an article about people in their 20s today. The interview will be short, so Lenjung agrees. He was only on a break anyway. The first question is about work, basically whether he's already a working adult. Lejung says no, he's still a student, though he just came back from an internship interview. The man wishes him luck. Then he moves on. How does Lejung feel right now? Lejung pauses to think, then admits he made a small mistake in the interview, so he feels disappointed. He made an awkward sound and thinks he looks stupid. The man says that's not what he meant. What he really wants to know is what Lejung plans to do about Arna after her confession. Lejung gets angry and demands to know how he knows that. The man calms him down and simply asks him to answer. Will he accept Arna's confession? Lejung firmly says no. He decided that a long time ago. Then comes another question. Doesn't he miss her? He has so many good memories with Arna, and since they studied the same major, they could probably still understand each other well. She's too good to forget, so even after all these years, hasn't he still carried her in his heart? Maybe he shouldn't define that breakup only as being abandoned. Second chances do exist. Suddenly he jolts awake. Thank goodness, it was only a dream. Then he realizes he had been on the train. But wait, where exactly is he now? There isn't much time left before his stop, right? Then he notices he's already at the station. He rushes off the train. He almost missed his stop, so he heads to the cafe for work and is welcomed by his boss, Oju. Curious, Shinjo asks why he's wearing a suit. Did he take graduation photos? Lee Yugen says no. He just had an internship interview, so he borrowed the suit. Shinjo says it looks great on him and asks if he took pictures to send to his girlfriend. Lee Yugen answers with a light joke that he's not sure. Anyway, he says he'll go change and come back. Still, Shinjo noticed he seemed down. Half joking, he told Oju that Lee must have either fought with his girlfriend, gotten dumped, or failed the interview, one of the three. Oju just stared at him, confused by the sudden comment. Meanwhile, he changed out of the suit and he kept wondering why he felt so mixed up. He had already made up his mind and promised himself he would confess to Hein, but Arna's sudden words still wouldn't leave his head. When someone who was always there changes so fast, it's hard not to feel sad. Somehow, it reminded him of when his mother got sick. Maybe that was why he felt so upset. Deep down, did he still pity someone he had tried so hard to hate? He didn't know, but he wouldn't let it stop him. He'd finish work and go study for finals. He calls number 82 to pick up the order and hopes they enjoy the drink. Then Oju tells Lee there's a delivery order, an iced Americano, and a strawberry shake. A moment later, Oju spots a ticket on the counter and asks if he already processed order number 81. Shocked, he says he got it a while ago but forgot to ring it up. Oju scolds him for the mistake. He quickly apologizes and says he'll fix it, but she tells him she'll handle it. he should take the delivery drinks out first. Right then, Arna walks in. Just seeing her makes Lee freeze. Oju greets her and asks if she wants hot chocolate. Arna says yes, but this time she wants it to go. Oju says she'll call her when it's ready. Oju then tells Lee to make a hot chocolate too, but then she stops and asks what he's doing, because he just poured the wrong thing into the shake. He realizes it and has no idea how he even did that. He apologizes and says he'll make it again. Oju says that's enough. She'll take over. He needs a 5-minute break. It had been a long time since Lee got scolded, and it was all because of Arna. When she looks at him, he turns away and tries to ignore her. But when he heads to the break storage room, he bumps his head on a locker, trying to shut his mind off. Later that night, Lee starts cleaning up, and when Oju asks if he's done, he says all that's left is the floor. Since they finally have a quiet moment, Oju asks if getting ready for work has been hard for him lately. Lee says that's not it. It's just the beginning. Even if it's tough, he has to keep going. Oju says she's heard a lot of young people have been having a rough time lately. It hits everyone in different ways. The world expects a lot, but she believes he will be okay, because he does everything with honesty. Her words make him feel touched. Then she adds that if he's struggling, he can tell her. They can go out and have a couple drinks. I'm not even going to comment on how weird that sounds. Back to the story. Lee thinks about it for a second and agrees to let his boss take him out for drinks tonight. He really wants one right now. Hearing that, Oju gets excited. She wants to go straight to the whiskey bar, while Lee says a beer is enough. Still, his boss keeps insisting. Meanwhile, the last train of the day arrives, and Haein, who had been waiting, doesn't find him there. Back with Oju and him, they sit down and she asks if he knows this place. He says he only knows she comes here a lot, and she proudly says she's a regular. More importantly, she asks what's going on. It's strange that he was the one who suggested drinks first. Did he mess up his interview? Lee says no. He just felt like drinking today. Oju understands. Some days you don't even know what's wrong, you just want a drink to calm down. She orders 2 glasses of whiskey on the rocks. The bartender serves them and tells them to drink slowly. Oju enjoys the sweet taste, but Lee downs his in one gulp. She tells him to slow down, but he's already finished it. By now, Oju can tell something is bothering him and wants him to talk. He answers quietly that he doesn't even know where to start, so Oju orders again. This time, she asks for the whole bottle of whiskey. The bartender warns her it's expensive if they plan to finish it. But Oju says today feels like a good day to drink, especially with her best employee. She tells Lee to drink and let the stress go. He lifts his glass and lets her pour. Then he empties it in one shot again, and Oju says this is going to end badly. He is almost ready to pass out, his head spinning from thinking too much. He asks Oju if she has ever felt like this. She asks, like what exactly? Lee explains that he used to think once he made a choice he wouldn't change his mind, that he wouldn't do things he disliked. But lately that doesn't feel true anymore. Honestly, he feels strange. Oju asks if this is about love. Lee stays quiet for a moment before admitting it is. She asks why are things not going well with Haein? Last time she saw him, that mark on his neck made it seem like everything was fine. He says they get along well. They've never even fought. But recently, a girl he used to like confessed to him. He had confessed first back then, but she rejected him. Oju asks if that girl is the regular customer who always orders hot chocolate. Lee asks how she figured that out. Oju says she's watched way too many romance dramas. This one was obvious. Then she asks how he felt when Arna confessed. Was he drawn to her again? It wasn't really that he just felt happy. He hated talking to her and got annoyed whenever she showed up acting nice. But when the person he once liked confessed to him, it still felt good somehow. Then he thought about it and felt stupid for reacting that way. He spent so long hating her and trying to forget her. Now there's someone else he likes. Yet he's hesitating to reject Arna just because he heard her confession. Was he really that pathetic? Did he have no pride? That was what Lee was thinking. So what does he want to do? Accept Arna's confession? Of course not. He clearly likes Haein. He's just confused with all his feelings tangled up, and part of him hates himself for it. Then Oju asks if she ever told him she got divorced. He says she tells him that every time she drinks. According to her old version, they fought and ended things like some crazy spy movie. Oju says, yeah, she did tell it that way, but that wasn't the truth. One normal day, life suddenly felt empty. It was a weekend afternoon. She sat on the couch playing with her phone while her husband watched TV. Then she looked around and saw him staring at a soccer game with a bored face, not even really watching it. That was when she suddenly felt lost. The days when they were wildly in love were over, and all that was left were dull, ordinary days on the couch. After that, her depression and mood swings only got worse, and she kept becoming a burden to him. In the end, she knew it couldn't keep going. If it did, she would ruin herself, and her husband too. Lee had never imagined it like that. He never knew Oju went through something so heavy. But what she's really trying to tell him is not to let his feelings drag him around. Being honest is good, but he can't be ruled by every emotion. He has to decide who he truly wants to be with. Or if he wanted, he could cheat and date both. But Lee doesn't want that. Oju asks why not. They're not getting married or anything. Even so, he refuses. He just wants to like one person without overthinking every little thing. Oju rubs his head and calls him an innocent kid. Then she says now they're really going to drink. Tonight they'll throw all their worries away. A little later, Haemin's uncle arrives at the whiskey bar. He thought the place would be closed, but it's still open this late. Usually the owner shuts early to go see his wife. The bartender says some regulars came in, so he's keeping it open a bit longer. Then his uncle looks closer and spots Lee, wondering why he's here with such a pretty woman. Meanwhile, Haemin gets a message. She checks her phone and sees something that surprises her. Back with Lee, he tells Oju about the time she threw up on his pants. Oju asks if he is bad with alcohol. He says not exactly, but she seems like the kind who drinks way too much. Last time she filled her glass all the way up. Oju says next time they meet, they should drink until they drop. He can already imagine how that would go. Those two and alcohol would be chaos. Oju says she'll be right back since she's going to the bathroom. While Lee keeps drinking, he looks at the latest photo Haemin sent him. Come to think of it, he hasn't even properly texted her goodbye lately. He's been so busy with internship interviews and final exams that he stopped paying attention. He didn't even see her get on the last train. Was he really that busy lately? Someone sits beside him and he thinks it's Oju, but it's actually Haemin's uncle. He remembers Lee's name and says it's been a while. He didn't expect to run into him here. The uncle explains this bar belongs to a friend of his. Then he asks how things are going with him. Lee doesn't know what to say. After what happened at his house, facing her uncle feels awkward. He says he doesn't want to pry into his niece's private life, but is he cheating on her? He asks what he means by cheating. The uncle says couples may be more open these days, but trust never changes. He agrees, but wonders why he's saying that now. The uncle asks if he really doesn't know. Wasn't the woman Lee was drinking with earlier some kind of fling? Oju shows up and answers for him. No, he just works part-time at her shop and she's the owner. They only came out for drinks because of work. The uncle says she doesn't look old enough to own a shop. Oju shrugs. There are plenty of young owners these days. Then she adds that she'll turn 40 next year. He's shocked. She's really 39, not 29. She looks much younger than that. Anyway, now he gets the situation. Then Oju asks Lee who this man is. He explains that he's Haen's uncle and runs a music studio. He also lives alone nearby. Oju jokes asking what the problem is. He lives alone too. She asks the uncle's age. He says he's 38 and that he knows the bar owner. They used to play in the same band. As they keep talking, Lee feels like the odd one out. He tries to cheer himself up with more drinks, but they've basically left him behind. Still, he already shared what was bothering him. Now he just has to choose. Dong Chol, the bar owner, hands Lee a glass of whiskey. He says he didn't order it. Dong Chol says it's from him. He wanted a drink too, and mentions that Haen used to visit his studio a lot as a kid. She'd ask him to teach her bass, but thought the basics were boring. She always jumps straight into what she likes and avoids what she hates. That's why she never got into jazz, even though Dong Chol wanted her to. He even gave her some albums. When she likes something, she never hesitates. That's just how Haen is. Dong Chol tells Lee the first smell is strong, but the aftertaste is fruity. He can take his time and find the sweetness under the bitterness. He can't really taste the difference, but he thinks he gets the point. He wants to grow up enough to see the truth inside a complicated heart. It sounds deep, but it's coming from a whiskey cellar. The next morning, Lee is asleep when he wakes up with a pounding headache. Then he wonders where he even is. He's in Haen's uncle's room. But the real shock isn't the room, it's seeing his boss and the uncle asleep together. What happened last night? He has no clue. Since he can't do much about the hangover, he figures he should just lie there until they wake up. Then the doorbell starts ringing over and over. Lee assumes it's the mailman, but it turns out to be Haen at the door. She calls for her uncle and asks if he's home. Why isn't the studio open? He has a guest at 11. Lee can't let her see this mess. He didn't even read her messages. The door starts to open and he steps out. Haen is stunned and asks why he's here. Lee says he ended up drinking with her uncle, but honestly doesn't remember how he got here. He asks if her uncle is inside. He says yes, and offers to wake him for her. She says no, he's her uncle, so she'll do it herself. Lee tells her to wait. She really shouldn't go in right now, but Haen walks into the room and finds her uncle in a pretty strange position with his boss. None of this makes any sense. She turns to him and asks what the hell is going on. He doesn't know either. To understand this, we have to go back a few hours. Oyo was trying to wake Lee so she could send him home, but he was too drunk to move. She didn't even know his address. For a second she thought about taking him to a motel, but that would look bad. Then Haen's uncle offers to take him to his place. It's small, but there's enough room, and since Lee is his friend, he should look after him. Oyo says she'd be imposing, but he doesn't mind. His place is always full of visitors anyway. Not wanting to leave him with all the work, Oyo helps carry him home. Before leaving the bar, she says goodbye to Dong Chol. The two of them haul him all the way upstairs. At last they make it home. Lee is heavy, and Oyo feels completely wiped out. The uncle never mentioned he lived on a rooftop floor. No wonder he said it would be hard. They struggle just to get him onto a bed. Okiwa says tomorrow she'll work him to death for this. The uncle notes they seem pretty close if they were drinking that late together. Oyo says they see each other almost every day, weird as it sounds. She thinks of Lee like a nephew. More importantly, she needs to call a taxi home. The uncle tells her she can just stay the night there. No need for a taxi. Oyo says it's weird to sleep over at the home of a man she met only a few hours ago. She's too old for that. He points out the first subway won't come for another 2 hours, so she can rest on the bed until then. and he'll sleep on the floor. Curious, Oyo asks what his name is. He introduces himself as Hyun-sung. Oyo gives him a look that says she has other ideas. To get him closer, she says there's a weird stain on the blanket. He says he washed it recently, so that shouldn't be possible. Then Oyo grabs him by the neck and pulls him onto the bed. She tells him to stop acting dumb and sleep there too. The owner of the house shouldn't be on the floor. Hyun-sung says 3 people in one bed is too much, and he already feels like he might fall off. Oyo tells him to move closer. Or is he avoiding her because she smells like alcohol? He says that's not it. Then he has nothing to complain about. She worked all day and is exhausted. At that point, Hyun-sung gives up. As long as this doesn't mean anything else, it's fine, right? After waking up, Oyo regrets doing that. She has a habit of hugging someone in her sleep, just like she used to do with her ex-husband. Back to the main issue. Does that mean her uncle didn't seduce the boss? He says they only slept, nothing more. Why would he seduce her? For some reason, Oyo gets mad and smacks him on the back. He asks why she hit him. She says she doesn't know, she just got annoyed. The mood suddenly feels different. Anyway, Havian asks her uncle for the studio keys and tells him to take Oyo out for soup to help her hangover. She'll take Lee instead to get ramen. This whole thing is just embarrassing. As he walks with Haein, he says her uncle and his boss seem like a good match. They got close fast, but she stays quiet. She looks upset. Lee asks if she's mad. She admits she is, a little. He can't figure out what he did wrong. Was it going into her uncle's house or getting too drunk with him? Haein tells him to wait while she opens the studio. Lee tries to help, but she says there isn't much to do, so he can just wait. No matter how much he thinks about it, he still doesn't get why she's so mad. Then they go to buy hangover medicine. They stop at a convenience store and Lee apologizes for drinking alone with his boss. She invited him, so he just went along with it. But Haemin fires back. Didn't he say he'd send her a photo every time he got home at night? That was their little promise, so neither of them would worry. Now Lee remembers and apologizes. He completely forgot last night, so tonight he'll send her 2 pictures to make up for it. He feels relieved. He says he'll text her so their days off match up, and then they can go eat pasta together. After all, he promised he'd cook pasta for both of them. Looking at his ramen, he jokes that June is starting extra spicy. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung makes a post announcing a summer rock festival. But some of the replies are negative. A few followers are hating on it just because it isn't pure rock. It's only a small number of comments, so he should probably ignore them and keep going, even if he might regret it later. Elsewhere, while the uncle and Oyo eat soup, she tells him to cut his hair because last night she got some of it in her mouth. Then she realizes how that sounded, asks if he plans to sleep with her again, and quickly apologizes. Back to our pair, Haemin asks if Lee feels better now. He says yes, the ramen helped his hangover. Then she asks why he drank so much. Did something good happen? If he tells her about the confession from a few days ago, things could go badly. So instead, he says he had a job interview yesterday, and it went badly. That's why he drank so much? She asks. Lee says yes, though he feels guilty for lying. Still, it's not a complete lie. The interview really did go badly, but for now, Haemin has to get back to the studio. They barely talked while eating, and he wished the conversation would last longer. Then he gets his chance when he suggests stopping by the music studio so they can talk a little. They'll only stay for a bit, so it's no big deal. If she's the one asking, Lee has no reason to refuse. He's pretty free during the day anyway. So the two head to the music studio. It's his first time in a place like this. Since he's new to it, Haemin shows him around. She points out the rooms in back. One is for private recording practice, and another is for band rehearsals. This is where she usually works. Lee wonders what she actually does here. Keeping track of the studio schedule sounds hard, but not really. She even sleeps during some of her work hours. Sounds weird, but here's why. Once a group goes into a rehearsal room, they usually stay there for 2 or 3 hours, so she uses that time to rest. So it almost sounds like she does nothing. Of course she's joking. There's still plenty to do, like cleaning and setting up equipment. It's easier when her uncle is at the studio. Since no one's there right now, they go into the rehearsal room so Lee can look around. To him, the place is amazing. As a music fan, he asks what kind of bands usually come here. Most of them are indie, but last week a famous band called Kaleidoscope came by. That catches Lee's attention right away. They've been one of his favorite bands since he was young. He can only imagine how many bands must pass through this place. Before long, he starts looking through everything around him, and Hayden finds that kind of cute. If he wants, she can show him how she plays guitar. Lee agrees right away. His face makes it obvious how badly he wants to hear her play. So she quickly turns on the equipment and tunes the guitar. Then she lets Lee pick what he wants to hear. Not knowing what to choose, he tells Hayden to decide. She starts to play, and after just the first line, he already looks completely stunned. He thinks she's already started some famous song, but nope, she was only warming up. Even so, just watching her play is amazing. His reaction makes her laugh, and now she starts for real. From the first sound alone, it's clearly metal. Hayden's guitar skill is incredible, so much so that Lee doesn't even know how to react. Then Hayden switches to something else, or rather, something both of them know. The melody is from the band The Loon Afternoon. The moment he hears it, Lee recognizes In the Tide. He had promised himself not to get carried away, but that's impossible now. With that serious look and those careful movements, hearing her play a song he loves, becomes a memory he'll keep for the rest of his life, until Haeun's uncle walks in and breaks the moment. Later that night, he is putting moisturizer on her face when her phone rings, and she grabs it right away. It's a message from Lee. He sent her a picture of himself in a suit that he took in the bathroom. The second one is from the bar with his boss, but in that photo he's asleep. Haeun is about to send one back when she notices another message, an important one from Lee. He's free on the 15th. As a reminder, the two of them had promised to set a day to eat pasta at his house. They've been texting a lot lately, so much that she's gotten used to it. Then another message comes in, and Haeun checks who sent it. It's Yuan asking if she's free Monday morning. Monday arrives and he gets up early to wait for Yuan. He shows up on time, but something's off. His eyes are badly swollen. Turns out he fought with his Nuna last night. She came home late after going clubbing, and they argued for hours until dawn. He acts like her dad, but he means well. Since her parents are far away, he feels like someone has to help her grow up. So why did he ask to meet so early? Yuan says it's nothing too strange. He just wants to have a meeting with Haeun about something important. For that, they need a private room. It's confidential. No one else can hear this. He takes her to his studio room and asks how her latest album is going. She says it's almost done, but she still has 3 songs left to record if she wants a full playlist. When he asks about a physical release, she says that's not possible right now, it costs too much, and she doesn't have the budget. Then they get to the real reason he called her there. It's not a huge deal, just a kind of favor. The rock festival is getting close, and he wants Haeun to join his session band. That doesn't fully make sense to her, because for one, he already has a session band, and their setups are obviously very different. Yuan understands what she means. He wants Haeun to experience being on stage for the first time. She doesn't say it out loud, but that's clearly the point. Since it's a rock festival, he wants someone with a strong sound to handle the arrangement. He doesn't mind helping, but his songs are already good, so she asks if her help is really needed. It seems he hasn't been checking the online forums. Recently, the official festival account blew up with comments after people learned he'd be performing. As we know, Hyunsung isn't really from the rock scene, and people think he was invited just to help sell tickets. A lot of nasty comments were aimed at him. Still, Haeun thinks they're overreacting. It's not like the festival only includes rock bands. There's supposed to be variety. Yuan explains that this kind of thing happens in the rock community. Some fans are just toxic, so the best move is to ignore them. Besides, not everyone is against him. Plenty of fans are supporting Hyunsung too, and with that support, he wants to show he can do something people haven't seen before. It might sound like an excuse, but he wants to prove a rock festival isn't only for people who listen to rock while DJs get pushed aside. He wants to show he can entertain a rock crowd too. That doesn't mean he's throwing away who he is, because he doesn't want to ignore his own fans just to satisfy people who never believed in him. Still, wouldn't that put everything on long afternoon? Hyunsung shares an idea he's had lately. He thinks mixing both of their styles could lead to something really interesting. The rock festival is at the start of August, so there's still time. They can practice for about 50 minutes in the recording studio. First though, she'll need to check her schedule so they can pick a time. Hyunsung is overthinking this, and that's not helping. The last time Jiwon spoke with Hyunsung, he asked him to help Haeun get on stage. Jiwon says he'll support her too if needed, because he also wants to perform at the festival. And if using the name Long Afternoon makes her uncomfortable, then she can just perform without the name. After that, she heads down to the train platform. She's agreed, but she's still nervous even if she won't be the main one on stage. Then she notices Lee sitting on a bench waiting for the train. He's studying for his final exams. Once exams are over, Haeun thinks they should eat together. Lee likes the idea, but first things first, he needs to study. So he plans to focus as hard as he can. Haeun notices how serious he is about school, and how hard he's working to pass. Her uncle once tried to qualify to perform at the rock festival, but he was rejected. Does that mean the festival is the only way to make it? Not really. Plenty of great musicians never play there. It was just a chance he wanted to take to perform in front of thousands of people. An indie band doesn't get a crowd that size very often. At least once in her life, Haejin wants to play on a big stage too. She wants people to hear her main song. This memory makes one thing clear. He had been hesitating even though a real chance was right in front of her. Everyone works hard to grab the small chances they get. Even when they fail, they get back up and keep pushing for another shot. She leans on Lee's shoulder and quietly says she wants to eat the pasta noodles. He tells her it won't be anything special when he makes it, but it should still be fine. As long as she doesn't use the name Long Afternoon, no one will notice. Hyunsung will get the spotlight, and she'll just be the session player. It'll be a new experience for her to try. Then she cheers Lee on for his finals. At this rate, when festival day comes, the tickets might sell out and set a new attendance record. Exam day arrives and the teacher tells the class there are only 5 minutes left. When time is up, everyone has to turn in their tests. Lee stands up and hands his in. Now he just needs to go home and check the mistakes in his assignment so he can turn that in too. And his internship interviews will finally end next week. The one good thing is that tomorrow he'll have lunch with Haeun. He even finished all his work, though it probably means he won't sleep tonight. Suddenly he gets a message. At first he thinks it might be from the company where he interviewed before, but instead of good news, it says he didn't pass. That makes him so mad he starts cursing the company that rejected him. It really brings him down. He's getting tired of trying again and again. Tonight he decides to eat something greasy to deal with the stress. Then his work shift starts and Lee, as usual, tries to work with his normal attitude or at least close to normal. His boss asks if he's sick. Lee looks exhausted and the dark circles under his eyes give him away. He says he's fine. If he means it, then all right. He admits that he failed the interview for the internship. He hoped luck would help him, but it didn't. That failure hit him pretty hard. Still, it's not over. He has 2 interviews left. He's also worn out after finals. But break time was close, so they could at least grab something to eat. Lee tried to act normal, but his feelings slipped out. He heads down to the train tracks, but Hae-in isn't there. She probably got off work early today. There's nothing he can do about it. He wanted to talk to her again after a long time, but tonight he'll just listen to music from Loom Afternoon. As the song plays, he feels like he's sinking underwater. The lyrics talk about making a world with no nightmares. That helps him feel a little better. It's amazing how a few lines can change his mood. Even if he's being carried by a helpless wave, he'll hold himself together to calm down. He knows that tomorrow always comes again, and when he holds on, he can face what's ahead. When the song ends, Lee snaps back. This time, the voice sounded like Hae-in singing the chorus. The last time he heard it, he felt the same way. It's hard for him to believe she's Woo-Won-Yi. If she were, why would she hide it? Still, today's songs were amazing. When he gets home, he wonders if he should make pasta. Not to show off or make anything fancy, maybe he'll just have pasta with beer. Then Lee notices someone in his room. For some reason, Wooking is standing right there. Why is she here? Was she actually real? The cartoon Wooking answers that yes, she is. He didn't even know Wooking could talk. She tells Lee to look over there. It was already morning, yet it still felt like night, with everything frozen. After hearing that, he feels like he just caught on to something important. But the dream ends the moment he wakes up. Heijin notices he's awake. Was this still a dream? Lee asks. If it is, he should test it. Should he pinch her? Though usually it's the other way around. More importantly, how did she get in when he never told her the door code? Heaven says the door was partly open. A slipper was stuck there, so she thought Lee left it like that on purpose for her. Really, he was so tired he didn't notice he'd kicked it there by accident. Still, why was she here so early? They were supposed to meet at 11. Actually, it's already 11:30. He can't believe it got that late without him noticing. Anyway, they still have plenty of time today. First, he should take a shower so they can go shopping after. Lee agrees and heads to wash up. It really shocked him that she was suddenly right in front of him. If he'd slept a little longer, this never would have happened. But then Hae-min calls out because she has something important to say. She tells him he worked hard on the exam. That cheers him up at least a little. Maybe today will actually be a good day. The two go to a nearby store, and Lee stands there choosing between spaghetti and pasta. He likes spaghetti, but he also wants to think about what Hae prefers. She walks over and asks what's wrong. He asks which one she likes more. He picks spaghetti. Lee quickly says he loves spaghetti too, but she can tell he's bluffing. He couldn't even decide on his own. Anyway, was there anything else they needed? Yes, tomatoes, cheese, and vegetables for the salad. So Hae goes to get the cheese, and Lee heads for the vegetables. Shopping with him feels nice to him, almost like a date. He starts picking out salad, and Hae comes back with the cheese, only to see he's still choosing vegetables. Buying salad too would be a bit much, which is why he's taking so long. He says she'd have no problem eating all the salad herself. Even so, they should only buy what they need since salad goes bad fast. It seems like Lee comes to the supermarket a lot. He says he's been coming since he was little. Hae guesses he used to follow his mom on shopping trips. She says she often went with both her parents, but he says he didn't get much time with his mother. She passed away before he was old enough for that. He was raised by his father and even taught himself how to cook. He didn't know that, and she apologizes for bringing it up. Lee says it doesn't bother him. It happened a long time ago, so she doesn't need to feel bad. Anyway, the last thing left was a bottle of wine. Hae watches him from behind and can't help feeling for him. She knows he acts tough and keeps his feelings to himself. If he's hungry, they could eat something outside the store. But why did she touch his back? She says she liked the pattern on his shirt. Once they get home, Lee ties back his hair so it won't get in the way. Hae wants to help too, so he hands her a corkscrew and asks her to open the wine. She sits down and notices a small radio on the table. She wants to play some music to set the mood. Lee is fine with that. Hae pulls out her phone and picks a song. They listen while he cooks the noodles. He says the music feels nice. Hae agrees. When Lee hears this song, it feels like he's swimming through space. Then he mentions that Loong Afternoon recently posted a new drawing online. It showed Wooking playing with jellyfish. He guesses the next song might be about the ocean. He says she's not sure. Maybe it's about jellyfish instead. Since they're on the subject, she asks what Lee would think if Loong Afternoon got popular. He says that would be great. More people could hear the songs, but part of him would be sad if things changed, like the late-night live streams, surprise releases, and drawings that seem to mean something. If all that disappeared, it'd be disappointing. Still, that doesn't mean he'd stop loving the music. Even if it changes, he'll like every version of it. Now they just have to wait for the noodles to finish cooking. Suddenly, Hae presses up against Lee from behind. She's not just teasing him, she wants to check how the spaghetti is doing. There's just one problem, she's so close that he can feel her chest against his back. Of course that catches him off guard. And he's clearly not the only one feeling flustered. To stop things from getting awkward, he asks Hae to sit down while he finishes the spaghetti. She says it smells really good. Obviously she means the spaghetti. It smells so good she wants to eat it right away. They are still talking about spaghetti, right? Seeing how embarrassed Lee looks, Haitmwan offers him a glass of wine. It's her way of thanking him for cooking. He takes it gratefully. After teasing him a bit more, Haitmwan says she'll set the table. That whole moment felt intense. Lee doesn't know what to do with this feeling. He wants to hug him so badly he might burst. He plates 2 servings of pasta for them. He fixes her hair and takes a bite. Lee asks what she thinks. She takes a moment, then says it's good, with a nice spicy taste. He says he learned the recipe from YouTube. Before eating more, they raise their glasses for a toast. Lee feels relieved he didn't ruin today's meal. But while looking at her, he notices Haiten has a small mouth, and then that just slips out. Haiten realizes he's been staring. Lee quickly apologizes and says he'll eat too so she won't feel awkward. Then she asks, out of all things, why did he choose pasta? He says everyone likes pasta, so why not? That makes him wonder if he's cooked pasta for another girl before. Was that why he seems so confident making it? Lee says no, he's never made it for another woman. Usually he ate it with his dad, so Haitenwan is his first guest, and for her it's the first time eating pasta made by a man. That thought makes her feel surprisingly happy. Not my words, that's what she's thinking. Haiten wants to hear about Lee's childhood. She's told him plenty about herself, but knows almost nothing about him. He says it's not that he doesn't want to talk, his story just isn't interesting. She says she'll listen anyway, though if it gets too boring, she might fall asleep. That almost came out like a rhyme. Not knowing how to respond, Lee turns on the air conditioner to cool things down. Heron is relieved. She was sweating from the heat. He catches a glimpse of those feelings she's carrying. After that, she says she'll wash the dishes. Lee offers to do it, but she insists. While she cleans up, she asks him to buy some snacks to go with the wine. He heads to the convenience store and admits he feels awkward because he's so nervous. He had hoped to have some fun with her, maybe get a little closer emotionally. Maybe he's like this because of yesterday's failure. For no clear reason, he feels down. He tries to pull himself together so he won't ruin the mood, then heads back home with the snacks. Once he's back, Heron asks for the password to his laptop. She wants to put on a movie to make things feel less awkward. Then she asks what they should watch. He says she doesn't watch many movies, but she'd like something with the C in it. Lee tries to think of one, and the only thing that comes to mind is an old pirate movie from when he was little. Then Heron finds one that catches her eye. It's called The Lion and the Mermaid. Lee recognizes the title and tells him it's pretty old. Still, she plays it and they start watching together. He vaguely remembers it. He saw it a long time ago in a cafe with his Nuna. He barely remembers the movie, since back then he was paying more attention to her than the screen. At some point, he had hoped something special would happen. Then a pretty bold scene suddenly comes on. Lee didn't expect that at all. And Heian, she looks calm, but inside, she's actually really embarrassed by what she just saw. In the end, both of them get pulled into the movie. Out of nowhere, Heron asks Lee what he'd do if the person he liked loved someone else. He says he'd give up. You can't force someone's heart to change. It sounds sad, but fair enough. As for him, she says she'd curse both her lover and Samantha to suffer. It's harsh, but she wouldn't quit that easily. If she wants something, she goes after it. The person she likes should like her back too, because she's that honest about her feelings. She adds that lately she's gotten used to texting, and that's all because of Lee, since she messages him every night. Then he says they should have a few more drinks before bed. Heron lowers her head and admits she didn't expect to hear something like that from him. Lee stares at his wine glass and remembers asking Arna once why she loved watching movies so much. She said it was fun and also because most characters were cowards. Watching them made her feel at ease, since she saw herself in them. Now he knows he has to be honest about what he feels, but he still wants to be sure, because if he says nothing, he knows he'll regret it. So he calls out to Heron and says he's sorry. He doesn't think he can keep watching the movie because he can't stop thinking about her. That's basically his confession. So what happens next? Lee says he wants to be with her, but Heron had only meant she wanted to know how the movie ended. He tells her they can finish it later. What matters right now is this moment. So what do they do now? We all know where this is going. They end up kissing passionately, and that's where this chapter wraps up. And the story cuts to Boss Oju, who unexpectedly runs into Haitian's uncle. They just happen to meet on the street while one is heading to work and the other is taking the day off. Boss Oju was out buying things for her cafe, and she asks if he's been busy. He says yes, though the studio doesn't have many clients right now. They stand there awkwardly for a moment, then start to leave. He had thought about inviting her for a drink, but decides not to bother her if she's busy. She also wants to invite him for coffee, but doesn't want to interrupt his work. After thinking it over, he invites her to his studio instead. He never thought he'd actually ask, and she didn't expect herself to say yes either. Still, having coffee isn't a big deal, and it's hot out anyway. For now, her uncle is just a friend. They're nothing more than that, but saying it out loud would sting. Even he doesn't really know what he's trying to do. His ideal type is supposed to be a girl who loves rock like he does, and lives wild with her favorite bands, yet he's interested in someone who doesn't seem connected to rock at all. So he decides not to overthink it and just act like her friend, nothing more. The problem is he mutters that out loud, and Boss Oju hears him. Back with our favorite couple, Lee tries to slip in some tongue, but it just makes things even more awkward. He's so nervous his hands are shaking. Hae-sin notices right away and wraps an arm around his back. Teasing him, she says it's way too hot, and Lee's body feels especially warm. You can tell where this is heading. Not wasting any time, he takes everything off and Hae-sin covers her mouth, shocked by how bold he is, especially in broad daylight. But she was the one who told him to take it off. Come on, make up your mind already. She knows that's true, which is exactly why she asked. Hae-sin climbs on top of him and starts biting his shoulder. It hurts at first, but then it turns into something he likes. Now it's her turn to take off what she's wearing. But she asks him to wait a second. She wants to leave some things on. After he took everything off, that feels a little unfair. Yep, totally unfair. She knows, but since it's daytime, she's too embarrassed to show everything. Lee understands and doesn't push it. Still, there is one thing she can take off, the shirt she's wearing. That reveals her figure, and Lee is left speechless. He can't say a word. Hae-sin finds his reaction funny. She caught him off guard, then she tells him to stop trembling if he wants to take the lead. So should he carry her to the bed? Even that suggestion makes him feel awkward. Does she really mean he should carry her like this? Hae-sin laughs and says she's joking. He might hurt his back because of her. That line annoys Lee, and he tells her to hold on tight. He lifts her with both arms, and she's clearly surprised. He carries her to the bed and lays her down. Now Lee is the one taking charge. Still, Hae-sin is heavier than he expected. She asks if he's trying to make her mad. Of course he isn't. If she walks away now, he'll be left wanting more. But is this really okay? Hae-sin is still hiding a lot from him, and that makes her uneasy. She wants to push those feelings aside and enjoy the moment. As for Lee, he's in a messy emotional state. He can't even explain. He just wants to know what he's doing. Then Hae-sin tells him it's time to start. Start what? He already knows what she means. She wants Lee to guide her through it. He gets that, right? So he is really about to do it. First it was Dogen, and now our guy is about to debut too. Everybody's getting ahead of me. Seriously. Before they go any further, he needs to be ready. So he leaves Hae-sin for a moment and searches through a drawer for something important. Lee still has that box of condoms. He knew he'd need it one day. And who knows how many they might use this afternoon. Today, he's completely prepared, like he's been waiting for this moment. Lee says he really did get ready for today. Then the scene cuts again. Hae-sin's uncle shows Boss Oju around his recording studio. To her, it feels a lot like a radio booth. She asks if he built the place from scratch. He explains that he remodeled it after the previous owner handed it over. The former owner was an older man who moved to the United States and sold it to him cheap. They were close friends, so he took over the studio. This kind of business doesn't make much money, which is why nobody else wanted it. Boss Oju says that kind of thing happens. Then he asks if she started the cafe herself. She says no, she just redid it after her parents retired. The place looked old, so she gave it a fresh new style. She did that so if the cafe ever failed, she wouldn't blame her parents. She lives more freely than she first appears. Not careless, just surprisingly charming. That makes her blush a little. Trying to ease the mood, he changes the subject and asks if she's married. Really? That's what he goes with? She seems like someone who must have had lots of chances. Sadly, work made her miss them. Then she asks about him. Doesn't he want to get married? Her uncle says he's given up, and besides, he's not exactly rich. Boss Oju tells him he should cut his hair. Maybe that's part of his problem. So if he cuts it, would she grow hers out? She says no, she likes her hair the way it is. Then she asks if it looks weird, meaning her haircut. He says it looks good. That answer is a little vague, so he adds that when he first saw her, she reminded him of an Irish singer he knows. He says some pretty odd things. That awkward comment only makes the mood stranger, and he can't help it. Then changing topics again, she notices a notebook on the table. He quickly tells her not to look. It belongs to Hae-jin. Lately, he has been composing in the studio, which is why she has a notebook like that. Speaking of him, where is she supposed to be right now? He guesses she's probably with Lee. Boss Oju says she figured as much, and when she sees hairs later, she'll ask for all the details. Her uncle says he needs to be understanding. He acts tough on the outside, but she worries too much. Lee has to stay calm if he wants to understand how she feels. Still, they're not kids anymore, so they'll work it out themselves. Before leaving, Boss Oju says next time she has free time, she'll invite him out for a drink. She asks if he'd be up for it. He thinks for a second, then says yes. But hold on, what about our favorite couple? What are they doing now? Did Lee finally do it? He's just about to. First, he grabs the condom and pulls down his pants. First, they both need to calm down. Hae-in is nervous too, and Lee tells her to relax. At the same time, he tries to act like he knows exactly what he's doing. Then he gets ready to begin. Then he notices Jinhai is crying. He has not even started, so why is she crying? She does not really know either. Did she feel pressured? She says no, her feelings just hit her all at once. So now he thinks she is disappointed in him. He looks really pathetic. What a letdown. She quickly says that is not it. She just cannot get her emotions under control. Sometimes she also worries about what will happen when this is over. Looks like she still is not ready. So for now, she just wants to lie down until she calms down. Is this really okay? Our guy had everything ready. Still, it is fine. They can try again later. I really wanted them to finally do it already. In the end, she just got too overwhelmed. But she also seems sorry. Maybe he should cheer her up. First, she needs to relax before her heart bursts. Then he remembers something he wanted to tell her. He wanted to say it because he did not want Shinhai feeling so down and he wanted to make pasta. As for me, I honestly do not care about that at all. But what can you do now? We just have to hear what he wanted to say. The reason he wanted to make pasta is tied to a good memory from childhood. He tells her his mom used to make him snacks and this dish reminded him of that. Sometimes she made a cheap kind of pasta with instant noodles. She only made the sauce herself. Back then, the store was far away, so his mom cooked with whatever she had. Compared to real pasta, it tasted plain. But he loved what his mom made. He could not find that taste anywhere else. Maybe that is why making pasta means so much to him. She thought he was trying to charm her with his cooking. But what is so seductive about cooking? Well, she thought he looked sexy holding the kitchen knife and the hairnet looked cute on him, and the tasty food made it even better. If Haimi knew how to cook, she would be disappointed right away. But what is she even talking about? It is fun watching him blush, but she does not want to be the only one still wearing anything, so she takes off the last thing she had on. Now she has nothing on top, so he definitely should not turn around. He wants to look, but Haemin warns him not to. If he does, she will never forgive him and might even slap him. But some fates are worse than death, so maybe it is better to risk it than regret it later. He asks for just 5 seconds, but she says no again. If he keeps begging, she will really get mad and ignore his messages. Still, seriously, the pasta he made was pretty sweet. Lee could clearly feel hair pressed against his back. Next time, she wants to cook for him. But what can she even make? At best, fried eggs and toast. That sounds more like an English breakfast. Still, she wants to do it for him, and our guy is fine with that. He just asks her not to move too much because it is making him very nervous. You already know what part of Lee is getting nervous. Even so, this brings him some peace. His fear of being pushed away and all the messy thoughts he wanted to hide start melting away in her embrace. He was a little clumsy, but he is glad he was honest. Being accepted fills him with joy. That day, they slept deeply all afternoon and stayed lost in that heavy sleep. So while they are sleeping, I am the one stuck working to make a video about them. Now and then, when Lee woke up, he saw her in her underwear reading poetry. And when he asked the time, she only smiled and said nothing, then lay back down beside him. They slept until night, ordered some snacks, and went right back to bed. Sometimes he could catch Haeun's scent, but he did not want to wake her. It felt strange. Ever since Wookin showed up in his room, it has been like one long dream. It was a really nice day, and little by little they moved forward. For now, though, she still seems uneasy. The next morning, Haeun notices he is awake, and Lee thought he got up early, but it was already 10 and she had to go to work. She plans to grab something from the convenience store for breakfast on the way, so he should make sure he eats too. That annoys our guy a little. But before Haeun leaves, she asks if they are officially dating. She just wants to be sure. But why ask that? Does she want a goodbye kiss? He says yes, but first he needs to brush his teeth. After that, he thinks about walking her to the station, but she says it is close, so no need. Instead, he should use his vacation to rest. Before leaving, she tells him she wants him to make pasta again next time. Lee is fine with that, but Haeun clearly means something else. Anyway, she says she will return the shirt he lent her. Then he, poor expressionless, closes the door, goes inside, and starts thinking about what to do next. But he cannot hold back his excitement. He finally did it. Now he was dating Haeun. He wants to calm down, but he cannot. He wants to scream, but cannot do that either. He starts thinking about their next date. But more importantly, there is something urgent he has to deal with. And that toilet paper says it all. But do not get the wrong idea. Lee is looking at his phone because there is something he has to finish first. Meanwhile, Arna hears her phone ring and checks the message Lee sent. He needs to talk to her tonight. She still has time before the movie, so she goes off to smoke a cigarette. While smoking, she thinks things over. Our guy will probably reject her. Her confession was reckless and selfish. Maybe the time he took was just to sort out what to say. He is so kind, it almost becomes an obsession for her. She still had 3 cigarettes left. And what kind of girl does Lee like anyway? She at least wants to see her face once. He gets to work in a great mood and greets both his boss and co-worker. Hyunsong greets him back, and Lee returns it with a smile. That leaves Hyunsong speechless. You might be wondering why he is so surprised. Obviously, something is different. He seems way more cheerful than usual, though he acts like he is the same as always. It is just that his smile seems to be hiding something, and Haeun-sung can tell right away. But Haeun-sung is only 23, so that whole 20 years of experience thing makes no sense. Anyway, he feels like something happened before Lee came to work. Maybe he fought with his girlfriend. Haeun-sung has good instincts, but his guesses are terrible. While changing, Lee lets out a tired sigh. He already decided to end this problem, but rejecting her face-to-face is still hard. If his old resentment had lasted, this would have been easier. Still, it is better to set clear boundaries. Acting vague would only make things worse for everyone, so for now, he handles Order 98 and tells the customer to enjoy. His boss asks if he already confessed to Haeun. He says yes, and that he gave him the chance to do it. His boss finds that adorable and calls it young love. Then comes the question of whether they kissed, but Lee keeps that private. Right then, Arna shows up and greets him. We all know what is coming. Arna says she will wait behind the store, and Lee says he will come now. First, he asks his boss if he can take his 30-minute break right away, because he has to handle something and will be back soon. His boss gets it and tells him to go, but warns him not to come back crying after rejecting her, or else, well, we all know what waits for Lee. Anyway, even after saying that, acting normal is not easy. His chest feels tight, but I am already too late to keep talking about that. Arna has been waiting, and Lee asks her to listen. He tells her he started dating someone. Okay, he did not say someone better than you, but I had to say it like that, so he cannot accept her confession. Arna takes it calmly, and that is all he came to say, so he apologizes for making her come out here. Arna already understands, so Lee turns to leave. But then he looks back at her one last time. What is he thinking? He should not pity her. There is nothing he can do for her anyway. But is coldly burying the past really the best way? He does not want it to end like this. So before he goes, he wants to apologize for one thing. He admits that in his mind he made her into a bad person because she rejected him before, so she has no reason to apologize anymore. He was the immature one, the one who treated her unfairly. There is nothing wrong if two people are not on the same page, so no matter what she felt, she did nothing wrong. Did nothing wrong? Why does that sound so familiar? Anyway, Arna understands and tells him to leave. If he says anything else, she might take it the wrong way. He is so innocent, he confuses people. She tells him to go now, or she will start crying, and this time not to come back again. Lee already knows that. Arna wants to smoke her last cigarette, but remembers she cannot smoke here. That brings back a memory from the past, when she got Lee to try smoking. He gave it a shot, but just ended up choking on the smoke. So why did he do it? Because she smoked, and he wanted to try one too. Maybe he thought that if she rejected him, she would ask him not to stay by her side. That thought makes her laugh a little. Honestly, smoking does not suit our guy at all. Remembering that makes her feel nostalgic. And like always, that nostalgia makes her cry for leaning on someone like that. But if she knew this vague relationship would only hurt her, why did she confess back then? It just doesn't make sense. I know, but that's just couple stuff, so asking me makes even less sense. It feels like after this ending, she'll never see him again. At least that's what you'd expect. She goes back to the cafe like nothing happened and asks for a drink to go. But why the heck did she come back here? Is there any reason she shouldn't? She just wants to finish filling her stamp card for a free Americano, so she plans to keep coming until it's done. And like Lee said, she isn't a bad person, so there's no reason for her to leave. But she shouldn't worry. Once she gets her hot chocolate, she leaves the shop. That really stresses him out. He thought rejecting her meant he'd never see her again. But it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, once summer training starts, he'll quit the cafe. Then he spots Hamian sitting on a bench and asks if she just got off work. She says she was waiting for a couple trains to pass while reading poetry. Either way, their romance has already started. And once summer begins, he won't be a college student anymore. But there's more. Summer isn't the only thing coming. The most awaited collab is too between Hyunsung and Hamian's band. The next part starts with a musician saying it's been 10 years since he split from his band, and back in school he went from party to party with friends. But he wasn't only wasting time there, he was secretly working on projects too. Once people heard he'd joined the rock music event, tickets sold out fast. Fans also kept asking for a new album for the 25th anniversary of his first record. At first he said no, but then he remembered how fun those old recording days were, so he decided to release an album he wrote years ago but never put out. Hearing about the rock festival brought back those wild days and made him wonder why, after 10 years, so many people would still come hear a guy like him. Simple. Good music stays good no matter the era. But when he was 21, he wrote songs without thinking too hard. And when he brought them to the label, he never imagined they'd be sold all over the world. That's life. If you're an artist stuck in your room, don't forget great songs can't be forced. All of that was from a video Haynes was watching. She can't believe that band is coming to the rock festival too. If so, this year is going to be amazing for her. But changing the subject, why was Lee dancing in the middle of the train station? What got him so excited? Doesn't Hae know? He tells her about the collab between Hyunsung and Loon Afternoon. To him, it's insane. He says she saw it on Loon Afternoon's account too. That means a top artist like Hyunsung knows Loon Afternoon. Besides writing songs for idols, Hyunsung is one of the best musicians around right now, so the fact that both of them like Loon Afternoon is amazing. Hae asks if he really likes Hyunsung's music that much. Lee says yes. He's heard some of his songs, and for someone making electronic music, he has a great voice. That catches her interest. It's the first time she's heard him speak well about another musician. Still, that's normal. It's not that surprising. She's just curious what kind of music will come out. Hansung is really good too, but Loon Afternoon is still her favorite. She just got excited because something new is coming. But that would mean Hansung knows who Loon Afternoon is, right? Because to collaborate, they must have met in person. Careful with her answer. Hansung just says, I guess yeah, or maybe not. These days, people can collaborate online. Lee hadn't thought of that, so maybe he'll ask him when he sees him. But what does she mean by that? He hadn't mentioned it before, but Hyunsung is a regular at the cafe. He comes in all the time, almost every day for coffee. That makes Hyein even more nervous. She can't let him find out she's a huge fan. Why didn't Lee tell her sooner? He thought she only cared about rock artists. Maybe Hyun is acting like this because she's a massive Hyun-sung fan. So next time he sees Hyun-sung, he offers to get an autograph for her. That would probably just make things worse. Loon Afternoon may still be hiding their identity, but it could come out at the studio anytime. It'd help to know their age or what style they're like. Hazen wants to ask him something. Why does he keep talking about Loon Afternoon when he's with her? Aren't they dating now? Before they only talked about that to get closer, but Lee still keeps bringing it up. He apologizes. It's just been a long time since they talked as fans, so Hazen tells him to pretend he's her fan. What she really wants is for him to talk more about her, ask questions, you know, the usual stuff. She wants him to treat her like his favorite artist in an interview. If his questions are good, she'll answer in style. Lee starts thinking, and the first thing he asks is her birthday. This feels less like an interview and more like an interrogation. After that, they both head home. Then Hakuman sends him a photo with a short note saying her birthday is August 11th. He still has time to get a gift, but where should he take her? Maybe a fancy restaurant, or maybe a guitar. But if he buys that, he'll go broke. He wants to know what kind of gift would make her happy. And on Haefin's side, she also gets a photo with Lee's birthday, October 20th. She still has plenty of time, but what could she get him? She starts thinking about what he likes. Maybe she could give him something bold. But why does her mind always go there? Lee may look innocent, but deep down he's a little bold too. She realized that clearly at her house. Not that it bothered her, it just surprised her how passionate he is. Anyway, she'll probably buy him a new backpack since his old one looks worn out. Then she gets an email from Hyun Shung. Maybe it's about the arrangement she sent earlier. But when she reads it, she sees he wants another take. He's getting more and more exhausting to deal with. But right now with Hyun Shung, he was preparing a special gift for Hyun. Once she opens it, there's no turning back. He plays electric guitar and records the sound onto her computer. After finishing her part, she pauses. She's thinking about doubling the guitar track and also adding keyboard. But then she hears something. That voice from a second ago sounded like a real person, and it turns out to be the girl with glasses from the production stage team. Hae-in greets her, but how did she find this place? Hae-sang told her after their meeting. Before anything else, she asks for something to drink, and he hands her a soda. Now she feels way better and jokes that global warming can go to hell. But why show up this suddenly without warning? It's because she just finished something important. Loon's promo video. Blue Kites is ready, and Deep Planets too, so she came to show them to Hae-in. Blue Kite's video uses live-action footage and moves with a lot of energy. The glasses-wearing director asks what she thinks. Hae-in says it looks amazing, but it must have cost a fortune. The director explains the footage isn't new, it's a short film made by an indie director from her team. There will be an indie screening down the street in July, so she should stop by if she can. The next one, Deep Planets, she made herself. Wookin's animation moves using a few limited animation cuts and some motion graphics. He says it's absolutely adorable, and thanks the director a lot. Hearing that, the girl with glasses starts smiling. Actually, more than smiling, she's practically floating from happiness. She got what she wanted, most praise from another artist. To her, that's one of the best moments of her career. She says that because Hyun is her favorite person. He just doesn't know it. After that, she tells him she'll send the original download link that night. If possible, he should upload the official video before Ecosystem premieres, so it can help promote it. Hagen agrees and says next time she comes by, she'll buy her something tasty. She'd prefer alcohol, though. Before leaving, she asks if it's true he will go on stage with Hyun-sung. He says yes, as a session musician. Then she asks what it's like working with Hyun-sung. He says it's very different from their last collab. He's more sensitive now and his standards are higher. They did several takes of the live arrangement, but he still wouldn't approve them easily. It feels like he's tormenting her. The director says he always gets stricter when preparing for live shows. Even she felt like she might die working with him, but she doesn't mean that in a bad way. Hyun-sung just wants to give a proper performance. He always says a live show should beat even the expectations of people who already know the songs. But if he pushes Hyun too hard, she'll handle him herself and beat him up. With that, she goes back to work. But those words about surpassing expectations stay in his head. Now she has an idea of what she needs to do. Sometimes new ideas appear before she even realizes it. It felt like turning an idea into something real. Like the result had come early. That thrilled her. She already wanted to play live with the band. Meanwhile, Lee tells his boss he's heading out. She says to go on ahead since she still has warehouse work. Summer inventory is a huge headache. More importantly, Shin Hae-in should be done with work by now. He should text her. He asks if she's finished, and she says she'll be working all night so he can go first. She pulled an all-nighter yesterday too. She's been really busy lately. He thought they'd see each other more during break, but with Shin Hae-in this busy, they meet even less. Of course, that doesn't mean he's been slacking off either. He's getting ready for internship interviews too. Dating doesn't automatically make two people closer, but what if they go a little deeper? Since they're together, they should be able to say things like that. But what exactly does he mean by that? Then Shin Hae-in's phone rings. She checks the message, and Lee says he misses her. Pretty classic. Should Shin Hae-in say she misses him too? He gets her reply, and he asks if he wants to grab food tonight. But if he leaves right now, he'll miss the train. That's exactly why she asked. She wants to see what he'll choose. It's not like Lee would miss the last train just to eat with her, right? He answers right away that he'll go eat with her. He really gave up the last train? She didn't expect that, but their dinner plans are set. Lee waits for Shin Hye-in with a small fan in his hand. Now he wonders what they can even eat this late. For a second, he thinks about that pub he visited with his boss. Then he shows up. She asks if he waited long, and he says no, he just got there. That makes Shin Hye-in laugh. Is she laughing because he's drenched in sweat? She says no. He just rushed over like an excited puppy for a late-night snack. Wait, did she just call him that? Annoyed, Lee points his fan at her. But how is he getting home if the last train is gone? He says he'll walk even if it takes about an hour. Or maybe he could stay at Shin Hye-in's place. That sounds nice, but he could also stay with his uncle. Still, Lee refuses because he doesn't want to bother anyone. Back to the point. What about skewers? There's a place nearby by an alley. Before he walks ahead, Shin Hye-in holds out her hand. What for? Does she want the mini fan? If I were Lee, that's what I'd think too. But he is the main guy, so he gives her his hand, and they walk off holding hands like a real couple. He asks if she wants beer with the skewers, but she says she has to go back to work after eating, so drinking isn't a good idea. But once they get inside, they each knock back 2 glasses of beer with no problem. For both of them, it feels amazing. Wasn't she not supposed to drink because of work? She says being stuck in the studio all day in this heat made her desperate for something cold. At this rate, she could keep drinking. Then she asks if he used to come here a lot with college friends. Lee says the owner once kept him there eating skewers until 4 in the morning, so he doesn't hang out with his old college friends much. When Shin Hye-in brings that up, Arna's name pops into his head. He can't mention her, so he just says everyone is busy job hunting. He definitely looks like he's hiding something, and Shin Hye-in decides to find out with a bottle of soju. That escalated fast. What's her plan? She asks if he wants to play truth or dare. He knows how it works. If someone can't answer or lies, the punishment is a shot of soju. Lee agrees, though he doubts it'll be that exciting, because he says he has nothing to hide. That's what he says, even though he still hasn't told her about Arna. He sounds pretty confident, and their order arrives. She wants Lee to ask first, so he starts easy. Does Shin Hye-in think he's attractive? It's a pretty childish question, but she honestly says yes. That makes him absurdly happy, like he'd been waiting to hear it. Now it's her turn. She asks, what part of her body below the neck he likes most. That one is way harder. If he tells the truth, he'll sound like a pervert. If he lies, he has to drink soju. That's not the worst thing, but he still doesn't want to. Lee says he's never looked that closely, so he doesn't know. But that's obviously a lie. The last time they were in bed, he saw everything. She tells him to stop dodging and answer for real. He says he likes her collarbone. That sounds totally fake, but he insists it's just his preference. She says if he's being honest, she can show him. That makes him want to change his answer. See what I mean? So she tells him to drink the soju. Now it's Lee's turn. He asks if she has ever lied to him before. That's a pretty broad question. Does that include white lies and jokes? She's got a point, so then she does have a secret she's hiding, right? Lee's mind starts racing, and she says yes. She can't tell him that easily, but if he downs the whole shot, she'll tell him. It sounds rough at first, but Lee drinks it in one gulp. Now he wants the secret. Shin Hye-in tells him to come closer. Just when it seems like she'll say he's her favorite singer, she changes course and says Lee is the first man she's ever dated. Really? She means that? If he doesn't want to believe her, that's his choice. So does that mean that time was her first time too? Wow. And that's where the chapter ends. It continues with more questions, and now it's Shin Hye-in's turn. She says she once fought with her mother, but it was so petty and childish that she's embarrassed to remember it. Lee gets curious about what she used to fight with her parents over. Maybe it was because she chose music, or maybe not. Then Shin Hye-in asks if he's ever fought with his father. Lee says never, because his dad is kind. Next he asks if he thinks he has his own special charm. He's never really thought about it, but sure, he is pretty tall. He is about 183 centimeters, maybe even taller now, but she wants more than just his height. She wants him to really think about himself. What else is there? He's always seen himself as a pretty ordinary guy. Then maybe actually there is one thing. Looking at Shin Hye-in makes it clear to him. Lee says he does have his own charm, and honestly, you can probably guess what he means. That look on his face says he's thinking something dirty, but he claims he meant his personality. Yes, his personality. Still, he says Shin Hye-in has her own special charm too. She admits she might have a few strong points, but she doesn't see them as charm. Maybe she's just not happy with herself. Every time she finds something good, she also finds a flaw and forgets the good part. She thinks that whenever she looks in the mirror, what if she were taller, or had longer limbs? Thoughts like that cross her mind. Lee cuts in and says, no, he likes her exactly as she is. So Shin Hye-in should be a little kinder to herself. Even while saying that, he knows his thoughts aren't totally pure, so he doesn't dislike it. Not at all. She actually likes it as long as it's with someone she can show that side to. After they finish the beer, she asks Lee if they should call it a night. It's already past 1:30. He wants to stay with her longer, but he doesn't want to get in the way of her work, so he asks one last question. He's been with someone before her, right? By been with, does she mean dated someone? Something like that. Truthfully, there wasn't anyone before her, but if he says that, he might sound inexperienced even though he's older. And what happened with Arna is in the past, so going into that now feels pointless. So he tells Shin Hye-in there was no one. She's his first too. But he knows he's lying. Earlier, when she asked about the friend he was meeting, he avoided it. And she guessed it might have been an ex. So that means last time was his first time? But then how did he do it so well? Lee admits he wasn't naturally good at it. He practiced a lot on his own, so he wouldn't ruin the mood. That makes Shin Hye-in smile, then burst out laughing because she never expected him to work that hard just for that. Just picturing Lee kissing her while secretly panicking inside is adorable to her. She's mostly teasing him, but still, now he feels doomed. He wanted to seem more mature, but that clearly failed. Then they pay and head out. As they walk hand in hand, Shin Hye-in asks if he wants some breath mints. He says yes, then asks when she bought them. She says before she left the studio. She asks again if he's really walking home and he says yes, it's fine. Shin Hye-in tells him to take a taxi so he doesn't wear himself out. Lee says it's okay. He's on break anyway so he can sleep in. After a long walk they say goodbye and he tells him to get home safe. He is about to leave but he stops him for a second and asks if he wants more breath mints. He says he's fine and doesn't need any. But that's not what she meant. Lee catches the hint right away, so that's what she was asking for. He leans in and kisses her, and that was it. Hye-in wants them to start giving things back and forth like this from now on. She doesn't want Lee to carry everything alone, so she's the one who takes the first step to show him what she means. She tells him again to get home safe, then heads off. Still, Lee says that just when he finally works up some courage, she surprises him again. The feeling is amazing, but also frustrating. Next time, he'll be more thoughtful and surprise her instead. He can't be the only one losing control forever. While he's thinking about that, he notices his boss with Hye-in's uncle. It looks like they had gone out for drinks. But why were they here this late? More than that, why were they alone together? We'll find out in the next part. Lee finishes the order and tells the delivery guy to be careful. It's summer, so there are non-stop shaved ice orders. That item takes a ton of work, and he's wiped out. Anyway, his boss is acting like usual. But after seeing her so upbeat that night, he wonders if he should ask how she's doing. So he calls out to her and asks how she's been lately. She asks if he means store sales. Not really. He means her personal life, like health, daily life, or relationships. She asks what he's really trying to say and tells him to be direct. He says he's not trying to pry, but last night he happened to see her walking with Hye-in's uncle. She hadn't even noticed him there. So where did the two of them go? Are they dating? He says he's just curious. His boss answers that her life outside work is private, so he doesn't need to know. But she's always digging into his love life. So why act like this now? Because she's the boss, and he's the employee. So that's how it is. Huh? Then from now on, he won't talk about his private life either. She immediately tells him not to. His personal life is her only source of gossip. He says her private life isn't as interesting as his, so if she wants details, she has to be fair. With no way out, she agrees to explain what happened. First, she makes one thing clear. They are not dating, and nothing happened that night. Before heading home, she stopped in her car with the AC on to rest. Then she fell asleep, and Hayden's uncle found her and woke her up, thinking something was wrong. She tried to drive home, but he said it wasn't safe while she was still sleepy, so he let her rest at his place for a bit. That's why they were walking together. Even so, going to his house alone together feels like a big step. She realizes she may have said too much. She doesn't want him getting strange ideas, really. Nothing happened. She just drank some water and fell asleep because she was tired. So they're just friends. Not even that. More like business acquaintances. Yesterday they only talked about the shop. Still, she doesn't want him telling Hye-in, for her boss's sake and the uncle's. And Shinjo can't hear about it either, or he'll jump to weird conclusions. Right then he shows up and asks what they're talking about. Why hasn't she gone home yet? She said she would leave after finishing her task. Both of them just want her to head home already. After work, Lee is glad those two became friends. His boss has been alone for a while, so having someone around could be good for her. It'd be nice if things moved forward, but feelings have to happen naturally. Then, when he comes down near the train station, he finds Hye-in deep in thought. Lee asks why she looks worried. She says her uncle seemed a little off today. He usually sits around playing on his phone, but today he looked distracted and didn't answer when she called him. Sometimes he even mumbled to himself, saying things like he made a mistake. He knows why, but he can't tell her. Maybe it's a midlife crisis, or maybe something emotional is bothering him. Hye-in looks at him and asks if he knows something. But what would he know? If he doesn't know, then neither does he. Usually Lee jumps to conclusions fast, but this time he's clearly hiding something and trying to end the topic. Even if he did know, it wouldn't be right for him, as an outsider, to say it. And if her uncle didn't tell her, there must be a reason. Maybe he's keeping it secret on purpose, and even family should respect that. She admits that's true, but worries he may have been scammed. Lee tells her there's nothing to worry about. She asks if he's really sure. He definitely knows something, doesn't he? She says he doesn't have to explain everything, just the basics. Is it because of her? With that look on her face, there's no way he can say no, and she looks way too cute in that outfit. Lee is at his limit. He admits he only found out by accident and thought it was best to keep quiet, at least for now. Still, he can't tell her until her uncle says it himself. Hye-in gets what he means. If it's not something she needs to worry about, she won't ask anymore. It's not good to interfere in someone else's love life. But how did she figure that out when he never said it? Or is she testing him? No matter what secret it is, the longer it's hidden, the bigger it gets. But how does she know? Lee can't read Hae-mian's mind, but she seems able to read his. Teasing him is fun for her. Then she changes the subject and asks him, since Loong Afternoon's collab song comes out the day after tomorrow, does he already have something planned? What exactly did he work so hard to prepare, some snacks or something? As long as he's with Hae-min, it'll be fun. He has so much he wants to say, and now he can't wait for the day after tomorrow. The next morning, Han-sung shows up at the studio and asks Hae-min to sign a contract. A contract. Just like that, it feels like his secret is bound to come out the more she hides it. The whole group goes silent at the proposal. Is he talking about a record deal? Han-sung says yes, he wants Hae-min to sign an exclusive contract with his label. She thinks for about 3 seconds, then says she might do it. Dae-hee-hun tells her to at least read the contract before making a rushed choice. She snaps back that of course she'll read it. She's not stupid. Then the guy in the cap cuts in and asks Hee-hun-sung if the contract says members aren't allowed to date. Seriously? Was that a real question? Apparently it wasn't a joke. Hee-hun-sung says they're not idols, so he doesn't need to worry about that. Once she's ready, she can come to the office and he'll show her the contract. The guy in the cap says he has plans after this, so he can't go. They tell him that's fine. They'll fill him in later. So they leave the studio, and Jae-hun asks Hae-vian if this is really okay. Hae-hun-sung is still new at the label, so wouldn't someone more experienced be a better choice? He knows that's true, but she likes Hae-hun-sung. During their collab, he really listened to the music. He's careful with his work, and it's obvious he truly loves music. That's why she wants to work with him. She'd rather work with someone who thinks deeply about what he makes instead of someone who only cares about money. Still, if she doesn't like the contract terms, she won't sign it. Then Han-sung hands her the contract. If there's anything she wants changed, he tells her to say so. She reads it carefully and says it looks pretty simple, with no strange restrictions. He explains that he doesn't want to limit an artist's activities. Simpler terms are easier to manage. The label will cover costs and split profits. They'll also help with promotion and give advice. The company wants to protect each artist's originality, but since Hae-mian's group doesn't do live promotions, the support would mainly go toward album production costs. Then what happens to the label if his album doesn't sell? In that case, the label takes the loss and releases the artist from the contract. That's how business works. But Hae-mian's group thinks Eclipse, but covering into the bean. He says he'll keep working, so the company will manage somehow. He didn't start this label just to make more money anyway. He wants to find great artists and help more people hear them. Long Afternoon is one example. If Hae-mian's band can make great music, Han-sung says he'd spend 111 million on them. When he hears that, her interest spikes right away. She instantly agrees to sign. They could record an album in the United States or even capture sounds in Iceland. They could even hire a bassist. They already have tons of ideas, and they haven't even signed yet. How much are they planning to spend on one album? Still, it's been a long time since someone accepted her feelings without twisting them. The people she met before never saw her that way. They called her a fake piece of trash, show-off, and disgusting. He's so lost in thought that he doesn't notice Hae-mian calling him. He snaps out of it, apologizes, and asks what she wanted. She says there's one thing she needs about the promotion terms, and it's also a favor she wants to ask. Meanwhile, the collab album by Hyun-sung and Long Afternoon had already been released. According to Lee Jung, it had made it into the top 20 on the local music chart. From what he can tell, the reactions online are pretty positive. He wants to hear it right away, but holds back until tonight, so he can listen with Hae-mian when the music video drops. Our guy changes into his work uniform, and Han-sung has already been waiting for him. But where's Boss Oju? Han-sung says she went out to buy more shaved ice ingredients. Then she changes the subject and asks Lee Jung if he listens to music. He says of course, and asks why. She explains that Han-sung's new song came out today and wanted to talk about it. But Lee Jung quickly covers his ears and catches her off guard. He says he'll hear it later and doesn't want any spoilers. Hyun-sam takes that as a sign he's a fan and says she is too. She even got an autograph when he came by before. Our guy likes Hyun-sam's music, but he's really a Long Afternoon fan. So does he actually go looking for music that's specific? Sometimes he searches for it himself, and other times he just follows the app's recommendations. She does the same and never thought they'd bond over that. Now he's even listening to Long Afternoon on the way home, just because Lee Jung likes them. Our guy recommends Blue Kite and Deep Planet, saying both songs are great. He feels oddly happy getting to introduce other people to Long Afternoon. While they're talking, Hae-mian walks into the shop and orders an iced Americano. Lee Jung gets excited and says he heard the new song, and that it was amazing. Our guy cuts in and tells her not to chat with customers. But as Hae-mian keeps talking with his coworker, Lee Jung gets excited again and asks Hae-mian who Long Afternoon is. That question comes way too fast. The rest will have to wait for the next part. The chapter picks up right from that question. Who is Long Afternoon? Hae-sung gives a simple answer. Long Afternoon is a very talented musician. But Long keeps going, asking what kind of person they are, if they're in a band, and if they're handsome, while our guy quietly begs her to stop. Hae-sung can't say much, so he only says he's never met them in person and doesn't know. With that, he starts to leave. Our guy had already warned her not to bother customers, and says it'll be her fault if Hyesung stops coming. Lung brushes it off, saying it was just a little conversation, like a greeting, but he fires back that greetings don't include nosy questions. Still, he says he'll take the drink over and apologize for her. While Lung and her coworker keep talking, Layun cuts in to bring the order. He also apologizes for Lung and asks if she said anything uncomfortable. Hyesung says not at all since he comes often, it's understandable. Layun apologizes anyway and gives him a cookie on the house. Then while they're already talking, he asks Hyesung for one more favor. He wants an autograph. Funny how she complains when it's Hyesung doing the same thing. Hyesung agrees without a problem and asks our guy what name to write. He says it isn't for him, it's for a girl named Haeun. Hyesung thinks he misheard, so he asks again and confirms it really is her. He asks if that girl is his girlfriend. Layun says yes and adds that she's a big Hyesung fan. Hyesung is glad to hear that. He says he hopes his girlfriend likes it. After that, he leaves the shop and thinks to himself what a shock that was. He almost yelled when he heard Hyesung's name. If they had started talking about Lung afternoon too, who knows how he would have reacted. He'll have to ask him about it later. Right now, Hyesung is worried. If Layun finds out Hyesung lied, both of them could get hurt. Last time, he said even lovers can hide things. Should he tell her to fix this soon? Then his inner voice asks why he even cares. He already told himself he'd keep his distance, so why keep stepping in and acting close? It won't change anything. No matter where he goes, he ends up telling himself the same thing. Their relationship is something only those two can solve, and he has no right to interfere. Meanwhile, Layun finishes his last delivery, and that wraps up the day. He asks his boss if she has any plans since they're closing early. She says no. She just reminds him to clean up before leaving. Now that work is done, he can get home early for the music event with Hyun. His boss tells him to hurry up so he can make it home sooner. Our guy gets off work 30 minutes earlier than usual. Now he needs to message him to meet him at the station, but he doesn't have to. She's already waiting right in front of him. She had stopped by her uncle's place to rest first, and now he has something to give her. He shows her Hyesung's autograph. Just like he promised, he got her name signed on it. He explains that Hyesung came to the shop, so he asked for it while he was there. That makes Hyesung a little nervous. She's scared her secret might come out, so she asks if they talked about anything else after the autograph. He says he can't really chat with customers while working, so nothing important came up. Though one coworker did ask about Lunong afternoon. He says Hyesung answered that he doesn't know them. That's a huge relief for Hyesung. Too bad Lunjung didn't learn much. At least Hyesung isn't that talkative though, he was still worried. Then the two of them sit down. Our guy asks what's in the bag. Did she go shopping? She says she brought a few things for their music night. First, she shows him a projector so they can watch it on the wall. She admits she borrowed it from her uncle's house. It's old and cheap, not the best, but it should work fine at his place. He'd wanted to try one of those too, but it was too expensive for him. When he asks what else she brought, she says toiletries, makeup, and also a change of clothes. He assumes what she's wearing now just isn't comfortable for going out, but she says that's not it. She brought a costume for tonight. Our guy's mind immediately runs wild. Maybe a cat outfit, maybe something cute, maybe even a bunny suit. The boldest option, or maybe a puppy one, who knows? Too many choices. The fact that she prepared something like that already blows his mind. He even starts thinking maybe he should wear one too. It might actually suit him. We'll see that in the next part. In the next chapter, our favorite couple reaches our guy's house. The train ride was brutally hot, and it's only the end of June. If they feel like this, just imagine how hot it is for me right now. Anyway, he asks Hyesung if she wants to shower first or if they should get in together. Alright, calm down. While she showers, he'll make something to eat. She says that sounds good and adds that she'll change clothes too. She'll even wear the cosplay she mentioned earlier. So she's really putting it on now. What kind of cosplay is it? Just thinking about it makes him nervous. Still, it's probably not one of the wild outfits he imagined. Hyesung has her own style, and she loves teasing him. He tells himself he won't fall for it again. But why does this still feel so exciting? The answer is obvious. He's imagining every possibility. Whatever it is, it means Hyesung really prepared for this day. As he gets the food ready, he comes out of the bathroom and tells him it's his turn. And the cosplay she meant turns out to be the shirt she's wearing. She says it's merch her uncle made back when he was in a band, and she grabbed two from his house. If they wear them together, they'll look like a matching couple. This is almost too sweet, even if it's not really cosplay. He says it's perfect. He'll try his on after he showers. According to our guy, cross our fingers means hoping for good luck. It's not what he imagined, but it's so unique that he loves it, and the idea of it connecting them as a couple makes it even sweeter. Next time, he wants to give her something they can use together too. Everything is going great so far, but did they really have to show that off? Hyesung is seriously lucky. Our guy comes out of the shower and asks him how he looks while crossing his fingers. She copies the pose and says it looks good on him. So should they take a couple photo? That way they can remember their matching shirts. He likes that idea, so the two head over to take a photo together. For the second one, they switch poses. This is getting dangerously sweet. Seriously. The picture comes out so well they look like a real fan couple of her uncle's band. Our guy says he really is a fan even of her uncle. That makes her blush. Maybe Layun really is doing well as a boyfriend. He already decided he'd be more thoughtful next time, and this feels like his chance. For the last photo, Haeyoon asks him to come closer. He does, then asks if this is close enough or if she wants him even closer. She uses that moment to snap the picture. The result is amazing. They both look pretty bold in it. Is she talking about him or herself? Our guy is just as bold, so he can't really complain. Usually that's the kind of thing you say about yourself, but still. Then Haeyoon kisses his neck and wow, that came out of nowhere. Seriously, why can't I be him? Shinhye asks him to let go, unless he wants to miss the music. Lee says he'd rather listen like this. Still, he gives in. It wasn't quite what he pictured, but it was still nice. Then they eat the dessert Lee made, and Shinhye says it tastes really good. Since she doesn't like things too sweet, he used less sugar for her. They keep talking about it for a while, until it's finally time to hear the music. Now they're about to watch the music video Shinhye released. She pulls out her phone to play it since she already set everything up earlier. With a grin, she tells Lee to get ready. Then Shinhye starts the music video. In the next instant, he gets completely pulled into it. On screen, Shinhye sings that she's lost count of the cold days, but not once did her hands melt away. For a long time, she only learned how to begin. Then the faces she saw every day turned into strangers, and a rain she'd never imagined came down. Now they live with dates that have no names. Lee says the song feels great. It's electronic with a bit of metal mixed in. The melody is calm, but it leaves him with a strange feeling. Between the instrumentals, the processed voice gives everything a mysterious edge. He decides to listen again later, but then he realizes something. When is Loong Afternoon supposed to appear? Shinhye says maybe she only worked on the audio and isn't in the video. Then Shinhye lifts the pick and plays the electric guitar from behind the cloth. Lee knows that sound right away. Only Loong Afternoon could play like that. She goes on, saying that even so, they can keep breathing without stopping, stretching their roots into the cracks of sunlight. They can be 100 deer and 1,000 summers, because even if the story lasts forever, you and I will still be written in it, and shine like raging waves. Together they'll become another world. Lee feels like Loong Afternoon is close and far away at the same time. Even so, he claps for the song he just heard. He says it was really good, better than he expected. Fan mode fully on. He starts praising it while Shinhye listens closely. Seeing him this happy makes her glad, even if she's a little embarrassed. Luckily, he recorded the clip. Lee wants to hear it again and focus more on the lyrics. Everything is going fine, until suddenly a notification goes off on Shinhye's phone, and that device is still linked to her phone. Since when did Shinhye have an Instagram account? She never told Lee about that. If he finds her Loong Afternoon account, they're in trouble. And that's how the chapter ends. Wait, what? You're really ending it there. The rest comes in the next part. After finding out Shinhye has an Instagram account, Lee asks if they can follow each other on both accounts. Shinhye hesitates and says there's no need. But like she once said, the more you hide a secret, the more likely the truth will come out. She adds that she only uses that account for unimportant stuff and hasn't posted anything. Lee says he only has 3 photos on his own account and mostly uses it to keep contacts. I'm the same with Instagram. There's really no point in following an account that barely posts anything. Anyway, enough of that, back to the story. Shinhye says there's no reason to follow each other if neither of them really uses it, but they're supposed to be a couple. So why wouldn't they? Maybe she's hiding something she doesn't want him to know. That comment makes Shinhye mad. What does that have to do with them dating? Lee says he only asked because he doesn't get why she's keeping it hidden. She insists she isn't hiding anything, and says he is doubting her for no reason. He answers that if neither of them is hiding anything, then there should be no problem showing the account. If being a couple means showing everything, would he really be able to show her all of himself right now? Hold on, shouldn't she be the one explaining first? Wouldn't that be fair? They're dating and Lee was the one who started saying weird things. Soon they're arguing like a normal couple about secrets, trust, and all that. Seriously, just stop fighting. Would Lee even reveal the color of his underwear if he thought it counted as a secret? He says yes. That might be a little too open. Still, why is he so hung up on this? Does the profile really matter that much? He says not really. He just wanted to feel closer to Shinhye because he still doesn't know much about her. That leaves Shinhye speechless. So what is she supposed to do now? Honestly, she knows she's the one in the wrong. If she keeps staying silent, it won't calm anything down. It'll only make him more suspicious. Lee will keep building up negative feelings, and in the end, he might hate her. She hates this, but decides it's for the best and hands over her phone. Once he checks the account, he'll know the truth. Could this be the end for Shinhye? Lee looks through the account and admits she was right. There's nothing there at all. The notification just came out of nowhere. Then she remembers she took over that account a few days ago. Shinhye had been put in charge of One Afternoon's Instagram during the collaboration. Talk about lucky timing. It was done so Shinhye wouldn't have to upload every collab post herself. Basically, it's easier if they manage it together. She wants to focus on composing, so Lee asks why she didn't leave it to Hyejin. Shinhye says that didn't feel right. Anyway, Hyejin's would be working on it too. After that, Shinhye made a separate personal account, but she forgot about it until now. Now she feels like a complete idiot for relaxing. Even if she hid it well, the fact she deceived him hasn't changed. Lee apologizes for doubting her. Shinhye finishes the whole can of beer and goes quiet. She stands up and he asks where she's going. She says she needs to wash her face to clear her head a little. Things have gotten awkward. Lee feels like a total idiot for reacting so fast. Why did he doubt Shinhei, even for a second? Or was he just afraid of seeming weaker in the relationship? He has no idea why he acted so immaturely. Don't worry, Lee, soon you'll learn the truth and have a real reason to be upset. While washing her face, Shinhei thinks about one thing. Why did she treat love so lightly? They were having a good time, and she thought it was enough that they liked each other. Or maybe she just didn't want the relationship to move forward. From now on, she wants to do better. Lee looks at the bowl of fruit and sees the ice is already melted. Should he throw it out? Maybe he can eat it tomorrow morning. So he puts it away. Watermelon isn't cheap, and he's right. Watermelon in Korea costs a lot. Just then, Shinhei comes out of the bathroom, and Lee asks if she feels calmer now. She says, more or less. Then he asks if she wants some fruit punch, but she says there's no need. Then she changes the subject. How about he come in for a minute? She wants them to go into the bathroom together. Wait, is she serious? She still doesn't know what to say, and she wants to see Lee's face up close. She wants him beside her until she finds the right words. In short, she wants comfort through closeness. So should they go in? This is starting to sound way too spicy for romance. But no, you really fell for that. She never said they were showering together. She just wants to brush her teeth. Oh, so that's all. Lee really jumped to the worst conclusion. The rest is in the next part. They go into the bathroom together and start brushing their teeth. After thinking for a moment, he asks Shinhei to listen. He wants to know if she's still mad because earlier he was pushing too hard, but now he isn't. Shinhei just ignores him. She doesn't even answer. Looks like this wasn't the best time to ask. Then Shinhei breaks the silence and tells Lee she was watching him. She noticed that when he looks down, the corners of his mouth lift a little. Okay, why does that matter? To her, it matters a lot. She was watching him while they brushed their teeth. Then she quickly says it's not what he thinks. She only noticed that she starts brushing on the inside right side, while Lee starts at the front. So that's what this was about. She just found it funny. Is he some kind of detective or what? She says it was only a coincidence. A coincidence, huh? But maybe there's no such thing. Maybe everything happens for a reason. Lee admits she's right. She always brushes that side first. She explains that last year she had her wisdom tooth removed and the doctor told her to clean that area more carefully. He hasn't gone through that, but yeah, it sounds painful. Now that things have cooled down, Shinhei says she's going back out. That was sudden. Did her anger finally pass? Who knows? Let's just hope so. Lee leaves the bathroom and finds Shinhei lying on the bed. She's writing in her night diary. He wants to hug her from behind, but knows he can't take things too lightly. That wouldn't feel right. Maybe they can talk after they sleep, but Shinhei breaks the silence and asks what he thinks about the two of them as a couple. Has he ever felt that things were unfair? Lee says not exactly, but sometimes he wondered if Shinhei was manipulating him a little. What does he mean by that? There were times when Shinhei made him nervous on purpose, so he couldn't take the lead in the conversation. Because of that, he felt like he had to try harder. Was that why he hugged her from behind earlier? It happened so suddenly that it surprised her. So then didn't she like it? Actually, it was the opposite, but she doesn't know how to explain it. She could feel how tightly he held her from behind. So what did she feel? Shinhei says it made her feel mischievous, and honestly that fits. Lee calls her a total pervert, but they kind of both are, so they match. For a moment he wonders if it's okay to let what happened earlier slide. They like each other, the mood is good, and they have a lot of fun together. Can they put their fight aside? He doesn't want to doubt her at all. He just wants to trust her and work things out like someone who really loves her. Then Lee asks Hyen if he can touch her hair. She lets him without any fuss. This soft mood came after they made up, or maybe they still haven't fully moved past it. Even so, he doesn't want to ruin the night. Big win for my guy. They kiss for a long time, deep and messy. Then Hagen apologizes. She says she ruined the mood earlier. With that face, there's no way he could stay mad. Lee says it was his fault too for saying dumb things. That's when they finally make up. After that, they look at each other, and what had to happen happens. They kiss like wild animals. No holding back. Their hands start wandering, and it feels like they're about to cross the line again. And yeah, I'm not wrong. This is way more than a simple kiss now. Havel wants to go further, but how am I supposed to show that on screen? This is still meant to be family-friendly. Why did it suddenly get this intense? Well, not that far. She asks him to wait a second. Did she stop him because things moved too fast? No, that's not it. Lee just unclasped the wrong hook. Oh, so that was it. Now all we can do is wait for the next chapter and hope it's not too graphic, or I'll be in trouble next week. Lee asks Hayen if she's really sure about this. Is she really going to take it off? That does seem to be the plan, and my guy can barely handle it. His heart is pounding. That's surprising since she was so shy before. People always say the shy ones are the boldest. Maybe they're right. She's still shy, but she wants to try. Maybe this will help her be braver, since she's always hiding like a coward. First, she wants him to turn off the lights. Once he does, Hayen gathers all her courage. And you better get ready too, because this is supposed to be the big moment. She tells him not to stare too much, so of course Lee looks anyway. But something feels off. He can see everything, but I can't see anything at all. With the lights so low, he only catches a little. But the real question is, does it look strange to Lee? Not at all. He thinks it looks amazing. So amazing he wants to lick it. My guy can't take it anymore. He wants to feel it for himself. but his viewing time is over. Honestly, it was awkward, and she got really embarrassed. Maybe she should have had a little more to drink. Hearing that, he offers to get her a beer. This guy wastes no time. He's always ready. But that's not what Hei meant. She just wants him to lie down beside her. They're going to keep going from where they left off. Keep going. Huh? Yes, ma'am. She was bold enough to storm into his house. So why is she embarrassed now? Because she was drunk then. This is different. If she really wanted, they could even shower together. Is she serious? Who knows? Still, that doesn't matter, because she doubts it would end well. Lee might do something naughty in there. It's not that he is a pervert. He just knows how to read the mood. To him, that's why the first surprise kiss counted as flirting. If that counted as flirting, everyone would have a girlfriend. Either way, he says he won't cross the line like that again. To make things more interesting, Hajian wants to try something. She asks for his hand. What for? Don't worry. He'll find out soon. She lets Lee feel her. Yeah, I'm out of ideas, sorry. He has no clue how to react. Still, how does it feel? Somehow, he likes it. Not bad at all. What she meant was her heartbeat. Even then, he thanks her. This feels like the best moment of his life. But why did she suddenly want him to feel her heart? Because he's always teasing her, and she wanted to show that she can be serious too. So tonight, no matter what he says, he shouldn't hold back. No matter how much it hurts, she says she'll take it. I think you know what she means. Still, isn't she overdoing it? Maybe this is because of their earlier fight? She says no, she's just curious. So you can already guess where this is going. Yep. So she wants to do it just out of curiosity? More than curiosity. She wants it because she likes it, and he feels the same. Lee used to love playing basketball, but people said he didn't have a strong will to win. They got on him for that, and they weren't totally wrong. Whether he won or lost, it didn't matter much to Lee. He just liked basketball. He played because it was fun. He only started sports because he was tall, and he learned fast since nothing else was on his mind. Whenever he focused on what he wanted, everything else disappeared. That's why he acts so stubborn. At least this once, he wants to give it everything he has. No matter how dumb it may seem, he's going to enjoy every second, because tonight is finally the night. But before that, she wants him to hold her. She hates being the only one feeling shy. My guy feels defeated again, but he's fine with it. No matter what he does, he always ends up losing to her. These two are having the time of their lives while I'm stuck watching. Give them some privacy. At least don't leave me as the only witness. Then Lee has a short dream where Heian turns on her phone camera to start a live stream. She greets the viewers, that is us, and says today they're doing street interviews. The first person on camera is Lee, so they start with him. First she says hello, gotta be polite. Then she explains that she's asking people in their 20s about their love lives. If she asked me, I'd have nothing to say. I'm a total mess. Her first question is whether he's in a relationship. He says yes, though it hasn't been very long. Then she asks how he feels now. He says it feels amazing. He's dating someone he really likes, and thanks to her he got back the confidence he needed to finish college. She says that sounds nice, and just like that, the interview is over. Way too fast, he still had more to say. But she refuses. That answer was enough. She already confirmed how much Lee likes her. Then the place suddenly explodes. So yeah, it all ends pretty literally. But he still wasn't done. He had a lot more he could have said. Still, like I said, it was only Lee's dream. After they finished, with Heian, does that mean our guy finally did what we'd all been waiting for? With the heat in the room, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, he really went for it. She asks him how it was. With a goofy face, Lee says it was the best. And honestly, his expression says it all. But what about him? Did she enjoy it too? Of course she did. She loved it and would do it again. That's probably what Heian would say, if not for the fact that Lee finished pretty fast. That's rough. For any guy, that hurts the pride. He says it happened fast because he was enjoying it so much. That's normal enough, especially since it was his first time. But does that mean it didn't go well? She says it was good, but it hurt a little. So after saying she'd endure it no matter what, why didn't she say anything? She says she was going to, but halfway through he looked really focused. That was pretty considerate of Heian. He apologizes for not noticing, but she says it's fine. She isn't upset. When she plays guitar, she feels a throbbing pain too, and she thought her first time might be kind of like that. Lee promises he'll do better next time, so that means she wants to do it again. Even if it sounds silly, he'll do his best, though doing his best might already be too much, right? Heian's throat suddenly feels dry, so he offers to get her something to drink, but she says she's fine. She only wants him to stay by her side because she has something to tell him. And what is it? She says she wants to be braver from now on and asks him to help her so they can work on that together. Does that mean they'll shower together? Obviously not. Not yet anyway. He really shouldn't be thinking weird thoughts. In the end, that whole "it lasts around 20 minutes" thing was a total lie. He picked up online. You could say the secret is still safe and he wants to keep it that way because he hopes they'll have more moments like this in the future. That's where this part ends. They spend the night together like a happy couple. But while they sleep, long afternoon starts trending online. At the same time, Boss Oyo and Uncle are playing video games. They keep calling him a newbie, but Uncle isn't about to take that. So he pulls out his secret move, fires projectiles at Boss Oyo and pushes through. She clearly didn't expect that. He shows her no mercy. Then he talks trash for saving halfway through the stage. And yeah, They've gone through a few cans of beer while playing. Boss Oyo finally calls it a night. She's exhausted. Now it's time to enjoy her prize. So how was it? She says it wasn't bad, it was fun, especially since it was her first time playing on a console. It's already past 3 a.m., so they should sleep too. But before lying down, she asks Uncle if her staying over is bothering him. He says not at all. He was the one who told her to come and use the place as a hideout. His friends used to hang out there all the time, but now nobody comes by, so it gets lonely. They used to make songs, play games, and drink together, but those days are over. They're just old memories now. Nothing more, so the two of them can bring that spark back. With just those two, that's enough. Still, they may end up warming the bed more than the house, and honestly, that would suit them just fine. Right? We'll find out in the next part. When she said just the two of us, did she mean playing more games with him like before? She meant a very different kind of game. The uncle just doesn't get it. Why bring up games now? Doesn't he remember that last time he was the one who made the first move? Now that she says it, that's true. But what did he even do back then? From what I remember, he did nothing. He seriously doesn't remember? Since she keeps pushing him, he has no choice but to try. That day, they both went to the uncle's place. And just like Heian before, the boss was dying from the heat on the way home. Seeing how worn out she was, he told her to shower while he found her a change of clothes. He gave her the same shirt he once gave Lee. She could keep it since he hadn't been able to sell it anyway. It was band merch he made himself. It took a lot of work, but in the end, they didn't even sell 20. For an indie band, that's not surprising. Anyway, why did she follow him here? Sleeping at his place once is one thing, but doing it again feels like a lot. They're not even that close. That question will answer itself once they cross the line. Just remember I said that, still no need to overthink it. She treats it like visiting a friend with benefits, maybe. Don't play innocent. Then again, he might really see her as just a friend too. After changing clothes, it was the uncle's turn to shower. He told her there were drinks in the fridge if she wanted one, and if she wanted to rest, that was fine too. But what she really wanted was to peek at him in the shower. She was way too tired to even move though. She needed to leave early tomorrow so she couldn't keep bothering him or make a bad impression. Then the uncle's phone rang. Who would call this late? It was Heian. So she knocked on the bathroom door to tell him he kept calling. Maybe it was urgent. And without any shame, he opened the door completely naked, just to answer. In half a second, the boss got a full look at everything. He quickly apologized and asked for the phone. OU calmly handed it over. Heian just wanted to know where the storage room keys were. The boss sat down and pretended she hadn't seen a thing. But still, he's not a teenager anymore, so maybe it's not that shocking. But come on, you can't fool me. She definitely liked what she saw. Her face gave it away. The uncle came out of the bathroom and saw OU already asleep, or so it seemed. He just hoped she hadn't seen anything. After all, he moved insanely fast to stop that from happening. He moved about as fast as Seinon when he dodged Leon's bullets. He thinks she didn't see, but he's very wrong. He wants to sleep already, so they can play again tomorrow. But right before he closes his eyes, the boss calls out to him. She asks when his last relationship was. He jokes that he always had tons of girlfriends, because he was a rock star. Really? Is he serious? Even he doesn't buy that. What a dumb answer. His last relationship was 6 years ago, and since then he stayed single because of work. So do you get lonely? Because I do. Sometimes he does too. Then he asks about her. She feels the same, just not that often. She feels the same, just not that often. They're getting really close now. Is he about to take the next step? Just in case, he leans in. But she pulls back and asks what he's doing. He thought the moment felt right, but no, she didn't mean it that way, so he apologizes for reading it wrong. Still, she did kind of lead him on. Anyone could have taken that question the wrong way. She never expected him to be that bold. Well, now she knows. They should just sleep before it gets any later. Of course, this had to happen to the uncle of all people. Now he finally understands what she meant by that day. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. You could call it an accident. But she knows it wasn't a misunderstanding. Can't he read the room at all? Think about it, man. Don't you see she's giving you a chance? If she really was, the uncle says, would she have agreed to drink beer with him? That's actually a fair point. I said it before, he's pretty attractive. I think you already know where this is going. Could this end up being the biggest day of his life? We'll see later. Meanwhile, Lee's alarm finally wakes him up. He should have turned it off the night before. It's already 7:30, and Heian is still asleep. She usually wakes up early, but not today. Yesterday was strange, but she still had a good time. Little by little, they're getting closer. Then Lee notices Heian's body feels hot, which means she has a fever. He looks up her symptoms online, including the body pain, since she could barely move last night and now she's sick this morning. Let's just hope it's only body aches and nothing worse. He gives her a pill he had at home, but neither of them knows if that will be enough. He wants to take her to the hospital, but she says it would be too much trouble. Then Shinjo suddenly shows up and startles him, asking about the body pain he's searching online. But first, why did she come in without warning? She says she knocked, but he didn't hear. Anyway, is someone sick? If so, she can cover his shift. He says no, it's not him. So it's your girlfriend? It sure looks that way from here. She says it's sweet that he cares so much about his girlfriend's health. Is she saying that because most guys don't? Exactly. He's different from the kind of guys who don't even care about their girlfriends. Sounds like she's projecting a little. Would it be a good idea for him to go visit her at home then? Only during the day, but since he works nights, that'll be hard. Even so, just knowing someone worries about you matters. There aren't that many people in the world who truly care about you, no matter how you're doing or what kind of work issues or other excuses people use to brush it off, like it's a waste of time. But that's enough of that, back to the usual talk. Shinjo seems to know a lot about this. She says it's not experience, just common sense. In a way, Lee is partly why Heian woke up with body pain, but let's not get into that, or we'll ruin Shinjo's innocence. So he changes the subject and asks why she's been late to work lately. Did something happen? Turns out she's been getting ready for a language course and thinking about whether to go back to college or study something else. Those choices are hard, and with graduation getting close, job hunting worries her most. She's starting to doubt her future and wonders if this is really the right path. She doesn't want to become some overworked office worker. She's actually good at the cafe job. Maybe she'll even become the next manager, and then Lee would be her employee. But what about his job search? He says it's going well. His last interview is next week. Still, Heian has been on his mind a lot. Once they finish talking, Shinjo leaves. Lee tells himself he can't use him as an excuse if the interview goes badly, so after work he heads straight home. Heian still hasn't replied to his messages, but then she tells him she's lying in bed reading a book. When he asks how she's doing, she says she's at 15% battery. Of course, that's just one of her usual jokes. She says she's fine, just a little stiff. Something like this won't knock her down that easily, and she wants him to know that. But what did she eat to feel better? Just a burger. She knows that's not the usual sick food, but sometimes that's what she craves. That must mean he's sick too, because now he wants a burger as well. As for me, that happens when I have to post a video for you guys. At least it's a relief that she's feeling much better. This morning she could barely walk straight and had to take a taxi home. Lee packs his bag and was about to send Heian a goodnight photo before sleeping. But then she asks if he's home because for some reason she wants to do a video call right now. That's sudden, but sure. He says he'll call after his shower, so Lee heads to the bathroom and we get a little fan service, though not much. A video call may not sound like a big deal, but that's what makes it special. When he talks to Heian, it feels easy to get close to her, but sometimes she still keeps him from seeing what's really inside. On the bright side, they already know each other physically, and that's a big step. After yesterday, things are changing, and soon they might understand what they truly feel for each other. Lee finishes showering, so now they can finally video call. Heian apologizes for looking messy, but she still looks lovely as always. The lighting makes her seem a little tired. Don't worry, my hair looks terrible after I dry it too. Are you saying he looks awful right now? Watch it. Seriously, watch it. Anyway, video calls get awkward when you have to hold the phone the whole time. Still, he likes it because he can see her face. She feels the same. Right now, Lee needs to practice for his interview, and Heian isn't a bother. She'll just quietly listen while he reviews. That way she can watch him from the side while he practices. She props up her phone and tries to fall asleep. Lee doesn't mind at all. So he sets his phone down too and points the camera at himself so Heian can watch. Once she falls asleep, he can hang up. He tells her goodnight ahead of time, and she keeps watching him in silence for a while. Somehow he looks really cool when he's focused. Every time she saw him concentrate at the train station, she thought the same thing. Just remembering it makes her head hurt again. Then Heian recalls that Lee mentioned being in a similar situation. He said he was listening to Long Afternoon while lying in bed. She watches him scratch his cheek as he practices. But that same night, she has a strange dream. In it, a small light shines through the darkness and comes down to tell her she's safe, that no one will hurt her. She jokes that it was an alien circling Earth, but enough of that. Now we're at the university film department, where Four Eyes has been waiting for people to show up for the short film screening. But no one there seems able to help her with the clip she wants to make for Long Afternoon's new song. She needs a model for the shoot, one long take. Experience doesn't matter much. A striking look is enough. And I think the right person just showed up, or rather, by total coincidence. Yep, I'm talking about Arna. Wait, Arna is the model she needs? Come on, anyone but her please. We'll see the rest in the next part. So what did she mean by finding the right person? It was so obvious that Four Eyes quickly covers, saying she mistook Arna for someone else. So that's what that was. Then she tells her to enjoy the movie. That nearly gave her a heart attack. Arna looks exactly like what she needs for the music video. But really, out of all people, why did it have to be her? Enough already. Shut up. The story needs this to move faster, so let it happen. Honestly, this might work. After the movie ends, Arna leaves the theater and heads to a corner to smoke her last cigarette. That's when Four Eyes walks up and asks if she has any cigarettes. She says she has one she bought a while back and can share if Arna wants. But Arna says there's no need. This is her final cigarette, and after this she's quitting for good for her health. About time. Four Eyes uses that as a way to start a conversation with Arna. But the more she tries to chat, the more suspicious she seems. She's supposed to be staff, so why did she suddenly start talking to her? Then she asks if Arna has ever worked as an actor or model, and Arna says no. So why did she come watch that indie film? Just boredom. She says movies these days aren't very good, and one she saw recently was complete trash. Still, she'd rather not get into that, so can they wrap this up? So is she a big movie fan? Not really. This is starting to get annoying. She wants to be left alone. But before that, what did she think of the movie? Four Eyes says she wasn't the director, but she did help film it. Arna says it was entertaining and well directed, but the ending felt rushed and left her wanting more. Now seriously, what does she want? Better to just say it plainly. The offer is simple. Would Arna like to shoot a video with her? What kind of video? Because that can mean a lot of things. Four Eyes explains she's filming a music video for an indie band, and Arna fits the look she wants. I've got a bad feeling about this. Maybe they should stop here, because if Lee sees this, the misunderstanding could get ugly. Even if Arna wanted to help, she says she can't act. But she doesn't need to act, just show that she's enjoying the music. The whole thing would be filmed in one take with that vibe. It's not that hard, especially if they keep it experimental. She gives Arna the band's name so she can listen first, and if she's interested, she can reach out. But like I said, nothing good is coming from this. Four Eyes says she'll be waiting to hear from her, and if Arna wants to quit smoking, she should try candy. Arna says she'll keep that in mind. At first glance, the band's name sounds interesting, and Four Eyes is named Janina. She finally says it. I'd almost forgotten her name. Since Arna has nothing else to do, she plans to go to the cafe where Lee works to listen to the song. Meanwhile, the whole band is playing the new track they plan to release later. When they finish, Haein asks Hyun-sung if this mix sounds better than before, and he says yes. So the group takes a break and heads out for a smoke. The guy in the cap goes too, even though he doesn't smoke because he's not great at talking to women, and by women I mean him. Lee notices she looks really tired. She says she's been busy lately, and the new song is making her even more anxious. Then Hyun-sung brings up that he recently met her boyfriend. What was his first impression? He says Lee is very handsome and kind to customers. He jokes that Haein should be careful, or he might steal her boyfriend. To prove it, he shows him a photo of him. He's a little surprised because he thought she liked cool-looking guys. Really cool ones, but that's not his style. She says she prefers someone fun and expressive. Basically, someone like me, obviously. Still, as long as they love each other, that's what matters. Then he asks if she's still hiding that she's in long afternoon. Of course she is. Why ask? Just curious. He figured she'd do that, but lately she's been thinking she can't hide it forever. Even if it takes time, she's trying to get herself ready. Ready for what? It's different when you're thinking about how someone you love will react. For Haemin, opening that door means revealing a secret she doesn't want to hide anymore. But someone like Hyun-sung shouldn't get too involved. All he does is encourage her. Her boyfriend will understand. That alone helps a lot. But there's something else she wants to ask Hyun-sung. Does he know if her boyfriend's cafe is nearby? She wants to ask Lee something before stopping by her uncle's studio. Don't tell me she still doesn't know where he works. How does she not know that by now? If they're dating, you'd think they'd at least know basic things about each other. Sometimes I really don't get them. Hyun-sung tells Haemin it's close by, but that doesn't stop him from worrying. We'll find out the rest in the next part. Now let's check on our main guy and see what he's doing. As usual, he's changing for work, then his phone rings. It's Haemin asking where he works, so Lee sends her the cafe's location. He has no idea why she asked for it. Though honestly, the answer seems pretty obvious. Let's see what happens. Maybe she wants to order something. Or maybe not. A lot is about to happen, so get ready. Lee and Shinjo switch shifts and he notices a tray with cake and a drink. It belongs to Shinjo, who plans to eat after work while studying at the cafe. Studying here is probably just going to distract Lee. Then he hears a customer come in, and it's not just any customer. It's Haemin. Wasn't she supposed to be working? She says she had something to do nearby, so she stopped in to buy coffee for herself and her uncle, then asks if she's interrupting him. Not at all. Things are still pretty slow. Still, he feels a little embarrassed about his messy hair with his girlfriend here. He doesn't want to look bad in front of her. That's pretty normal for couples. Then the boss comes out to see who it is and realizes it's her employee's girlfriend. Haemin greets her politely, not knowing how close they may become later. Since she came to see Lee, the boss asks if she wants to come inside and talk with him. He says she's fine where she is. Her uncle is waiting at the studio, and she has to get back soon. If she's going to see her uncle, then maybe she should take a waffle or something too. The boss is being especially thoughtful about the uncle more than usual. Anyway, what does Haemin want to drink? Lee says it's on him, but she refuses. She doesn't want him treating her while he's working hard. The more I read this story, the more perfect he seems. I'm seriously jealous of Lee. If that's how it is, then fine. The boss bursts out laughing when she hears him using a much deeper voice than usual. Come on, leave him alone. Can't you see he's trying to impress his girl? Anyway, he writes down Haemin's order, and at the same time, Shinjo spots the purple-haired girl and wonders if she's Lee's girlfriend. She's pretty and kind of interesting. I didn't know he liked girls with that rock goth style. Honestly, goth girls are great. Trust me, they're the best. From Shinjo's point of view, those two probably won't get along. But the real clash will be with Arna. Still, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Not yet. Since there are no other customers, she wants to watch him make the coffee, and Lee shows her the tools he uses. Then another customer walks in. He immediately looks worried when he sees it's Arna. Now both girls are here at once. With a seat open, Haein sits down, and you can feel the tension between them. Arna glances at her, checking her out. Lee asks what she wants to order. Before anything else, Arna asks if that girl is his girlfriend. He answers yes and makes it clear there's no issue. She really needs to move on. Lee already found someone better. To be fair, Arna is attractive too, but she still doesn't compare. She orders a hot chocolate. He already knows that because that's always what she gets. After ordering, she steps away. But to make things even more awkward, she sits right next to Heian. What kind of mess is this? This is only going to make things worse for Lee and the boss, who's already following all the drama. And Shinjo has a front row seat too. But why is Arna doing this? Is it just leftover attachment, or is she jealous of Lee's girlfriend? Even Arna seems to know this whole moment is pathetic. Isn't this seat taken? Why not sit somewhere else? She says she's only waiting for her drink, and there weren't any other seats. That excuse falls flat because there are clearly plenty of seats. Then to stir things up even more, she keeps the conversation going by saying she heard Heian is Lee's girlfriend. That's right, but how does she know him? Arna says they were in the same year and were close friends, maybe even closer than that. Nice try, but he isn't falling for it. She assumed Arna was just a coworker or an old-school friend, since Lee rarely talks about college friends because everyone's busy. Arna finds that strange. They used to be inseparable, and she's been visiting the cafe a lot lately. So does he not think his girlfriend should know about her? From here, Arna is clearly being awful. She just wants to pick a fight with Heian, and Shinjo hears everything while quietly eating her cake. It really feels like these two are about to start fighting. That's the vibe in the air. Then Heian plays her best card. Maybe Lee never told her, because he doesn't like talking about people when they aren't there. He thinks that's rude and probably didn't want to bring up extra details. That line shuts Arna down perfectly. He didn't hear any of it. What are they even talking about? Does he want to pretend to work while listening in? If they start fighting, he'll have to step in. The boss goes over instead to catch the gossip, leaving Lee with all the work. What is this now? Why did those two have to run into each other here, of all places? Who knows? Maybe it happened for a reason. We'll see that in the next part. The conversation between those two keeps going, trying to ease the tension. What does Lee do when they go out? Do they eat somewhere? Or maybe go to the movies? Arna brings those up because she used to do that with him. Heian says they haven't really done that, since she usually sees him at night. That's when he gets off work. So what do they even do then? Who knows? We've already seen the kind of things they do at night, and Arna still has no idea. Since they both work late, that's when they meet and talk. Arna thought Heian was a college student, but clearly she isn't. Still, isn't it a little disappointing to spend your only free time with Lee and end up doing nothing special? Now that she says it, that's true. So far they've only gone to places near work, but she still likes it because she gets to see him almost every day at the station and talk. Tamian scores a point. I mean he won, Arna 0. She really knows how to stand up for her man. So they still haven't been on a real date. Thinking back, I don't think they ever have. Correct me if I'm wrong. They've never really gone anywhere far from work or anywhere that feels like a real date. So far it's just late night snacks and things like that, and friends can do that too. Don't act so special like you're Lee's real girlfriend just because you say stuff like that. He still has no idea what they're talking about and he just looks confused trying to figure out the conversation. Maybe you've noticed already, but Lee isn't the type to take the lead like a real boyfriend should. I can't believe Arna's talking badly about him right in front of his girlfriend. I don't know what she thinks she'll gain. Maybe that part is true, but he really is kind in his own way. He cooks for her and takes care of her when she's sick. Heian likes things like that. Looks like jealous. Arna finally runs out of words. Does that sting? I know it does. Everything Heian said is true. Listening to all this is suffocating poor Shinjo. Why did she even stay at the cafe? She really should have gone home instead of sitting here. His coffee is ready, so she decides to leave first. But before they part ways and stop seeing each other for now, Tamian tells Arna it was nice meeting her. She was curious about what Lee used to be like before they met. Then she finishes with a deep bow, showing respect after facing a worthy rival. Still, Arna isn't on her level yet. She knows Heian didn't mean it badly, but those words still hurt. It sounded like he was saying Arna is just Lee's past. From the moment he entered his life, it was obvious who would win. But now let's go back to these two. He hands her the coffee she ordered. He wants to walk her out like a gentleman, but she says it's fine. She knows the way. Besides, she wanted to tell him his work uniform looks good on him. She came all this way just to see that, but for some reason Lee doesn't feel happy at all. And that's because he kept expecting Heian to ask about Arna, but she never mentioned her once. That gives him a bad feeling. Even though the boss already took out the trash earlier, he uses that excuse to go find Arna and talk. He spots her nearby with what looks like a cigarette in her mouth, and scolds her for smoking there, but it's just candy. So why is she still here? Because she wants to be. And honestly, she's really testing my patience with how obsessed she is with Lee. Anyway, he asks what she and his girlfriend talked about. That's what he wants to know. Arna says it was nothing much, she just asked what they usually do as a couple. She claims she wasn't trying to start trouble over him. She's acting innocent, but we're not buying it. What shocked Lee was that she came out of nowhere and spoke to Heian directly. Arna apologizes for worrying him for no reason, but then asks something she's curious about. How did those two even meet? She heard they take the same train, so what happened after that? Did they trade contacts and start dating? Lee says they had some shared interests and that's how they started talking. So what was that common interest? An indie band called Loon Afternoon. the same band he recommended to that girl with glasses. After saying that, he heads back to work, and Arna wonders how popular that band is if she's heard about it twice in one day. To find out, she decides to listen to the music herself. That way we'll see what Lee likes so much about that band. He finally finishes his shift, but his chest still feels heavy after everything today. It's probably because he never told Hyen that he knew Arna back in college. He wants to be honest about everything, but some things he still wants to hide. Being in a relationship is hard. I agree. I've never been in one, but it sure seems hard. When he gets down to the station, he finds Hyen sitting on a bench, and she notices he's finally here. She's been waiting about 30 minutes. While waiting, she read a mystery novel, but she also wanted to talk to him about something. So what is it? You'd think she was going to bring up Arna, but more than that, she just really likes talking with him at night and hopes Lee feels the same. If it's not about Arna, then maybe he doesn't need to worry. Still, seeing him so deep in thought, she suddenly wants to do something else. She asks Lee if he wants to play a game. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses gets flicked on the forehead. Hagen's reason is pretty clear. She wants to blow off steam by using him like a punching bag. And I think we all know why. She can't stand that he kept Arna a secret and never told her. We'll see his punishment in the next part. What you're about to see next isn't a top list. More than that, it's a case to solve. What is it exactly? How serious is this case if I have to hear about it? Turns out Lee was killed and the boss found his body. So now we're out of a main character? Well, too bad. Not really, because what we're seeing is fiction. Still, why was his body here and what was he attacked with? From the look of it, he died from a blow to the head. That means someone here just murdered him. But who would do something like that? One of them has to be the culprit, and whatever they choose will decide the case. That's why they have a detective to help. As for why Lee may have been killed, it might be because he never brought up Arna, the white-haired girl. But what does that have to do with the case? It's weird that he avoided the subject when she asked about his friends. Still, this isn't the time to dwell on that. Shouldn't they solve the murder first? She's just so curious that she can't focus. To be fair, Lee's friend is pretty cute, just looks wise. As a person, she's awful. If she wants answers, she should ask her boyfriend what kind of relationship he has with that girl. Haefian wants to do that, but she probably can't. She's scared of seeing his other side. So now this case has two detectives. She can't fully blame Lee, since both of them are hiding parts of their past. He doesn't even know she's his favorite singer. It's not wrong for him to keep some things hidden, but it still bothers her that she can't look deeper. The fact that he stayed quiet probably means he wanted to hide that wound. What really annoys her is that girl keeps showing up at his job. In short, Haemin is jealous. If it weren't for that homewrecker, she'd trust Lee. Sometimes he wants to do something petty. Who would have thought she'd hit a rebellious phase right now? Let's get back to the game she suggested. She mostly did it because she was bored, but if he doesn't want to, that's fine. Too late to say that now. If she wants to play, then let's play. Even so, he still wonders if this is because of the white-haired girl. Maybe she wants to beat him up for cheating. If Lee ever cheats on her, she swears she'll never forgive him. Still, he doesn't want to overthink it. It's just a game. They play rock, paper, scissors, and Lee wins. He even gave her a hint to throw rock, like they agreed. The loser gets a light flick on the forehead. But could he really hit that soft, pretty forehead? I'd be too distracted already. Of course he flicks her, just to tease her. But the force he uses is way more than expected. He seriously needs to control his strength, or he'll end up killing her with one hit. Haemin tells him not to hold back, that makes it more fun. She loses again, and she already knows what's coming. The second flick leaves her forehead swollen, but she still wants to keep going. Then she loses a third time, and her forehead hurts even more. They were supposed to keep going until the last train came. She's really stubborn. This time, Lee loses, and Haemin celebrates. At last, she can get her revenge. You think you're tough, but I'm stronger. For him, this feels more like a reward than punishment. But why is she taking so long? She tells him to close his eyes, and just when we think she'll flick his forehead, Haemin kisses him instead. He's lucky his girlfriend isn't the grudge-holding type. She can't go to tomorrow's interview with a swollen forehead, so from now on she'll go easy on him, as long as he stops staring at other girls. Like the obedient guy he is, Lee listens, and I'm pretty sure she just left a hickey on his neck so everyone knows he belongs to her. Haejin turned out even more adorable than we thought. Now let's switch scenes and see what's going on with Four Eyes. Arna came by to work on the music video. For now, they need to set the schedule and figure out another filming spot. But first, what made her decide to do this? She says she just wants to know the concept of what they'll shoot. But we all know she's doing it because Lee likes this indie band. She hopes that if she appears in the video, he'll notice her more. She's also curious about what kind of band Long Afternoon really is. The rest comes in the next part. So, what Arna feels is curiosity, right? Four Eyes gets excited and says Long Afternoon's music is amazing, like a huge fan, though not to the extreme where you start stalking your favorite singer. So, did Arna agree to join? Not really. She thought the band was pretty shameless. That's rich, honestly. But what exactly makes them shameless? She looked into Long Afternoon and noticed they never show their faces. For some reason, she finds that bold, since most artists and actors show their faces when they work. But what's wrong with hiding your identity? A lot of content creators don't show their faces either. Sometimes it's because of insecurity, or just to protect privacy. Not many people get that, and Arna is one of them. These days, artists can work without showing their faces, so why make it such a big deal? She says she was only joking. Yeah, hilarious. Truly. In case the sarcasm wasn't obvious. Anyway, Long Afternoon songs are good. Even their recent track with Hyunchung was great. Turns out Four Eyes was right. They really are good. I don't get why they aren't more famous. That sounds just like those subscribers who always ask, why doesn't this video have millions of views? You're so good. Four Eyes is a huge fan of the band, and she just keeps talking about them. Still, Arna isn't trying to hear everything on purpose. If she's going to film the video, she wants to experience the song fresh during the shoot. It's like movies, nobody likes spoilers, because otherwise you lose the excitement when you finally watch it. For now, Four Eyes is sorting out the production schedule. So then she wants to start with a test shot. Arna doesn't care much about the pay. She's not a pro actress, and she already has a regular job. She just doesn't want to look bad in the video. That would be traumatic for someone as delicate as Arna. For the test shot, she's asked to sit down. Everything is ready. Now they just need to film. All she has to do is look toward the marked spot. The lights go out, and Four Eyes says she'll play Rising Tide. Arna can move her head if she wants. Once the music starts, the spotlight turns on. Right now, Arna is the star of the scene. While filming, Four Eyes says that after all the shots she's done over the years, she knew right away Arna could capture that movie-like feeling. It's not just about being pretty or looking good on camera. It's about the natural vibe someone gives off. Your face has to fit the frame, and Arna does that naturally, without even knowing how talented she is. Arna starts wondering what she's even doing. Deep down, she knows this won't make Lee notice her differently. She wants to come between them anyway, even though she knows it's wrong. It's pathetic. She won't let go of something that was never going to work. Four Eyes notices she's crying, and Arna apologizes for getting emotional in the middle of the take. Were those real tears or just acting? Hard to say, but the shot came out pretty good. Arnat asks if they need more takes, and Four Eyes says no, this is enough. She shows her the recording. It feels awkward at first, but you get used to it. It's like posting your first YouTube video, only without viewers watching. Arna nods and says she'll do even better next time. Then to talk more clearly, she suggests getting a drink. They might as well use the time before Arna leaves, since they still need to discuss the concept they'll use. It's like stepping out for a smoke, except without the smoking, since she's trying to quit and replace it with candy like she said before. Her childhood friend likes sweets too, and that brings back memories. Maybe she sees her best friend's image reflected in Arna somehow. Arna wants to split the cost because she's not as rich as people think. Even someone like her lives on a basic salary. Now let's check in on Lee again. After work, he went straight to his job interview. Now all that's left is to wait and see how it went. Everything went well, no mistakes. Still, one of the other candidates had come from overseas. If that was the case, why come back here to apply? These days, getting a job is hard, because the competition is brutal. He did his best, so why does it still feel like it wasn't enough? Feeling like that is normal, so try not to stress. Look on the bright side. At least you've got a girlfriend to cheer you up. She asks how today's interview went. He says it went great, and he even impressed the interviewers. Yeah, as if that really happened. But what about her? He wonders why she's dressed differently from usual. She explains that she went with her uncle to her grandma's house for her birthday. Her grandma hates that kind of style, so they wore something more formal to avoid getting scolded. That's pretty normal for grandmas. It was even her first time seeing her uncle in a button-up shirt. He rarely wears one because it feels awkward and too stiff. It's like companies saying to dress comfortably, then everyone still shows up formal. Haku keeps staring at Lee, then says today somehow feels special. Maybe it's because they're both dressed up, so they decide to take a couple selfie. It really does feel like a special day. Rookie's nothing compared to mine, especially with these two beauties. But putting my nonsense aside, Heian wants to suggest something for this special day. She grabs his arm, and you already know what that usually means. Tonight there will be some good. The nice little, but what she actually wants is for them to go on a date. Lee says he's a little tired, but he's kidding. Of course he wants a date. The question is, where are they going? She says there's a bar nearby. I've got a feeling they'll run into the four-eyes girl and the white-haired girl there. Anyway, back to our favorite couple's date. Heian brings tequila for both of them. Lee thought she went to the bathroom, but she actually went to get this after hearing someone order it and wanting to try it too. Then she asks him if he's ever heard of a bar crawl. He hasn't. She explains it's when you go from bar to bar trying different drinks. It started in the UK, though people sometimes do it in Korea too. Then she asks if he wants to try it tonight. She's wanted to do this for a while, but not alone. She needed someone to keep her safe, and Lee is perfect for that. Tonight, he'll be the one protecting her. That suddenly gives him goosebumps for some reason. Maybe a drink will help clear his head. Now he gets it more clearly. She laughs, saying he's actually the one in danger tonight. Is she saying that because once he's drunk she'll take advantage of him? Wouldn't that basically be abuse? As expected, women just want one thing from you. They don't even ask if we're ready. Don't pressure me, Katie. I'm not ready yet. What abuse? Still, he's not so sure about that. As you can see, tonight he plans to be a gentleman with his lady. That's what a real man does. Heian finds that funny. Then they keep drinking until the tequila is gone. After that, they head to the next place. This time they get a cocktail served in a plastic bag. His tastes like orange juice. He asks Hei-in if she wants a sip. She moves her hair aside and drinks. I think Lee is having some dirty thoughts right now. You can't fool me. I know exactly why I'm saying that. The drink actually tastes pretty good. Hers has a weird name. Sometimes I wonder why drinks get such strange names. Maybe it's some kind of inspiration, like band names. A lot of bands have names that are odd and hard to say. Speaking of bands, there's something she's curious about. Why do you think the band Long After Noon is called that? He says the name makes him think of summer. That's exactly it. Lee was right. Long After Noon refers to a season, summer. And she's only saying this now. Then how did she know? It's not that she knew. Actually, a horn suddenly cuts her off. Right when she was about to tell the truth, this had to happen. They really love dragging out this secret. And she still can't find the right moment to tell him. She tells Lee to get up, time for the next bar. They still have plenty of places left to visit. Get ready. He's not sleeping tonight. As they walk, Lee mentions a drink with a kind of suggestive name, and Hein calls him a pervert for it. So what are they having this time? He asks if they can get food instead of only drinking, and she agrees. So what should they eat? Uh-oh, that might not work. The prices are kind of high, aren't they? Payday is still far off, and his bank account is looking rough. Still, since this is a date, he tries not to think about it. He'll deal with it later. Hayden reads the situation right away. She knows he doesn't have much money on him, so she asks to go somewhere else. Suddenly she says she wants ramen and beer from a convenience store. In other words, somewhere cheap, so he won't have to spend much. Lee is lucky to have a girlfriend who understands his money problems. A lot of women don't get that, and they'll say, but you're the man, so you should pay for both. Didn't you like me? At that point, I'd rather stay single. I don't even have a girlfriend. And look at me, I'm doing great. There are a lot of people out tonight. It's probably because it's summer. People like going out then, because the nights are cooler. While they keep chatting, Haven asks Lee if he wants to hear a secret. What kind of secret? Is it about those beetles she mentioned before? She says no. It's just that she got paid for her freelance work, so she's feeling really good about her money right now. There's a hidden reason she's telling him this, right? If there's anything he wants to do tonight, he doesn't need to hold back. Her look says it all. Does she mean going to a motel? If not, why bring that up? He knew from the start she had another motive. Lee wasn't planning to hold back anyway, so she tells him not to keep everything bottled up. He shouldn't let stress eat him alive. But he thinks she means a different kind of stress, and says that kind won't kill him just because he keeps it in, right? That's not the kind of stress she meant. You degenerate. That's all you ever think about.